Chapter 1880. Cheyenne Yuan. Liz and Bai Fei shouted with worried faces. However, in the next moment, Cheyenne Yuan, who let out a long and loud cry, suddenly straightened her upper body, revealing her changed face. Her mouth, nose, and facial features were all opened, making her look ferocious and terrifying. The sharp teeth in her mouth protruded out like a beast's teeth, and a large amount of pale, white saliva dripped down from the corners of her mouth, showing her terrifying appetite that had skyrocketed. At the same time, her 10 fingers became sharper and longer, and thin and long bloodstains began to appear on her exposed arms and skin. Finally, under the collapse of her personality, Cheyenne Yuan was once again controlled by the urge to suck blood, and her body transformed into a death apostle. Then, Cheyenne Yuan stood up abruptly, raised her head like a beast, and let out a long cry at the full moon in the sky. Cheyenne Yuan. Seeing Cheyenne Yuan like this, Liz and Bai Fei's expressions changed, and they subconsciously turned around and blocked the official codex in front of them and shouted loudly. That's right, the morality that binds you was originally learned from others. If you cut off your thinking, you can definitely become a better vampire than me. Zephyr praised. Come on, don't suppress that urge anymore. The thirst that has lasted for 3 years can be cured with the human you found yourself. As soon as Zephyr's voice fell, an evil smile immediately appeared on Cheyenne Yuan's face. Then she stretched out her hands and shot out her ether optical fiber. Cheyenne Yuan, Liz and Bai Fei called out, and at the same time, they raised the official codex in their hands and blocked the ether optical fiber shot by Cheyenne Yuan. On the side, here, who was also attacked by the ether optical fiber, scurried away. He escaped from the attack range of the optical fiber. However, in the next moment, a series of muffled puff-puff sounds rang out in the hall. When these sounds stopped, when he looked around, he found that in that short moment, Cheyenne Yuan had already controlled the ether optical fiber to surround the platform. Like the anti-theft infrared in the movies, the ether optical fiber was crisscrossed between the pillars of the entire platform. Is this a project? Looking at the ether net that was set up around him, Here could not help but guess in a low voice. At this moment, Zhuan, who had stretched out her palm, whispered softly, "Replicant conducer," and a large number of ether fibers quickly gathered in front of Zhen like dust being blown by the wind. Then, a new Elkit appeared in front of Here, Liz, and Byfield, as well as Elkit and Itosi I, who were watching from the side. Just like the literal meaning of the incantation, this was a special alchemy magic that was activated by using the information she obtained from others, in conjunction with the rapid construction of the surrounding projects, character replication. Then, the replicated Alquite's eyes widened as he charged towards Here, Liz, and Byfield like a mindless killing machine. So fast. Shocked, Liz and Bai Fei tried to escape. He blocked the attack of the replica Elkit. Bang! At the same time, Shire, who was using Liz and Bai Fei as cover, quickly rushed to Ziyuan's side. Suddenly, Ziyuan murmured mechanically. "Malice," Ziyuan murmured. Then, before Shire could attack, Ziyuan took the lead and waved her palm, whose fingertips had become abnormally sharp. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, several streaks of cold light slashed towards Here. Even though Shire had tried his best to resist, Ziyuan was still attacked by Ziyuan's attack. However, under the sudden attack of Ziyuan, his body was still uncontrollably hit by the cold light. 3 long and narrow wounds appeared on his arms and shoulders, and under the impact of the sharp light, he was pushed back a short distance. Puff! Blood splashed on Ziyuan's face as expected. Ziyuan, who had always been resistant to sucking blood, stretched out her tongue with a happy expression, as if she was tasting a delicacy in the world. She rolled the blood on her face in her mouth and swallowed it. Then, the evil look on Ziyuan's face became even more intense. She rushed to Shire at a faster speed than before and raised her foot to kick Shire's body. Bang! Under the powerful impact, Here's body was involuntarily sent flying backward. Then, Ziyuan stretched out one hand, passed through Shire's arm, and pressed it on her shoulder. With a bang, She pushed Shire heavily against the pillar behind her, opened her mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit down on Shire's neck. Zun, are you really going to admit defeat like this? Shire said with difficulty. However, unexpectedly, Zun, who was supposed to have lost consciousness, suddenly stopped biting. Then, after 2 or 3 seconds, intermittent words sounded in Shire's ears. Kill me. Shire's face froze when she heard these words, and she suddenly punched Ziyuan's chest. Bang! Ziyuan's body immediately flew out in front of CR, and at the same time, a layer of frost appeared on her body as she flew backward. Obviously, this frost was the magic attack attached to Shire's punch. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared behind Zin, who was flying backward, and stretched out both hands to grab her. The black figure was none other than Sei To, who had not made any moves until now. Ziyuan, are you so afraid to face your own weakness? Sei To, who grabbed Ziyuan, said softly. Weakness? Yes, weakness to myself. I don't want to realize that I am the same as Valesia, because even if I realize this, I can't correct it. I was raised like this until now. Until now, I can't change my way of life, and I don't want to change it, so I ran away. From Atlas, from Valesia, and from myself, this is my own weakness. The path that Valesia used to seduce me is easier for me to grasp, so I ran there. Maybe it's scary, but it doesn't matter. I will stay by your side and supervise you. As long as you compromise with your weakness, I will use my method to correct it until you completely give up, Sei To said softly. Cough up. At this time, Ziyuan suddenly coughed softly, and the ferocious blood-sucking impulse appeared on her face again. Ziyuan, Sei To stretched out one hand, grabbed Ziyuan's not-so-plump chest, and squeezed it fiercely as he called out softly. Almost instantly, pain and an unknown feeling that she could not understand forced Ziyuan's consciousness back, and she resisted the influence of the blood-sucking impulse. Ziyuan, I believe in you. You can do it. Otherwise, you will be taken advantage of by me every day. You know, I am very thick-skinned, and I will not let go of any opportunity to make a move on you, Sei To said with a smile on his face. At the same time, his other hand moved down and came to the side of Ziyuan's pleated skirt. He put his palm on her thigh and gently moved it up. Bastard, Ziyuan cursed in a low voice with a red face, not knowing whether it was because of anger or shyness. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. This girl is indeed very weak, so she will give in front of me. But weakness to me, that is to say, weakness in front of the blood-sucking impulse. Do you think that kind of behavior can stop her? Zephyr said. Sei To ignored him and continued to move his hand inside Ziyuan's skirt. I understand. Ziyuan reached out and held Sei To's hand that was moving inside her skirt and said in a low voice. Then, the feeling that Ziyuan gave off completely changed. What? Zephyr exclaimed in disbelief. I won't give you that chance. Zin, who had completely suppressed the blood-sucking impulse, moved out of Sei To's arms and said softly, As long as you regain your rationality, it's fine. Sei To chuckled. Correction, although I was dominated by the blood-sucking impulse, it doesn't mean that I lost my rationality. Ziyuan corrected herself. Sei To shrugged indifferently and turned his head to look at Elkeet, who was not far away. The latter was also looking at him angrily. Sei To laughed dryly and said sincerely, Let's do business first. Humph. Elkeet snorted coldly and retracted his gaze. Then, in the next moment, a huge amount of magic suddenly emerged from Elkeet's body, and like a hurricane, it spread over the entire building. Then, the clouds in the sky dissipated, and a vermilion moon that was bigger than the previous full moon appeared in the sky. Fantasy manifestation, vermilion moon descends. How? Zephyr's incredulous voice came from the black ball. See test. But soon, his voice changed, and it was full of difficulty like a dying person. Ah! Then a long scream came from a ball. Then, the ball began to rotate at high speed, showing a crazy state before it was about to be destroyed. What? Varasia? It collapsed? Looking at such a ball, Ziyuan's face was full of shock. And this situation didn't last long. In less than 10 seconds, with a bang, the whole black ball exploded, and a man's figure appeared. It was a slender man, wearing clothes and cloaks that were like those worn by European nobles in the Middle Ages. He had short blonde hair, and with his temperament and handsome face, he looked like a noble young master. This person was none other than Zephyr Eltramobilin, the current mastermind of the Knight of Varazia. My body materialized, and this body is... Zephyr's voice was full of disbelief. Zephyr Eltramobilin. At the same time, Ziyuan also shouted the man's name. Chapter 1881. Impossible. Varazia has returned to his original form, Zephyr said, with an ugly expression on his face. Then, he continued to speak emotionally. It's impossible for such a bizarre thing to happen. Even if you're a royal among the true ancestors, it's impossible for you to beat me back to my original form. What a joke. Wake up from your dream, Death Apostle, Elkit said calmly. Her current expression was completely different from before. Her expression was filled with arrogance and calmness, as if she had already seen through everything and couldn't care less. It's your freedom to think that you'll be able to comprehend the sixth law with unlimited time. It has nothing to do with me to gamble on that tiny possibility. But even if you spend millions of light years, it's impossible for you to comprehend the sixth law with your talent. Let me tell you the ending of this miracle. Your current state is your true ending. Elkit finally announced loudly. What did you do? Zephyr asked loudly with a twisted expression. Don't you understand, idiot? Look up. The Zhu Yu is hanging above your head. Elkit raised one hand and said loudly, as if she was reprimanding her subordinate. Isn't this? Zephyr's expression changed as he followed Elkit's gaze and looked at the crimson moon in the sky. His face was filled with disbelief as he muttered. Do you remember now? In order to make yourself a phenomenon, you absorb the power from the Zhu Yu. This power can only be maintained until the Zhu Yu appears again, right? Elkit said coldly. But the Zhu Yu should still be in the future. My driving mode should only end after 1,000 years. Until then, I should still be in the form of Tartari. Zephyr argued. If the driving mode ends, then you'll return to your original form. You'll return to your original form, won't you? Elkit asked. Instantly, Zephyr fell silent. A driving mode that lasts for 1,000 years. If you can't get the correct answer, the Knight of Varazia will turn back into the Death Apostle Zephyr. Isn't this the contract between you and Elkit? Elkit ignored Zephyr's thoughts and continued to speak coldly. Elter Lisai, a hybrid of a true race and a Death Apostle, the vampire princess of the Death Apostle faction, the Black Princess, the ruler of blood and contract, Elkit's older sister, and also the enemy of Elkit who belonged to the true ancestor faction. He was one of the 27 Death Apostles, the rightful master of Zephyr of the Knight of Varazia. It was also because of her power that Zephyr became a Death Apostle, and thus the Knight of Varazia. Wait, could this be? Zephyr said with difficulty, as he seemed to have understood something. That's right. This is the end of your boring journey. Happy? A mocking smile appeared on Elkit's face as he said, This is a scene that would take 1,000 years to see. Impossible. Even time travel belonged to the domain of magic. How could you transfer the moon from 1,000 years later? Zephyr's voice was filled with disbelief. This is my world. Just like you, a world with only one night. Thus, there's nothing I can't do here. Elkit said calmly, using Varazia's words, you and I are false dominators that are only limited to one night. If there's a better materialization of fantasy, then the clumsy fantasy will inevitably become a delusion. Then my wish. Zephyr, who seemed to have accepted the truth, opened his mouth and asked, It can't be realized. The end that you drive is the end of humanity. Ruling over the uninhabited wilderness, that's not a problem. But living a life with a predetermined outcome is also a kind of pain. For you who is helpless, I have no interest in using the power of nothing. Moreover, your script is very unpleasant. So let's end it here, Varazia. Elkit replied, Ha, 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 ha. After a pause, Zephyr suddenly let out a crazy laugh. Then, Zephyr's body stopped, and his face was filled with hatred as he shouted, "The outcome! Is this the result of an infinite amount of time?" That's right. Even if you've experienced millions of years of reincarnation, it's just an impossible daydream. As Tartari, wandering aimlessly is probably meaningless. In the end, you're just a legend in people's mouths. For things like legends, it's not a problem for one or two of them to disappear, right? Elkit didn't care about Zephyr's emotions as he said coldly and sternly, "Tonight is the end of the night of Eurasia." Not only was his dream shattered, but even his survival was in danger. Zephyr's face showed a ruthless expression. As soon as Elkit's voice fell, Zin, Liz, Bai-Fei, and Here, who suddenly thought of something, immediately got into their battle stances. Ha! Ha ha ha! Is that so? Is that so? It can't be realized? You're saying that even Tartari, which lasts for thousands of years, can't be realized? Zhuyu. Zephyr was like a mental patient whose ego had collapsed as he hysterically questioned. Zhuyu, the first true ancestor, the third death apostle, the original form of Elkit and Elterlasai, a creature summoned by Gaia from the moon. However, it had been destroyed by the Gemstone Master's magic more than 1,000 years ago. However, it didn't completely disappear and still existed in the world in the form of ether and information. As long as Elkit was willing to forget his name or Elterlusai's condition was stable, he could welcome his return in the form of a shell. Obviously, because of the Zhuyu that appeared 1,000 years later, Elkit was also affected by the Zhuyu that appeared on the Steel Land about 1,000 years later and became a fake Zhuyu. But I won't be destroyed. I'm indestructible. Even if I reach the end tonight, I won't be destroyed. Then, Zephyr's face was filled with madness as he howled loudly. At the same time, an exaggerated tide of magic spread out like a hurricane with Zephyr as the center. Ugh! And here, Liz and Bai-Fei, who were suppressed by the astonishing magic, let out a low groan. As long as I kill you, the illusion will disappear. Since even Tartari couldn't make it happen. Then, this Midsummer Night's Dream will end here. I'll devour you and obtain your power first, and then I'll slowly think about the rest. Zephyr roared madly. Then, a large amount of black fog was like iron sand attracted by a magnet. It flew and wrapped around Zephyr's body. Can't make it happen as a human? Can't make it happen even by abandoning the human body? However, if it's the domain of all bodies. He. The splendor of the soul rots and withers. The honey of the vessel praises the rotting and maturing. Without exception, it's all given. Whoosh! It's a sign of worthlessness. Brute brain's modification. All life's approval. This has been 1,000 years. Eat when you're used. Kill when you're alive. Praise this for 1,000 years. Beautiful. The poison has finally entered your limbs, evolving you into beasts. Deceiving yourself. Evolve. Wrapped in the black fog that was manifested from malicious intelligence, Zephyr chanted a strange sentence that had an unknown meaning but sounded a little like an incantation when an inherent barrier was about to unfold. Then, Zephyr turned into a humanoid creature formed from malicious intelligence. Obviously, just like his last words, he was using some kind of power to force himself toward the so-called sixth law. The so-called perfect life form was evolving. It wasn't about to unfold some kind of peculiar inherent barrier. A strong sense of oppression once again pressed down on everyone, even making Zin, who had just had the heart to challenge, feel powerless again. Cut. Again. At this time, Zephyr shouted again. Looking at the situation, it was as if there was a mistake in the previous evolution and he had to start over. Then, the black fog dispersed. Zephyr's original appearance was revealed again. Of course, some changes that couldn't be seen with the naked eye still appeared on his body. I will use the blood of the Crimson Moon to reach the sixth law. Zephyr swore loudly. Elkit's expression didn't change, his scarlet eyes coldly looking at Zephyr below. The next moment, Zephyr, who had already merged with the malicious intelligence, rushed forward his whole body spinning. He turned into a spinning black wheel and charged toward Elkit. But at this time, Sei Ito, who had been motionless, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Elkit. He stretched out his hands and formed a magic barrier with his 10 fingers, blocking in front of him. Bang! Almost as soon as the barrier was set up, the black will heavily hit the barrier, making a violent, muffled sound. Here, then Liz, I'll leave him to you. After that, Ito Sei pushed Zephyr's black will to the side and said loudly to Here and the other two, Yes, Liz, bye Faye, and Here replied in unison. Then the three didn't hesitate and immediately attacked Zephyr, who had reappeared. Are you happy? I will personally protect you. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Elkit behind him with a smile. Elkit was stunned at first, and the feeling she gave off immediately changed from the cold and arrogant queen to the usual adorable princess. Then, she said in a strange tone, Isn't this your duty? Because of the influence of the exaggerated fantasy of the moon after 1,000 years, even with the support of the world's intelligence, Elkit's strength was already at its limit. So now, other than being able to maintain a standing posture and speak normally, she had no ability to fight at all. Sei Ito was stunned. You promised me that you would protect me. Do you still want to break the promise? Elkit said with a smile. Of course not. Sei Ito quickly denied. Then, he didn't continue to argue with Elkit. He turned his head and looked at Here, Ziyuan, Liz, and Bai Fei, who were already fighting with Zephyr. The division of labor between the three of them was very clear. Here was the main attacker, while Liz and Bai Fei were slightly inclined to defend. They supported Here and Zin, who was using the Ethernet to set up multiple barriers around the vampire, so that the two of them would not be hurt under Zephyr's malicious intelligence attack. In this way, under the siege of the three of them, Zephyr gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, at this moment, Zephyr, who was surrounded by malicious intelligence, suddenly retreated and raised his hand to point forward. The next moment, a new Ziyuan appeared in front of Zephyr. This ability was none other than the replica commander that Ziyuan had used before. As the former outstanding patriarch of the Eltram family, she was very proficient in some of the Eltram family's technologies. With Ziyuan, the Ethernet user, not only could she obtain some of Ziyuan's information by controlling the Ethernet in reverse, but she could also use other methods to accurately use the skills that belonged to Eltram. Not like now. Then, with the advantage of the sevenfold division of thinking, the Black Zin, who could deduce the future, found the real Zin and intercepted her. In an instant, the original 3-on-1 advantage was changed to 3-on-2. Then, Zephyr moved and found Here. Whoosh! At the same time, a black shadow wheel shot towards Here. Here's expression was calm. He leaped to the side and dodged Zephyr's attack by a hair's breadth. Then, he pressed down with one hand on the ground, and a bright white circular magic formation lit up on the ground. In an instant, a large number of lightning bolts shot straight toward Zephyr. The malicious intelligence around Zephyr spun and blocked the lightning bolts like a black wind. However, before he could laugh complacently, a clear and loud shout rang in his ears. Destroy them. Vampires, return to ashes. Then, a light flashed through the air and instantly appeared beside him. Puff! The light disappeared, and Liz and Bai Fei, who were dressed in night attire, appeared. Zephyr, who spat out a lot of blood, said in disbelief, Whoa, 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 whoa. It's just a holy grimoire equipment, and it can actually injure me. At this time, the crazy Zephyr still couldn't accept the fact that he was no longer a phenomenon. Or rather, it was because he couldn't accept it that he became like this. This is impossible. Zephyr shouted, Destroy disaster. There's no place for you in this world. Due to the influence of Zephyr's injury, the clone Ziyuan also suddenly became unstable, so it was quickly destroyed by Ziyuan, who was good at seizing opportunities. Ziyuan then summoned a pistol from the void, pointed at the injured Zephyr, and said loudly. In the next moment, Ziyuan's finger moved and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet instantly shot into Zephyr's body with a white light. Then, the white light exploded and opened up a big hole in Zephyr's body. Zephyr covered his abdomen with one hand, and his expression suddenly calmed down strangely. His body shook as he said, is that so? It's useless. Chapter 1882. Everything is. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr's body was like a leaking bag. Large amounts of blood gushed out from his face, nose, mouth, and all parts of his body, splattering on the ground. So all of this is useless? There is indeed a flaw. There is indeed a flaw. There is indeed a lack of battle. There is indeed a lack of stability. While spitting out blood, Zephyr said words that normal people could not understand. Already brainless. Already weird brain. Already low brain. Already dead brain. Here, Liz, Bifei, Elkit, and Sei Ito all looked at Zephyr's changes with a blank expression. As for Cheyenne, probably because of Zephyr's identity before becoming a death apostle, the expression on her face was somewhat sad. What exactly am I pursuing? What do I want? Zephyr asked himself. This drop of blood, this stain of blood, this blood of life flowing to the ground. Then Zephyr's body suddenly exploded, forming a large amount of blood splattering on the ground around him. Let's go. Okay, here, the smell of blood is too strong. At this time, Elkit suddenly reached out and held Sei Ito's shoulder. He covered his nose with one hand and turned his head away, his face slightly pale as he said softly, "Okay." Sei Ito looked up at Cheyenne, who silently walked to Zephyr and nodded in agreement. Then he turned around and led Elkit to the elevator. But at this time, Cheyenne's voice sounded again. "But Valesia, why did you become a vampire?" Cheyenne asked softly. Hearing Cheyenne's voice, Sei Ito slightly paused and turned his head to look at her. "That's because I saw the answer." Cheyenne. Zephyr, whose body had completely turned into a blood shadow and only his head was barely keeping himself from disappearing, said with a sigh, She probably didn't expect Zephyr to answer her question. Or maybe she didn't expect Zephyr to call out her name. Cheyenne's face showed a hint of surprise. "Because I saw the answer, Cheyenne. I saw it. You should also get that result sooner or later, right? That thing that cannot be changed. That thing called destruction." Zephyr continued. "In the past, in order to obtain a stable world, the ancestors of Atlas tried to read the future so that they could manage the world. However, the future that appeared was perish. Think, 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 think. Various methods were simulated. They also used all kinds of methods to formulate countermeasures. It was just that the harder he worked, the more helpless we are, the crueler the future will be, and the more horrifying the ending will be, making us disheartened. The alchemists who have witnessed the destruction of the future are even crazier to challenge the future. Finally, then he would really go crazy. Thus, I was finally convinced that unless I became a vampire and strengthened my abilities, there was no other way except to reach the sixth law, miracle. Atlas is a treasure trove of madness. Since you're also named Atlas, sooner or later you'll fall into that abyss. That abyss that will push the Atlas people who are crazily calculating new ways to perish into hell. Valesia, you, in Zephyr's statement, then, who was gradually brought into that kind of madness and understood that it was the inevitable sorrow of the alchemists of Atlas, suddenly understood the ancestor who was regarded as a disgrace by her family. She couldn't help but whisper. However, before she could finish her words, Zephia interrupted her. It's already impossible to save him. Entertainment no longer existed. However, as he spoke, he fell into madness once again. Seeing Zephyr like this, with a flick of his hand, Ito Siu took out the Torawiska Bontic Utori spear made of obsidian. With a light twist, a white ray of light shot out, disintegrating the last of Zephyr's existence. That's right. I am. That's right. I am. I just want a future without any calculations. Zephyr, who had regained consciousness, finally said, after saying that the blood that maintained his existence scattered. He fell to the ground. "Pa, how stupid. Since there is a birth, there is an end. Our final destination is destruction, Elkit said in a low voice with a dull expression. He didn't know what she thought of because of Zephyr's words. Destruction, Seito sighed in a low voice. Let's go. I have something to tell you when we go back. Then, Seito said to Elkit, here, Zun, Liz, and Baifei. Elkit and others glanced at him, nodded, and left the building with Seito. At this point, the Knight of Alazia formed with Zephyr as the core was officially eliminated. As for the next Knight of Alazia, Seito didn't intend to stop the new Ziyuan formed by the information of Ziyuan's blood being sucked and the fragments of the Knight of Alazia. Perhaps it was a good ending for her to turn the Earth into a huge crystal for the people of the X-Moon world who were bound to perish. Although this ending was many years ahead of the normal time. More than 10 minutes later, the group returned to their residence in Mitsucho. Come and sit down. Seito, who was sitting on the sofa, said to Elkit, here, Liz, Baifei, Castor, and Ryder. Elkit and others looked at each other, walked to the sofa, and sat down around Seito. Ziyuan, if I give you a future that can't be calculated and can't be destroyed, would you be willing to go with me? Seito first glanced slowly at Elkit and others who were sitting. Then his eyes fell on Ziyuan and said. Ziyuan's eyes flashed, and she was lost in thought. Liz, Baifei, here, Castor, Ryder, Elkit, are you willing to leave here with me, go to the end of the world, and travel through countless worlds? Then, without waiting for Ziyuan to answer, Seito turned to look at the others and said, of course, wherever Chingsama goes, I will go. Almost as soon as the words fell, Castor didn't even think about it. He replied with a gentle face. What about Sakura? Then, Ryder asked what she was worried about. If she agrees, I will naturally take her with me. Seito replied. Ryder nodded and was silent. Obviously, before Sakura's problem was solved, she couldn't make an accurate choice. You don't want to see me homeless, do you? Here looked at Seito pitifully and said. Although she didn't answer directly, her intention to go with him was clearly expressed. I don't know, Liz and Baifei said bitterly. I want to know, what does it mean to travel through countless worlds? Elkit asked curiously. As soon as this remark came out, everyone else's attention fell on Seito. They didn't think that Seito's words were nonsense. That's what it means. I will take you to a different world from here. Seito said softly. It's not a parallel world. Elkit's eyes lit up as he asked. No, it's not. Maybe there are some things there that are very similar to the world here, but in other respects, the world rules, energy system, scientific and technological development, history and culture are completely different from here. Seito affirmed. It seems very interesting. Elkit said with interest. Well, I've decided I'll go with you. Then, Elkit thought for a moment with a tangled expression, and then said loudly, a new world? It sounds good. Liz and Baifei's faces also showed an expression of interest. Maybe we can get some information there. Duan secretly thought, and then her expression became firm, and she replied, I'll go with you. Have you decided? Seito asked again. Except for Ryder, the others nodded one after another. Well, tomorrow Medusa, here, Zing, Liz, Baifei, when Jialan go back to Fuyuki City first. Seito, who got the affirmative answer from everyone, arranged. What about us? Elkit asked. The others were also curious about where the two of them were going. We'll go to Kambuko City, Seito said. As soon as this statement came out, Here and the others, who had been with Seito for more than 2 years, instantly knew what Seito was going to do, and their faces showed a look of understanding. Well, you've been busy all night, go and rest. Seito, who saw that everyone understood his purpose, smiled. Then he stood up, pulled Elkit, and took her back to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, and lay on the bed to rest. Seeing this, the others didn't stay in the living room for long, and they returned to their own bedrooms with their minds full of thoughts. The next night was uneventful, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the morning, everyone had lunch together prepared by Jialan, and then they divided into 2 groups according to the arrangement they had agreed on last night. One group returned to Fuyuki City with Jialan, and the other group went to Kambuko City, not far away. More than an hour later, Sei Ito and Elkit arrived in Kambuko City, and according to their memory, they came to the Asakami house in Kambuko City. Chung-sama, in the house, Amber, who was wearing a red kimono, and Emerald, who was dressed in black and white, greeted Sei Ito together. "TSK, you brought a woman again. You're really a big pervert. Every time the woman around you is different." Then the next moment, a sharp female voice sounded in Sei Ito and Elkit's ears. Sei Ito smiled helplessly and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Chapter 1883. It was a young woman with a delicate and slender figure. She was young and looked only 14 or 15 years old. She was wearing a black nun's robe with a white shoulder, and her long silver hair with some natural waves was naturally spread over her shoulders. She closed her eyes slightly and sat on the sofa, elegantly drinking black tea. This person was none other than Karen Aldacia, the only daughter of Yin Fengili, whom Sei Ito conveniently rescued from a secret church in a certain country in Eastern Europe when he was trying to take back here. Although she didn't receive the cruel teachings of the vicious priest, she didn't know whether it was because of her innate ability or not, but the attribute of her poisonous tongue still appeared on her, and it gave Ito Seiji a headache. "Are you here to cultivate the feelings of the harem again?" Karen said lightly. Hearing this, although Emerald and Amber on the side did not show any expression, a faint sense of oppression gradually filled the room, making Sei Ito's mouth twitch. "Aren't you going to introduce her?" Elkit raised her eyebrows and said, "Come, Elkit, let me introduce you." Sei Ito laughed dryly and pointed to Karen, who was sitting on the sofa drinking black tea. "This is Karen Aldacia." Then he shifted his arm and pointed to the Amber sisters. "This is Amber and Emerald." Amber and Emerald leaned forward and bowed to Elkit. "This is Elkit." After introducing the three, Sei Ito pointed to Elkit beside him and introduced the three. "You are not human, right?" Karen frowned slightly and looked at Elkit. Elkit looked at Karen with some surprise. "I forgot to mention that Karen has a stigmata physique. If there are non-humans around, especially when demons appear, her body will become sluggish. Her body will have a stagnant reaction." Ito Sei explained in a timely manner. "There are a lot of strange people around you. Not only are there servants and strange alchemists, but there are also stigmata physiques and knights that should be monopolized by the church." Elkit said in admiration. "And now there's you." Sei Ito joked. "Umph." Elkit snorted and didn't say anything else. "Where's Tenno?" Sei Ito turned his head and asked Hoopa. "Miss Fujino is still at school. Should I inform her to rush back?" Hoopa replied, "Let her come back. I have something to tell you." Sei Ito nodded. "Yes," replied Hoopa. He then turned around and walked to the phone on the side. Picking it up, he dialed the number. "You sit here first. If you need anything, just tell Fatesue. I'll make a phone call." Then, Sei Ito said to Elkit, who was next to him. After that, she nodded at Fei Chui and walked into the room. "Don't come near me." Just as Elkit was about to sit down, Karen, who had been maintaining an elegant posture, quickly put down the teacup and stood up from the sofa. He retreated to the side and said anxiously, I'm sorry, I forgot." Recalling Karen's situation, Elkit apologized in embarrassment. "It's nothing. I didn't expect that guy to bring an inhuman back this time." Karen, who was a distance away from Elkit and no longer felt the physical pain caused by the spirit stagnation phenomenon, curled her lips and said, "He really doesn't abstain from meat and vegetables. He can eat anything. Then did he lay his hands on you?" Elkit asked with interest. "Although he hasn't yet, I can't rule out that guy having that kind of interest in me." Karen raised her head a little proudly, as if being laid his hands on was to prove that she was pretty. "Then what are you going to do?" Elkit asked curiously. "If he really laid his hands on me, it proves that he has been affected by evil karma. As a believer of the Lord, I have the obligation and responsibility to help him get rid of evil." Karen answered with a righteous and generous look. Elkit blinked his eyes. He was a little surprised by Karen's thoughts in front of him. Tell me about you. What are you? While Elkit was stunned speechless, Roland asked. While Elkit was speechless, Karen flicked her hair and asked, Me? I'm a vampire. Elkit didn't try to hide it at all. Death Apostle? Karen frowned. As a talent specially cultivated by the church, although she was abducted by Seito halfway, she was still very knowledgeable about certain things. For example, the official name of a vampire was Death Apostle. No, I'm a true ancestor. Elkit smiled. This guy's really brave. Karen, who was stunned by Elkit's answer, muttered softly. What? Elkit asked curiously. Nothing. Karen shook her head. Then, the two of them, who had nothing else to talk about, fell silent at the same time. It was also at this time that Seito, who had finished the phone call, returned to the living room. Elkit, you stay here. I'm going out for a while. Seito said. I want to come too. Elkit quickly said. Okay. Seito thought about it and finally agreed. Then we'll go out. Seito said to Hoopa, Faitsue, and Karen. Be careful. Hoopa saluted. On the side, Faitsue also saluted. As for Karen, she silently watched the two of them leave the residence. Outside, Seito, who had left the residence, reached out and pulled down a taxi, got in with Elkit, and then drove away under the guidance of the taxi. After about 10 minutes, the taxi stopped next to a park. After paying the fare, Seito and Elkit got out of the car and walked slowly into the park. After a while, they came to the inside of the park and finally sat down on a chair for people to rest. Hey, okay, is this considered a date? After sitting for a while, Elkit, who was a little bored, gently lifted her feet and asked softly. Not really. Seito smiled. Why? Do you want to go on a date with me? In third tone, Elkit shook her head and said, I just suddenly feel that it's not bad to sit quietly with you like this. At least no one will come and snatch you away from me. At the same time, Elkit leaned her head on Seito's shoulder and closed her eyes slightly. Seito didn't speak. He stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Elkit's waist, taking her into his arms. For a time, a rare aura of tranquility spread from the two of them, blending into the surrounding space, making the place where the two of them were particularly quiet. However, this situation didn't last long. After 2 or 3 minutes, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, an elegant smell of perfume, and a strong smell of cigarettes spread between the two of them. Then a lazy voice sounded. I hope I didn't disturb you. Seito raised his head and rolled his eyes at the guy who spoke. The person who came was a woman, about 165 centimeters tall, with a plump and slender figure. She was wearing black slim pants and a white long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves turned up. She had long burgundy hair tied into a simple ponytail with a leather bag behind her head. She wore a pair of rimless myopic glasses on her face, and there was a cigarette smoking in her mouth. The person who came was none other than Ouchie Orange, who was sealed and designated by the Magic Association. Elkit opened her eyes, glanced at her faintly, and then sat up straight. Phew! Ouchie Orange raised her hand to pinch the cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke, shrouding her face behind the smoke, making it look hazy and unreal. Then she sat down in an empty seat next to Seito, leaned back on the chair, looked ahead, and said softly, Why did you call me out? Seito reached out his hand, took the cigarette from Ouchie Orange's hand, and threw it into his mouth. He took a light puff and said, Your assistant is married, right? Ouchie Orange glanced at Seito and didn't say anything. She took out the almost withered cigarette pack from her jacket pocket, put a cigarette in her mouth, and lit it with a lighter. You pay a lot of attention to me. Well, Seito smiled gently. Do you plan to stay here forever? Seito asked again. That depends on whether the people in the Magic Association want me to live a stable life. Ouchie Orange replied faintly. Then if I can provide you with an absolutely safe place where you can research whatever you want, and where you don't need to hide, and where you can live openly under the sun, in the city among the crowds, would you be willing to go with me? Itose paused for a moment, exhaled a long puff of white smoke, and said in a low voice, unless the place you are talking about is in another world. Ouchie Orange said sarcastically. In this world, unless you hide your identity or hide on an uninhabited island, it was basically impossible to hide from the church or the magic association. Therefore, it was normal for Ouchie Orange to treat Sei Ito's words as an exaggeration. After all, in this world, except for Gem Wannabe who had mastered the second method, parallel world interference, which allowed him to travel back and forth between parallel worlds, no one could escape from this world. Then, are you willing to go to another world with me? Sei Ito, who finished his cigarette, flicked the cigarette but into the trash bin not far away and said. Ouchie Orange turned her head and looked at Sei Ito with a deep gaze. Sei Ito didn't back down and looked at Ouchie Orange. You became a magician? Ouchie Orange said with a complicated expression. In her opinion, this was the only possibility that could realize what Sei Ito said. After all, only the power of a magician could go against the magic association and protect a person who was sealed by them. Chapter 1884. P.S. Thanks to Shirley and Zhang Xiaozhong for their precious monthly votes. No, Sei Ito simply denied. The magicians of this world have no meaning to me. Ouchie Orange almost instantly caught some sensitive words in Sei Ito's words. This world, and then her pupils shrank slightly as she re-examined the man beside her. Do you want to see magic? However, before Ouchie Orange could calm down, Sei Ito once again threw out a bait that was irresistible for the magicians of this world. Ouchie Orange's eyes began to flicker. Come with me to witness a different world, learn different knowledge, and then get a different future. Sei Ito turned his head and stared at Ouchie Orange's face with a burning gaze. His voice was full of temptation. Hearing this, even if Ouchie Orange didn't want to believe it, she knew that something miraculous had happened. I need to think about it. Ouchie Orange took a deep puff of the cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and covered her face as she said slowly, Okay, but it's better to be quick. I will leave here in a week at most. Sei Ito nodded slightly, retracted his gaze, and said softly, Call me when you think about it. After speaking, he stood up and left the park with El Keat, gradually disappearing from the sight of Ouchie Orange, who was still sitting on the bench in a daze. After parting with Ouchie Orange, Sei Ito took El Keat to stroll around Kambuko City for a few hours until he felt that it was about time. Then he took her back to the Asakami residence where Asakami Tashino lived. Influenced by him, she became optimistic and cheerful. Even Asakami Tashino, who was a little two-faced, met him and enjoyed dinner together. After dinner, he told them his purpose for coming. For Amber, Faitsue, and Karen. Aldacia, although they lived in the Asakami residence, their roots had long been with Sei Ito. So after understanding Sei Ito's meaning, they immediately agreed without thinking. On the contrary, Asakami Tashino also wanted to be with everyone. However, she hesitated because of her relationship with her parents. This made Sei Ito sigh. Changing the relationship wasn't always beneficial. But for this point, it was easy to solve. As long as Ito, Sei, personally went to talk to Asakami Yasuzo, it would be settled. The next day, Sei Ito bid farewell to Asakami Tashino and went to the nearby city to find Asakami Yasuzo and had a short and deep conversation with him. The result was as expected. Yasuzo Asakami was very willing to bring his entire family and leave with Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was satisfied with the result, did not delay any further. He immediately asked Yasuzo Asakami to start dealing with Fujino Asakami's student status and the arrangements he made. Then he left Kambuko with El Keat and returned to the villa in Fuyuki City. Brother Chung, seeing Sei Ito return, Sakura Dosaka, who was dressed in casual clothes, called out happily, I'm back, Sakura, Sei Ito said with a smile. Then he took off his shoes and walked into the living room. In an instant, she was wearing a red long-sleeved hoodie, a black pleated skirt, and black knee-length stockings. Rin Inosaka's black hair was tied into two ponytails with two black bands. Long time no see, Rin. Sei Ito greeted. Why did you ask me to come here? Rindo Saka slightly hesitated. After greeting, he went straight to the point. Sei Ito slowly walked to the opposite side of Rindo Saka, sat down, slightly turned his head, and said to Sakura Tosaka, Sakura, you also sit down. This matter also has something to do with you. Oh, Sakura Dosaka lightly replied, sat down on the sofa next to him, and looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled face. Rin, do you want to see magic? Sei Ito looked directly at Rin Dosaka's eyes and asked in a low voice. What do you mean? Rin Dosaka's pupil shrank as he asked in a low voice. Answer me first. Do you want to see magic? Sei Ito didn't answer Rin Dosaka's question and instead asked again. Of course. Which magician doesn't want to see magic? Rin Dosaka sneered. As long as you want to see it. Sei Ito smiled and said softly, I can give you this opportunity, but you have to leave this world. Are you willing? Brother Chung? Sakura Dosaka's expression changed slightly as she softly called out. What do you want? Rin Dosaka frowned. Does this guy have a way to reach the outside world? Is it just a possibility? At the same time, Rin Dosaka's heart was filled with uncertainty. I want to bring you, Sakura, and your mother Koei to the other world. Sei Ito replied in a low voice. Other world? Are you sure you don't have a fever? Are you talking nonsense? Rin Dosaka's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice. No. Sei Ito slightly shook his head and replied. Then he turned to look at Sakura and softly asked, Sakura, are you willing to accompany Brother Chung, Ryder, Castor, Shire, Cheyenne, and Liz to the other world to start a new life? Sakura Dosaka turned her head and looked at her sister Rin Dosaka. Her expression was very conflicted, but soon she became determined again as she solemnly nodded and said, As long as I can be with Brother Chung, I am willing. She looked like she was answering a question from a priest at a wedding ceremony. So after she finished speaking, Sakura Dosaka's face became red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Are you sure? Rin Dosaka frowned and asked in a low voice. I won't joke about my life, Sakura, and other people's lives. Sei Ito replied with a serious face. Can you still come back? Rin Dosaka asked again. I can only say that the chances are slim. Sei Ito answered honestly. Hearing this, Rin Dosaka couldn't help but be silent. After a moment of silence, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked, Do you want to give up the family business? Or do you want to give up the qualification to enter the chronometer tower? Rin Dosaka frowned and didn't answer. Yes. The Dosaka family is a famous family, and they are the manager of the spiritual vein. And now they are running well. You don't want to let the family's glory in your hands, but is it really important? With your ability, even if you establish another Dosaka family in the other world, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Sei Ito ignored Rin Dosaka's frown and said softly, And compared to inheriting the family business, creating a family business will give you a sense of accomplishment and glory, right? As for the training of the chronometer tower, if you don't mind, I am fully qualified. If you want to learn ancient magic theory and magic, Castor and Ryder can also teach you. They are even better than the professors of the chronometer tower. The only weakness may be that they may not have as much information as the chronometer tower, but it is not impossible to find any information in the other world, right? What's more, there's also the phenomenon of magic there, which is more valuable than magic, right? You seem to know a lot about the other world? Rin Dosaka was silent for a moment, and then suddenly said, As soon as this remark came out, the other people in the villa all looked at Sei Ito. If I say, I'm a person from the other world, do you believe it? Sei Ito shrugged. No wonder. Rin Dosaka whispered. If that's the case, tell me more about the other world. Rin Enbin requested. Okay. Sei Ito thought for a moment, and then motioned Elkeet and the others to sit down, and then slowly began to talk about the rough situation in the Rubik's Cube world, such as the humanities and so on. In other words, the main society is similar to this world, but the development of science and technology is more advanced, and at the same time, abilities and mysteries are widely known, right? After a moment, Rin Dosaka concluded. Yes. Sei Ito nodded to confirm. It should be said that it is indeed a other world, even without hiding the mysteries. It can still produce magic. It is really like a kamikaze society. Rindo Saka couldn't help but sigh. As a kamikaze, caster and rider couldn't help but nod in agreement. Okay, I agree to this matter. Then, Rindo Saka agreed to Sei Ito's proposal and was willing to go with him to the other world. A other world where mysteries are common knowledge? Maybe it will be very interesting. Rindo Saka, who made the decision, couldn't help but feel relieved. At this point, except for Aozaki Orange, who hasn't given a reply, all the people related to Sei Ito agreed to go with him to the other world. After Rindo Saka agreed, the following things became simpler. There is almost no persuasion. Akui Dosaka, who knew about Rindo Saka's decision, happily agreed, and then completely ignored Sei Ito and let Asakami Yasuzo find a new investment company to deal with the Dosaka family's business. She quietly packed her belongings at home, waiting for the notice to leave. Then a few days later, just as the one-week deadline was about to arrive, Aozaki Orange finally contacted him and told him her decision. Just like all magicians can't refuse magic and can't refuse to see the new world, Aozaki Orange also can't refuse. So unsurprisingly, she also agreed to Sei Ito's proposal, and on the last day before leaving, she took all her belongings to Fuyuki City and met with Sei Ito and others. Are you all ready? Sei Ito glanced at Elkeet, Caster, Ryder, Shire, Cheyenne, Liz Baifei, Sakura Dosaka, Rindo Saka, Akui Dosaka, Amber, Emerald, Karen Ordija, Ozaki Orange, Asakami Yasuzo, Mrs. Asakami, and others, and asked. Everyone nodded one after another. Then let's go. At the next moment, the wind and clouds surged, and a pitch-black hole instantly appeared above everyone's heads. It was like the huge mouth of a monster, swallowing everyone present and the many suitcases piled up around them. Finally, it condensed into a black spot and exploded, completely disappearing into the air. Almost at the moment when the black spot disappeared, a strange ripple instantly spread in the place where Sei Ito and others were standing before, like an invisible shock wave, destroying everything around them. At this time, in the Rubik's Cube world, in a corner of the southern ecological city, Sei Ito and others suddenly appeared. Here we are, Sei Ito said with a smile. Everyone was taken aback when they heard the words, and then they all looked at the surrounding buildings curiously. In an instant, a city that was even bigger than a modern metropolis appeared before everyone's eyes. There were many tall buildings inside, and the roads were so wide that they seemed to reach the horizon. The surrounding facilities were filled with a futuristic feeling. Is that an autonomous robot? Cheyenne looked at the intelligent robot that was cleaning the garbage not far away. Hearing Cheyenne's words, Sei Ito was taken aback at first, but then he remembered that there seems to be an autonomous robot in Atlas Academy. So it is not surprising that Cheyenne recognized this kind of thing, so he smiled and explained. They are probably one level higher than the autonomous robots developed by your Atlas Academy. They are intelligent robots. Let's go. I'll take you to your residence. Then, Sei Ito turned his head and said to everyone around him. This time, Sei Ito doesn't need to disguise or seal himself. So as soon as his voice fell, he immediately used his instant transmission ability and took everyone away from the corner, heading to their residence. It took about half an hour for everyone's residence to be arranged. Then, Sei Ito helped them with their identities in the Rubik's Cube world. Like a novice guide in the game, he introduced them to the common sense and various knowledge of life in the Rubik's Cube world in detail, answered questions, taught them how to use some household appliances, and took them to familiarize themselves with the city so that they could quickly adapt to urban life in the Rubik's Cube world. It was not until a day later that Sei Ito finally stopped. However, just in case, Sei Ito still left a shadow clone nearby for them to summon at any time. He then jumped and appeared in Erika's office. At this time, Sei smiled silently. Suddenly, he strode to the back of Erika, who was busy. He stretched out his hands and clasped her breast from behind. Then, he squeezed her breast with his fingers and pinched her breasts. Erika, who was suddenly attacked, was shocked at first, but then her body relaxed and leaned softly against Sei Ito's chest. "You scared me to death." Erika exhaled softly. "What are you busy with?" Sei Ito lowered his chin on Erika's shoulder, at the same time moving his hands down to her waist. His fingers pulled out Erika's shirt tucked in her belt, and his palms moved up to her chest again while he asked softly, "It's all about the things you told me before." Erika, who felt the attack on her chest, took a deep breath and said angrily, "By the way, how is the completion of the battleship?" Sei Ito's palms paused slightly as he asked with some concern. "It has been completed for nearly 4 formations," Erika replied. The so-called 4 formations were calculated according to the formation standards of the Earth Federation Universe Army, which was about 40 to 80 battleships for a formation. So nearly 4 formations meant at least 120 battleships. Chapter 1885. The highest quota. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. "Yes, the highest quota," Erika confirmed. According to the standard calculation of the highest quota, at least 300 Archangel-class warships had been manufactured and docked in the hangar. This was double the number Sei Ito had expected to build, about 150. "Why are there so many?" Sei Ito couldn't help but be surprised. "This is already very little." Erika sighed. Then she stretched out her hand and swiped the air in front of her. A virtual optical screen instantly appeared in front of her. With a pull, an image appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. It was a picture of a planet. There were dozens of factories of all sizes on it, and Archangel-class warships under construction were being welded by a group of workers and robots. "In order to meet your requirements, we found an uninhabited planet in the dimensional world managed by Gale and transferred all the factories related to warship manufacturing there to implement centralized management." At this moment, Erika began to talk about the information about the planet. "And the effect is also very good. The production of warships has indeed increased. If there are no accidents, we can now see at least 500 warships." Sei Ito, who knew that Erika hadn't finished speaking, nodded slightly and waited for her to continue. Sure enough, Erika didn't let Sei Ito wait long, and she continued to talk. "Although you didn't say what you wanted so many warships for, it was nothing more than to start a war with some guys from a certain world. So some guys in a laboratory who guessed this possibility immediately became excited. They gathered a team and invested in the research and development of warship weapons. You also understand the situation in the laboratory. You have gathered the operations of various worlds here. The inspiration generated by the meeting of ideas will appear at any time. So it didn't take long for a new weapon to be developed. After some testing and modification, Cornelia, Karen, Valletta, Maria, and Baccalaureate agreed to install it on the warship. It's just that in this way, the production of warships will inevitably be affected. In addition to other effects in the later stages, only 306 warships have been built until now. You guys sure are hardworking." Sei Ito, who didn't care about this, smiled. "Give me a brief introduction of the new weapon." Then, Sei Ito said softly as he clenched his fist. Hearing that, Erika tapped on the virtual optical screen in front of her and changed it to another image. "There are a total of 3 types of newly developed weapons," Erika said. 3. Sei Ito, slightly surprised, raised his eyebrow and listened to Erika's introduction. The first one was developed by Lloyd and Nina. It's a gravity weapon. Erika Sei Ito explained the weapon's principle, power, and range to Sei Ito with the information in front of her. He introduced the usage environment. Just like the name of the weapon, the gravity cannon, the attack method of this weapon was to use heavy particles to form a special ion beam to annihilate the enemy. Its effect was similar to the gravity cannon equipped on the Fuzi cruiser in the mobile warship world. There was basically no difference. The second one was developed by the Esper organization, Babel, and Pandora. It's a space-shattering weapon. After explaining the gravity cannon, Erika introduced the details of the weapon called the space-shattering wave. The effect of this weapon was even easier to understand. It relied on a certain special high-frequency energy wave to vibrate space. It caused space to shatter, just like the space slash or dimensional exile, using the power of space shattering to tear and shatter the enemy and send the wreckage into another space. The third one was developed by D, and Plant. Erica then told Sei Ito all the information about the weapon called the energy attenuation beam. The energy attenuation beam weapon could be said to be developed. It would be better to say that it was a product of reverse development of the remote pulse energy replenishment beam technology in D's hands. Its fundamental operating principle was to emit special light waves through the beam to inhibit the natural movement of molecules and energy connection. In order to achieve the purpose of energy reduction, its main target was weapons and buildings with energy shields on the outside. In addition to these three weapons, I heard that Royd and Pandora are also developing a new type of weapon. But due to the rules of the laboratory, I have no way of knowing the specifics. If you want to know, you can only use your authority to go to the central mainframe and check it, Erica said in the end. These things have already surprised me, Ito said with a smile. As for the rest, let's leave it for the next time to savor it. Now, let's have a good talk for a while. After that, Seito leaned his head forward and kissed Erica's lips. At the same time, he moved his hands and used instant transmission to transfer Erica's clothes one by one. Soon, the naked Erica appeared in front of Seito. Then, Seito also transferred his clothes clean. He pushed Erica in his arms to the instrument table in front of him, made her lean forward, and supported her hands on the instrument table. Then, he moved his waist slightly and inserted his USB memory card into the port held by Erica. With a long-awaited feeling of fullness, Erica opened her mouth and let out a low moan with a satisfied face. Then, Seito moved his waist and moved quickly. In an instant, a series of female moans that seemed to be in pain and pleasure quickly echoed in the unstylish office. At the same time, a lewd atmosphere also unknowingly spread in the room. After a long time, until Erica suddenly let out a long cry that was hard to suppress, the whole room gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of breathing of two people echoing in the room. I'm not in the safe period today. After a long while, Erica, whose face was full of blush, said with flickering eyes, "You know, neither you nor I can let you have children now." Seito's palm that was playing with Erica's chest paused slightly, and he sighed in a low voice. Erica's expression froze, and she fell silent. This is probably the price of longevity. Seito lowered his head, kissed Erica's lips gently, and sighed softly. 2 days later, Seito appeared in the void of the magic cube world. Beside him were Castor and Ryder, who were dressed as heroic spirits. "Are you ready?" Seito looked at the two and asked. "Yes," Castor said in a deep voice. Ryder on the side also nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Seito nodded and said in his heart, "Magic Cube, use the two of them as the source, trace their root." In an instant, the expressions of Castor and Ryder changed slightly, and they couldn't help but groan. Humph! Then a twisted vortex quickly appeared in front of the three of them from nothing. Seito stretched out his hands and held Castor and Ryder's palms, nodded at the two of them, and pulled them into the vortex in front of them. Then they saw darkness and light in front of them, and a new space appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Seito glanced at the environment in front of him and turned to look at Castor and Ryder beside him. "Yes, it's here. This is the Valhalla," Castor said with some excitement. For the current her, being able to be together with Ito Seiji was already fulfilling her wish. In that case, there was no need for her to stay in the Martyr's Palace. Accept the summons of many parallel worlds, strive for victory in the Holy Grail wars again and again, and immerse herself in the endless cycle of reincarnation. It's a pity that she didn't have the power to break the contract before, so she never thought about returning to her body and then leave the Valhalla in her Chaos Sama. But she didn't expect that the Chaos Sama she chose would be so powerful that he directly broke the world barrier and came to the Valhalla with her fake avatar. "Chaos Sama, let's go. I feel like I'm going to disappear." At this time, Castor's expression changed, and he said in a hurry, "Me too. Ryder nodded in agreement. Help me lead the way, Saito said quickly. This way. Castor pointed to the front and said. Saito didn't hesitate. He immediately carried Castor in his arms, and then rushed forward. Ryder also didn't hesitate and followed him. He didn't know if there was no one in the place where the magic cube broke the Valhalla, or some other reason. In short, Saito didn't encounter any Valhalla along the way, and he smoothly came to the Valhalla where C+ter Demetrius was. Demetrius. However, at this moment, an affectionate voice suddenly came from Castor's Valhalla. Saito and Demetrius, in his arms, looked up in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a burly man wearing a white, ancient Greek traditional costume with half of his strong muscles, deep facial features, and golden curly hair came into view. At this time, the man was looking at Demetrius, who was sitting on the Valhalla's throne with affectionate eyes. It's him. Seeing the man's back, a look of resentment immediately appeared on Castor's face. Who is he? Saito asked in a low voice. Ison, Demetrius said, while gnashing her teeth. Chapter 1886. Ison was a great hero in ancient Greek mythology. He was one of the crew members of the Argo, the ship of heroes. He was the main character of the story of the Golden Fleece. At the same time, he was also Demetrius' first love and the main culprit who turned her love into hatred. It's just that Saito didn't expect that he would see him here. But after thinking about it, Saito was relieved. After all, this guy's heroic deeds were widely spread, so it was natural for him to become a heroic spirit and appear in the Valhalla. But the only thing that Saito didn't understand was, how did he get entangled with Demetrius? How can he appear here? Immediately, Saito asked the question in his heart. At this moment, Demetrius, who had returned to the martyr's palace, was constantly receiving memories of the past from her main body. Even though Ison became a heroic spirit and gained eternal life in the martyr's palace, that bitch Creusa didn't. So after enduring for a while, that bastard set his sights on me again. But how could I let him get away with it? Demetrius sneered with resentment. Creusa, the woman Ison married after regaining the throne, the princess of Corinth, and the unlucky woman who was poisoned to death by Demetrius. At this time, Demetrius, who was sitting on the heroic spirit throne, glanced in the direction of Saito and Castor, then said in a cold voice, Ison, get out of my hall. You are not welcome here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh, Demetrius, how many times do you want me to say it? You're the only person I love the most. I already know that I was wrong. Please forgive me, Ison said with a sorrowful expression. Take back your nonsense. Ison, I don't believe it. Demetrius sneered. Hurry up and get out of my hall. Otherwise, be prepared to take my anger. After that, a large number of magic circles began to appear in the Valhalla, and a large number of dark purple magic light balls emerged from the magic circles, faintly exuding a strong sense of oppression. Ison was enraged when he saw this, but he immediately suppressed it. She put on a pitiful look and said, Okay, Demetrius, I'll leave now. But you have to know that my heart has never changed. I love you, Medea, forever. After that, Ison gazed deeply at Demetrius with an affectionate gaze, then let out a soft sigh. With a gloomy expression, he turned around and left the grand hall. Not long after, Ison completely disappeared from Saito's sight. At this moment, Demetrius, who was sitting on the main seat, suddenly turned to look at the side of the hall and said softly, Come out. Saito, Castor, and Ryder didn't hide. He walked out from the corner. What a surprise to see my clone here, Ifutian said with a smile. Medea, who was dressed the same as Castor, said with interest as she got out of Saito's arms. As for you, who are you? Then Demetrius raised her head and looked at Saito and asked, You really don't know? Saito raised his eyebrows and asked. Just like Castor would receive the past memories from the host when he returned to the Valhalla, Demetrius would also receive her memories from Castor. It's just that it was in the form of a vague dream before. In addition, Ison had disturbed her before, so she didn't check the memories that gradually emerged in her mind. Thus, she had no way of knowing Sei Ito's identity. However, this situation didn't last long. As Castor's body began to gradually fade, the scene of her clone living with Sei Ito when she came to the world clearly appeared in Demetrius's mind. Sei Ito, Demetrius, whose face was covered by the hood, murmured softly with complicated emotions in her expression and voice. "It's me," Sei Ito said. Then he walked step by step towards Demetrius, who was sitting on the Valhalla throne. In this regard, Demetrius didn't stop him. She just looked at him quietly. After a while, Sei Ito came to Demetrius, slowly stretched out his hands, and hugged her in his arms. "Let's go home." Sei Ito gently stroked Demetrius's back and said softly, "Home." Demetrius, whose head was on Sei Ito's chest, murmured softly, "Yes, home. I'm here to take you home." Sei Ito said softly, Are you really willing to accept me and won't treat me like Ison?" After a moment of silence, Demetrius asked softly. As the main body, her consciousness has always been Demetrius. Even if she received Castor's memory, she only browsed the story and didn't accept it completely. Therefore, although she was still affected by the things in that memory, she didn't recognize Sei Ito like the original Castor, so it was natural for her to hesitate. "Didn't you already get the memory?" "The memory of our life together." Sei Ito chuckled. "And I'm already here, aren't I? I want to hear you say it yourself." Demetrius raised her head and looked directly at Sei Ito's eyes with some expectation. "Yes, I promise. I love you, Demetrius." Sei Ito looked back at Demetrius and said. In this way, the two looked at each other quietly for a moment. Then a smile gradually appeared on Demetrius's face. "Let's go. There's not much time left. Let's go to Medusa's hall." Then, Demetrius stood up from the seat of heroes and looked at Ryder, who had become translucent, and said, "Don't you need to pack up?" Sei Ito asked. "Oh, wait a minute," Demetrius said embarrassedly. "So, you pack up in the hall, Ryder and I will go to Medusa's place, and then we will leave here together." Sei Ito smiled and arranged. "Okay." Demetrius nodded in agreement. "Wait for me to come back." Sei Ito leaned his head and kissed Demetrius's lips and said, Demetrius whispered with a red face. As a main body, it was the first time she received Sei Ito's kiss. "Ryder, let's go." Sei Ito smiled at Demetrius, then turned around and walked out of the hall while speaking to Ryder, who was waiting near the entrance. If the area Demetrius was in was the exclusive area of the casters, and every hero was an otaku mage, so there were no twists and turns along the way. On the other hand, the area Medusa was in was very lively. At the very least, Sei Ito could hear noises coming from no less than 4 or 5 heroes' halls, and even the sound of fierce fighting, which made Sei Ito feel a little strange. But then again, in a place like the heroes' halls where communication was basically done by shouting, transportation was basically done by walking, and entertainment was basically done by hand, it seemed like fighting could also be considered a large-scale entertainment. Just like that, the two listened to the noise along the way. The direction they were moving and became more and more secluded, getting further and further away from the residential areas. In the end, they stopped in front of a half-broken hall covered in green thorns, which constantly emitted a gloomy aura from the inside. "This is the place," said Ryder, whose body had already transformed into a welcoming figure. "Go in by yourself. I'm going to return to my main body." After saying that, Ryder's figure trembled and immediately disappeared in front of Sei Ito like a bubble. Seeing Ryder disappear, Sei Ito stood in place for a moment, then stepped forward, stepping on the messy thorns under his feet as he walked into the half-broken hall in front of him. The reason why it was said to be half-broken was because compared to a normal hall, this one looked even more dilapidated. A lot of cracks and traces of time covered the surrounding pillars. But as for the whole thing, it still maintained the basic shape of a hall, and the environment inside was very clean, as if someone had cleaned it all year round. It looked similar to a historical building. Step by step, Sei Ito walked into the depths of the hall. Not long after, he arrived at what seemed to be the center of the hall. Then, he lifted his head and looked at Medusa, who was sitting on the seat of heroes with her hand supporting her cheeks and emitting a gloomy aura. Saito smiled at Medusa, who was sitting on the seat of heroes, and continued walking toward Medusa. However, Medusa didn't seem to do anything, but the thorns and vines covering the ground suddenly came to life, turning into long, dark green snakes that bit at Saito. Saito didn't dodge and continued walking toward Medusa. But in the next second, the long snakes seemed to have encountered some kind of invisible expansion, falling back to the ground amidst loud bangs, opening up a path for road. The vines, which couldn't do anything on their own, gathered together and turned into a huge, 3-meter-thick green snake. It half propped up its body and opened its bloody mouth to swallow Saito. Ito-sei still didn't dodge, but a purple-blue flame suddenly appeared on the big green snake. Before it was about to swallow Ito-sei, it was burned into a pile of ashes and exploded with a poof sound. The flame didn't stop there. It spread along the vines and only stopped in front of Medusa. Saito stepped on the path burned by the purple-green flame and walked straight to Medusa. "You should have passed the test, right?" Saito looked at Medusa and smiled. "There's one last test," Medusa said coldly. After saying that, he sat up straight and placed his right hand on his eye mask. He took off the Darkness Shrine's sealing eye mask, revealing a pair of golden eyes with square pupils that were emitting golden light. Chapter 1887. P.S. Thanks to JD and Halcyon for their tips. In an instant, a strange magical power descended upon Saito's body, causing him to feel his movements stiffen. Medusa's innate skill, petrifying demon eyes. If this power was used on an ordinary person, they would definitely turn into stone. However, it was a different story when it was used on Saito, who had activated his divine body. At this time, the power in Ito-sei's body quickly circulated, and the petrified feeling immediately disappeared from his body. "Don't worry, I have enough strength to protect myself. You won't be able to harm me," Saito said softly to Medusa with a smile. In the background introduction of the Type Moon world, Medusa had once swallowed her 2 older sisters by mistake for some reason, which made her place a lot of importance on family and kinship. This was also one of the main reasons why she cared so much about Sakura in the original work. Other than the fact that their experiences were very similar, it was also because Sakura made her feel like family. This time, Medusa was about to leave the Martyr's Palace and live with others again. She was afraid of repeating the same mistake, but she still wanted to use some methods to test Saito's power. Only then could she feel at ease and leave with him according to the memories sent back by her doppelganger. Medusa's eyes flickered when she heard Saito's words. "All right, let's go home, Medusa," Saito said to Medusa with a smile. Medusa didn't say anything and lowered her head slightly. She put the seal of the Shrine of Darkness back on her face. "When we return, I'll make you a new demon eyes. The existence of this eye patch. It's really a waste of your beautiful eyes," Saito said as he reached out to hold Medusa's hand. "All right," Medusa said softly with the corner of her mouth slightly raised. "There's nothing else to clean up here, right?" Saito asked as he glanced at the shrine where Medusa was. "No," Medusa said as she shook her head. "All right, let's go pick her up and go home." After saying that, he pulled Medusa towards Medea's palace. Due to the fact that they had already gone through the place once, the two of them sped up. It did not take long for the two of them to return to the palace where Demetrius was. However, at this moment, a fierce quarrel could be heard from Demetrius's palace. "Medusa, I'll ask you one last time. Do you agree to remarry me or not?" It was Ison's voice, but compared to before, it was filled with determination and viciousness. There was a hint of anger. "Why are you here?" It turned out that after being rejected by Demetrius once again, Ison, who was filled with anger, was preparing to go back and drink to relieve his boredom. However, who would have thought that he would bump into Theseus on the way back? Both of them had been crew members of the Argo, descendants of gods and heroes to begin with. Coupled with their relationship with Demetrius later on, the two who had achieved heroic spirit bodies through their great deeds were bored empty, lonely, and cold in the martyr's palace. Apart from daydreaming when they had nothing to do, the only thing they could do was send their clones back. They gradually connected in places where there was no entertainment. It was either you who called me over for a drink, or I who called you over for a gathering. Therefore, when they met, they naturally greeted each other and chatted for a while. However, it would have been better if they did not chat. After learning the whole story, Theseus mocked and ridiculed Aeson, saying, "To think that you're a hero who achieved great things." He could not even handle a woman. Who was Aeson? A hero, a king. How could he not care about his reputation? Therefore, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After sending away Theseus, who had once chased away Medusa and snatched back the throne of Athens, he angrily returned to his martyr's palace. He grabbed a bottle of barley wine and fiercely gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then he picked up his short sword and quickly ran back to Medusa, vowing to prove that he was still a man in front of all these heroic spirits. That was why the current scene was happening. Aeson, put away your delusions and get out of my palace. Otherwise, Theseus will blame me for being impolite. Medusa's voice was as cold as the winter wind. All right, I like to see how impolite you can be. Aeson laughed loudly and looked disdainfully at Medusa. Demetrius, who was trembling from the provocation of Aeson's gaze, let out a sinister snort. She immediately activated the many magical arrays set up in the hall with her magic energy, shooting one purple magic energy ball after another at Aeson. Aeson raised the small round shield in his left hand and blocked in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosions reverberated throughout the entire hall. A huge amount of energy smoke filled the air, concealing Aeson's figure. Oomph! Seeing this, Demetrius let out a cold snort and temporarily stopped her attacks. However, she did not remove the magic array around her. Instead, she continued to summon a ball of mana that floated in the air, ready to descend at any moment. However, at this moment, there was a whistling sound and a black shadow that was spinning at high speed shot toward Demetrius. It was the small round shield that Aeson was holding in his left hand. Medusa's figure flashed and disappeared in front of the martyr's throne. In the next second, she appeared on the other side of the palace. Then, magic light shot out and attacked the smoke that was gradually dispersing like rain. Boom, 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 boom. The intense explosions that had stopped not long ago resounded in the palace once again. Who were heroic spirits? They were people who had left behind glorious achievements in history and myths. As long as one was a warrior, which one of them was not a person who had not experienced hundreds of battles or experienced dangerous adventures. In addition, their attributes had been improved after transforming into a heroic spirit and their constant golden body. Their battle experience and agility were top-notch. Therefore, just as the magic light balls were being shot out, a black shadow dashed toward Medusa and stabbed the Greek short sword in its hand. It was Aeson himself. Medusa's figure flashed again and disappeared from the short sword. This caused Aeson's attack to hit nothing. Then, Medusa's figure disappeared again. She chanted an incantation with a high-speed divine word and pointed her finger at Aeson, who was running at high speed. At the next moment, a thunderbolt flashed and struck Aeson's body fiercely with a crackling sound. Ah! In pain, Aeson staggered and let out a scream. Fortunately, as a heroic spirit, he had a decent resistance to magic. Therefore, even though he was screaming, his injuries looked rather frightening. However, he did not completely lose his battle strength. He endured the pain and ran to the pillar of the palace and hid his body. Aeson, do you think you can run away? Demetrius said, loudly with a complacent tone. Immediately thereafter, the entire hall lit up as a large number of balls of magic power hovered high up in the air. Bolts of lightning energy connected them to form an electrical net with numerous nodes, which crackled and crackled as they shot toward every corner of the hall. Medusa, you are still that vicious woman. Aeson, who felt that his life was threatened, shouted without thinking. Yes, when you betrayed me and married the princess of Corinth, when you agreed to Creon's suggestion to chase me and my child out of Greece, I became a vicious woman. All of this was caused by you, Ison. It's all because of you. Medusa's crazy voice echoed in the palace, as expected of a woman from a barbaric place. You are not worthy of my respect. Didn't you receive any benefits from me? Compared to the help you received back then, you received more from me. Civilization, knowledge, protection from the law, and others. And the respect of others as well. Ison said loudly. I didn't expect you to still say that even now. Ison, you are indeed a hypocritical scumbag. You deserve to be cursed by me and have no children in your life. Medusa laughed maniacally. Ah, Demetrius, don't forget that you killed them with your own hands. They were the children that you gave birth to after carrying them for 10 months. How could you be so cruel to them? They were the children that didn't know anything. Ison roared with bloodshot eyes. At this time, because of this back and forth, the scars in the bottom of their hearts had been opened, and both of them had entered a state of madness. Even if I don't kill them, they will still die in the hands of the Creon family. Instead of that, I might as well let them die in my hands and spare them from any possible punishment, Medusa said in a shrill voice. You are a crazy woman, Ison said loudly. Then, with a loud shout, he released all the mana in his body, forming a mana armor around himself. He then charged at Demetrius while enduring the continuous lightning strikes. Demetrius sneered and pointed the long staff that had appeared in her hand at some point in time forward. The next moment, there was a loud rumble that shook the hall. Blazing white lightning instantly filled the entire hall, illuminating the hall and some areas outside the hall. What's going on? Which magician's magic experiment failed again? What an exaggerated mana fluctuation. Is there a battle of life and death inside? Affected by the tremors, the other martyrs who heard the commotion left their martyrs' palace one after another. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and discussed in low voices. This can't continue. Looking at the situation, Ito whispered to Ryder beside him. Medusa, use your magic eye to freeze that guy. I will kill him. Medusa nodded. She raised her hand and took off her blindfold, revealing her squarish golden pupils. Then, she shifted her gaze, and through the gradually dissipating white light, she looked directly at the charred Ison who had his dagger pierced through Medusa's chest. Almost instantly, Ison felt his body stiffen, and he couldn't move at all. Then, in the next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared and rushed past Ison's back like a gust of wind. PFFF. A low muffled sound came from Ison's body. Then, the black shadow turned around and came to Medusa's side. It stretched out its arms and hugged her. Medusa, are you all right? Cough. I'm fine, Medusa said softly as she coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Ito with a bitter smile on her face. Medusa, Ison yelled angrily. How could he not understand what was going on when he saw the scene in front of him? But before he could finish his words, a soft PFFF sound was heard. Ison's head was separated from his body as blood spurted out. It fell to the ground not far away and rolled to the side. Boom! Gurgle, gurgle, Medusa! Ito ignored Ison and looked up at Medusa and shouted. The latter moved and quickly appeared beside Ito. Have you packed everything? Ito looked down at Medusa in his arms and asked. I've packed everything. I brought everything with me, Medusa replied weakly. All right, let's go home. Having said that, the 3 figures flashed and disappeared from Medusa's heroic spirit palace. Boom! Almost at the same time, a loud rumble echoed in the martyr's palace. Then, the entire space in the martyr's palace began to sway like a house in an earthquake. What's wrong? What happened? Why is the heroic spirit palace like this? An inexplicable cry of surprise echoed throughout the martyr's palace. Fortunately, the situation didn't last for long. After 3 to 4 minutes, the shaking heroic spirit palace calmed down again. But if one paid a little attention, one would discover that the heroic spirit palace that was meant for Medusa, and Ison's use had simultaneously cracked to varying degrees. It looked like a dilapidated house that was about to collapse. There was nothing much to say about the first two. Because of the Rubik's Cube world, the Gaia contract on Demetrius and Medusa's bodies was cut off, so the martyr's palace showed signs of collapsing. As for the latter, the reason was even simpler. It was entirely due to the death of that person. Therefore, Ison's heroic spirit palace, which had lost its contract, also came to an end. At the same time, in the Rubik's Cube world, in the house assigned to Medusa, Ito carefully placed Medusa on the bed, gently took off her clothes, and used the path of ghost medical arts to treat her injuries. After all, in terms of existence, there was no difference between a heroic spirit and a grim reaper. The only difference was that the former had the support of a world and could infinitely increase its power when needed. It could destroy gods and worlds. The latter, on the other hand, needed to cultivate on its own. Moreover, it seemed to have a limit. It couldn't be as exaggerated as a heroic spirit. Under the treatment of the path of ghost medical arts, which specialized in treating spirits, Medusa's injuries quickly healed. Her complexion was no longer as pale and weak as before. "Lord Chung, you won't abandon me like Ison did, right?" Medusa, who had recovered some of her chi and blood, asked Ito with a pitiful look on her face. Chapter 1888. Crackle, crackle. Accompanied by the familiar sound of glass breaking, Ito's figure appeared in the apartment in the main world. Ito exhaled softly. What a long trip. Then he returned to his bedroom, threw himself on the bed, closed his eyes, and rested. He slept for more than 10 hours, and it was not until the next night that he got up from the bed again. Ito, who was sitting on the bed, calmed down, flipped his hand, and threw a small black ball to the ground. In an instant, several laser rays shot out from the small black ball, weaving into a rectangular virtual optical screen in midair, and appeared in front of Ito's eyes. Then Ito's fingers swiped and operated on the screen. What is the meaning of this group of Orion Empire people? Are they traveling or what? They actually stayed in the orbit of Jupiter and Earth. Can't they have the spirit of an invader? And the fleet of the Milky Way Federation as well. Is Mars so good that they even settled down there? What happened to the cosmic aid? What happened to the humanitarian aid? Was it all blown away by the wind? After a while, Ito, who found that these two groups of aliens stayed in the universe for some reason, couldn't help but complain. But this is also good. It's convenient for me to take action. At least there's a lot of time. Thinking of this, Ito grabbed the ground with one hand, and the small black ball that cut off the laser rays spontaneously flew into Ito's palm and disappeared into the air. Then he stood up. He simply tidied up his appearance, left the room, and walked out of the apartment. Speaking of which, since he moved back here, it seems that he hasn't gone out for a long time. He didn't know what the current society was like. Out of curiosity, Ito strolled on the street. After some careful observation, Ito also vaguely noticed the changes in society. In general, there were 3 changes. First, the power of the clergy had increased, and they were no longer respected on the surface like before. At least, the few guys that Ito saw by chance just now, every passerby would spontaneously make way for them and salute them. They didn't dare to neglect them. From the looks of it, they seemed to have a higher status than the government civil servants. Second, there were more missionaries on the street, even if they looked like white-collar workers and social elites. After grabbing you, they would ask if you would like to become a believer of some great god. Then they would tell you about the benefits of believing in this god, just like the salesman in my previous life. In just a short while, Ito Seiji was stopped by at least 3 of these guys to advertise him. But fortunately, he didn't know if there was some kind of agreement. Still, no one used coercion or intimidation to force people to join the church, and it was easy to get rid of them. Third, the outside of the buildings on the street, who knows when, had a divine light representing a certain god, indicating that the shop belonged to a certain god. It was like dividing the underworld into different areas, which made people a little speechless. Other than that, the general social environment was the same as before. The pedestrians on the street were still the same. The traffic was like a tide, the police and free men and women were all around, and the social order was still stable. It was just that the content broadcast on the surrounding buildings and billboards had changed. They were all replaced with advertisements promoting a certain god. For the sake of faith, they would do anything, and they were also very up-to-date. Although there are more gods, the foul air above the city hasn't decreased much. Seito looked up at the black smoke floating in the sky that ordinary people couldn't see with their naked eyes and whispered, "Boom!" However, at this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from the street not far away. Seito's expression froze, and he curiously went over. Some of the passers-by were the same as him. Sure enough, people from all countries and ethnic groups were the same when it came to things like watching. After a while, Seito came to the place where the explosion came from. He saw that in the center of the scene that was surrounded by people from afar, 2 overturned cars were on the ground, and there was a raging fire on top of them. 2 men dressed as white-collar elites stood next to the burning cars. One of them had a gaze full of ridicule, while the other had a gaze full of resentment. "Kid, why don't you take a look at where you are? Is this a place where you should be?" The man with a gaze full of ridicule said lightly, "The gods have agreed that faith is free, and each person can gather believers with their own ability. Why can't I be here?" The slightly younger man said with a face full of resentment. With just 2 simple sentences, Seito roughly understood what was going on between the two. If he guessed correctly, the man with a face full of resentment didn't care about the existence of the unspoken rules. He naively thought that preaching was really like what the gods had agreed, where everyone relied on their own ability and there was no regional division. That's why he came from a small place to Tokyo to build a career. Then, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, but he was caught by this guy and had a conflict. As for the 2 cars, they were probably the victims of the conflict. Why? Because we believe in Amaterasu Omikami. The man said proudly. As a believer of the master of the plateau, he did have the right to be proud. After all, Tokyo had long been covered by the faith of Amaterasu Omikami. Even Tokugawa Ieyasu, the guardian god of Japan, who could also preach around Tokyo, couldn't stand in front of Amaterasu, let alone other small gods. Speaking of gods, the young man's expression immediately became sluggish, but he still stubbornly said, "The gods have agreed that preaching depends on one's own ability. Let's see who's the real deal. Boy, don't refuse to drink wine only to drink a forfeit." The slightly older man's expression changed and said with a gloomy face, "Are you afraid?" The young man, who felt that the older man didn't have any ability, raised his head and said confidently, "Boy, since you're looking for death, then don't blame me. Come out, ghost dog." The older man's expression became ruthless, and he immediately made a hand sign with both hands and shouted. In an instant, a long horn was heard, and a blue-skinned evil spirit with a long horn on its forehead appeared beside the older man. Obviously, this blue-skinned evil spirit was the ghost dog he was talking about. Although this method of summoning Shikigami was a skill of the Onmyoges and not a divine official, in this world of gods, without the protection of the gods, they could only submit to the gods and become the vanguard and cheap thugs of their respective forces. Seeing the blue-skinned evil spirit summoned by the older man, the young man's expression changed slightly, and he made a few hand signs with a solemn face, and then shouted in a low voice, "My lord, please show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of cherry blossoms that came out of nowhere suddenly appeared beside the young man. Then, a katana that was shorter than half of the katana and looked very suitable for women appeared in the young man's hand. He grasped it tightly. "Ghost dog, go kill him," the older man ordered. Ghost dog, who received the order, yelled loudly, and like a black shadow, it instantly appeared in front of the young man and stretched out its big hand with sharp fingernails to grab the young man's head. The young man's pupils contracted, and he shouted, "Hide!" His body immediately turned into a pile of flowers, and he escaped from the blue-skinned evil spirit's attack, and then suddenly appeared behind Ghost Dog and swung his katana at Ghost Spring's neck. In an instant, a white light filled with a sense of holiness flashed, and a rootless fire burned on the blue-skinned, evil spirit's body. And almost in the blink of an eye, it was burned into a cloud of black gas and disappeared into the air. As the owner of the evil spirit, the older man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned ashen. At this moment, the young man didn't show any mercy and appeared in front of the older man in a flash and pointed the tip of his sword at the older man's throat and said indifferently, "You've lost. Kid, do you know the consequences of your actions?" The older man's expression was gloomy, and his voice was full of threat. "I only know that I've obtained the right to spread the name of my lord," the young man said with a somewhat smug expression. "Good, very good. I'll remember you," the older man said. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of a propeller, a helicopter painted with the logo of the Ministry of Environment flew over the two of them and hovered in the air. Then, the cabin door opened, and several Ministry of Environment staff in black combat suits jumped out. However, what surprised Seito was that he actually saw a familiar face in this group of people. That person was none other than the head of the Ministry of Environment's Second Department, Kobayu Kobayashi. "The two of you, I'm now arresting you in the name of using superpowers for no reason and disturbing public order. Please cooperate with me." Kobayu Kobayashi looked at the two people in front of him and said politely, without any of the arrogance and haughtiness that he had when he arrested Seito and suppressed Onido. It seemed that under the oppression of the Shinto forces, the position of the Ministry of Environment had become much more awkward. "Scram, the only ones who can punish me are my lord and the Grand Priest. You guys have no right to arrest me." The older man rudely pushed away a female staff member who had walked up to him and said fiercely. The woman who was pushed away had no choice but to turn her head to look at her own head. However, before she could make a decision, another voice that sounded much more polite but had the same meaning rang in her ears. "Please show me the order of cooperation given by the Shinto. Otherwise, please forgive me for not being able to comply." Chapter 1889. Kobayashi Yu's eyes flickered. He couldn't make up his mind. If it was before the appearance of God, the Ministry of Environment might not be able to completely suppress the Shintoism and Buddhism forces, but they could resist for a long time and forcefully capture a few disobedient Shintoism and Buddhism people. For example, at that time, Itsunari was still a fledgling, but Itsunari didn't know what to do. However, after the advent of the gods, the environmental ministry, which didn't have the support of a god, collapsed almost instantly. Aside from those who practiced unconventional techniques, most of the awakened superpowers and those who had no family to rely on and climbed up from the commoners, the rest of the practitioners who had families or were related to the Shintoism and Buddhism all left the environmental ministry and joined the shrines of the various gods, becoming their hired thugs. As a result, although the environmental ministry still existed, its power and influence fell drastically. It could barely maintain its facade. If it wasn't for the fact that Edo Sei took action and eliminated the Japanese imperial family, increasing the power of the cabinet and government, and requiring a special organization outside of Shintoism and Buddhism to deal with special matters, perhaps even the Ministry of Environment wouldn't have survived. It was precisely because of this that Lin Yu, who wholeheartedly devoted himself to the cause of the environment, was filled with grievances. However, he didn't dare to express it. He could only stare blankly as the two Shinto members walked away without giving him any face. They even spread the name of God among the onlookers. "My God's name is Kanahana no Kyukaheim, the goddess of beauty. Everyone, please believe in her. Kanahana no Kyukaheim, the goddess of beauty in Japan. She was born when the cherry blossoms bloomed. Therefore, other than her official name, Kanahana no Kyukaheim, she also had another name, Kanahana no Kyukaheim. She was the daughter of Yamamoto no Kyukaheim, the wife of Tensun no Kyukaheim. Tensun no Kyukaheim was the younger brother of Sky Fire no Kyukaheim, who was killed by Seito not long ago in Akurashino. Later on, he was devoured by Masaya. From this point of view, the two could be considered enemies. Hearing that the god was actually a goddess of beauty, some women in the crowd were moved. Some of the women in the crowd were immediately tempted. After all, there was no woman who didn't want to have beauty, especially those who were already influential in society. However, this young man was obviously a very simple person. Compared to a newbie missionary, he only knew how to spread the name of the goddess and her position. He did not talk about the benefits of believing in the goddess of beauty like other propagandists. Therefore, except for some women who were really tempted, the others quickly lost interest and gradually walked away from the young man. At the same time, Seito was also about to leave. But at that moment, he heard a familiar female voice. "Please wait." Seito stopped. He turned to look at the person who spoke. It was the head of the Environment Department's second department, Kobayashi-yu. "What? Since you can't catch the real culprit, are you going to use me as a substitute?" Ito-sei raised his eyebrows and joked. With his current status, even if Kobayashi-yu was given 100 guts, he would not dare to do anything to Seito. "Sir, you must be joking." Kobayashi-yu forced a smile. He said respectfully, "Then why did you stop me?" Seito asked curiously. "This is not the place to talk, sir. Can we go somewhere else to talk?" Kobayashi-yu looked at the surroundings and asked sincerely, "I remember there's a park about 200 meters north of here. Let's talk there." Seito was also curious about what Kobayashi-yu wanted to talk to him about. He recalled the surroundings and suggested, "Okay." Although he felt that it was not as safe as the Environment Department's headquarters, Kobayashi-yu thought that he did not have the right to refuse. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "I still need to stay here to deal with the matters here. Please forgive me, sir." Kobayashi-yu bowed again. "Hurry up," Seito said lightly. After that, he ignored little Linyu and turned around to walk towards the park he had suggested. Before he left, Seito turned his head to look at the young man who was spreading the name of Kanahana no Sasuke no Yorahime. Coincidentally, the young man was also curious about his relationship with the Environment Department, so he turned his head to look at him. The two of them looked at each other briefly before looking away. One of them continued to spread the name of Kanahana no Yorahime Sakura to the passers-by, while the other walked toward the park. 200 meters was not a long distance. Even though he deliberately slowed down, it did not take long for him to reach the park. He sat down on a bench near the fountain in the middle of the park. TSK. Even at this stage, there are still many people having sex in the park. He saw a few pairs of hardworking peasant and midday Edo Senari who were working hard in the green forest. He smiled and said, "Let's go." After 4 to 5 minutes, Kobayashi-yu walked over. She was wearing a gray professional skirt, a woman's suit, a white blouse, a pair of black stockings, and a pair of black high-heeled leather shoes. Her face was lightly painted, and she combed her short hair meticulously. It was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort into dressing up. With her appearance, the eyes of many men in the forest lit up as they looked at Kobayashi-yu. Then, they worked even harder on midday. "Sir." Kobayashi-yu walked to Seito's side and greeted him with a bow. "Have a seat." Seito sized up Kobayashi-yu's attire and gestured to the empty seat beside him. Kobayashi-yu lowered her body and sat down. "Speak. Why are you looking for me?" Seito said calmly. Kobayashi-yu stood up and walked to Seito. She knelt down and bowed as she said, "Sir, please become the protector of our environment province." "I'm not interested." Seito rejected her without hesitation. He had even given up on Akikaruno City, so he wasn't interested in taking on other responsibilities. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of the environment province. "As long as Sir agrees, I'm willing to do anything for you," Kobayashi-yu said anxiously. After that, he straightened up and moved to the front of Ito-sei in a kneeling manner. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Ito-sei's pants. Seito grabbed Kobayashi-yu's hands with one hand. "I said I'm not interested." Seito narrowed his eyes and said coldly. He waved his arm and threw Kobayashi-yu to the side. He then stood up and walked out of the park without hesitation. He was lustful, but he wasn't lustful enough to give up his rationality for a woman. Moreover, Seito wasn't lacking in women. Any woman from the Rubik's Cube world was much better than a Mirbi plus Kobayashi in terms of strength and beauty. Since there was such a delicacy, why would he look for a wild meal? Even if he wanted to change his taste and look for a wild meal, Seito would look for a clean person who wasn't involved in any benefits. For example, a celebrity that he liked. He wouldn't look for her. Hey, beauty, since your man doesn't want you, why don't you have some fun with us? Not long after Seito left, 3 men who looked like street thugs walked up to Kobayashi, who was patting the dust off her body, and asked with a smile. Get lost. Kobayashi, who was in a bad mood, scolded without raising her head. Bitch, what did you say? One of the men said angrily. I'll say it again. Get lost. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Kobayashi raised her head and said coldly. When their eyes met Kobayashi's, the 3 men subconsciously felt a chill run down their spines and goosebumps appeared on their skin. However, under the influence of his lust and his self-esteem as a man, he stiffened his neck and said, I'd like to see what you can do to us. That's right. I'd like to see what you could do to us. The other 2 men agreed. Then, one of them reached out and grabbed Kobayashi's chest. Kobayashi's eyes flashed coldly. She grabbed the wrist of the man who reached out and kicked him. Pah! The man who reached out his hand fell to the ground with a red face. Plop! Seeing their companion curled up and twitching, the 2 men knew that they must have crippled their companion's genitals. They shuddered and took a step back in fear. But at this time, Kobayashi, who was ready to strike, did not give them any time to react. She stepped in front of one of the men, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him at the other man. Bam! With a dull thud, the 2 men rolled into a ball. Their heads were dizzy, and they couldn't tell which direction was which. At this moment, Kobayashi slowly stepped forward and lifted her right foot, which was wearing a high-heel shoe, and unceremoniously stomped down on the vital parts of their lower bodies. Faintly, 2 muffled sounds reverberated in the night sky. Even though they weren't directly involved, the peasant disciples in the forest felt the same way. They couldn't help but throw their spears with their rubber shoes and run out of the park with their girlfriends amidst the grumbling of their friends. She believed that after tonight, who knew how many men would need to find a psychiatrist to help them regain their masculinity? There are 3 injured men in a certain park. Send a car to pick them up. After that, Kobayashi hung up the phone. She didn't even look at the 3 men on the ground. She walked slowly out of the park and gradually disappeared into the night. I'll rest for a day. Tomorrow, I'll go to the space where the Akasha system is. I'll see if there's any way to prevent an alien spacecraft from entering the solar system. Seito thought to himself as he walked home. I hope there's good news. Chapter 1890. P.S. Thanks to White Wait, Zhang Xiaozhong, and Wang It for their precious monthly votes. 2 days later, Seito, who had a good rest, finally left home. Once again, he arrived at the chaotic point of space in the Himalayas that was connected to the special space where the Akasha system was located. Seito then took out the space distortion equipment he obtained from the Milky Way Federation Sirius star, turned it on, activated it, and entered the space. After a familiar dark road, Ito-sei once again appeared in the vast space with a bright light in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, a large number of explosions rang in Seito's ears. Seito stared blankly and quickly turned his head towards the direction of the sound. At one end of the hall, a group of people dressed as members of the Hermit Order and a group of people dressed as soldiers of the Orion Empire were engaged in a fierce battle. All kinds of fireworks, explosions, and energy rays were unceasing. Every time, there was a possibility of taking away the life of a member of the Hermit Order or a soldier of the Orion Empire. Meanwhile, of the 4 remaining stargates that were originally guarded by the members of the Hermit Order, 3 of them had already been destroyed. The final stargate was flickering unsteadily under the barrage of energy attacks, seemingly about to be destroyed at any moment. No wonder those guys from Orion Empire have been staying in the orbit of the universe and Jupiter. It turns out that they are playing a trick. Looking at all this in front of him, Ito-say said with some realization. Immediately after, his figure flashed, and he hid himself in the space crevice. Ignoring the outcome of the battle, he directly moved towards the Akasha system. Because the few members of the Hermit Order guarding the Akasha system had their attention focused on the Stargate where the flames of war were raging. Therefore, they didn't notice, say, Ito's infiltration at all. This allowed him to smoothly use the priority authority granted by the Akasha system to enter the domain of the Akasha system and arrive in front of it. Phew! At this time, Ito gently exhaled. Closing his eyes, he connected his thoughts to the Akasha system and asked about the method to seal the universe where Earth was located and prevent other dimensional life forms from entering. Needless to say, there really was one, as the Akasha system that was connected to the consciousness of the universe. It was used to record the past, present, and even the future. Every planet that had it could be said to be an independent cell, similar to human cells. As long as one obtained enough authority, one could automatically upgrade the Akasha system's status in the consciousness of the universe, as long as the level was enough. Not to mention sealing the universe around a planet. It wouldn't be a problem to directly make the planet the core of the universe. Sure enough, everything needs the power of the world. Ito-say, who understood all of this, sighed in a low voice. But fortunately, he was mentally prepared for all of this, so he wasn't surprised at all. The only thing he was worried about was whether he had enough world energy in his hands. After all, it had been used to increase the dimension and remove the upper limit of energy. The memory was still fresh in his mind. It's just that no matter what, in order to avoid the Orion Empire's lunatics, who often do things like destroying planets, destroying the Earth, Ito-say can only bite the bullet. Who asked the Earth to be my foundation? Ito-say sighed in a low voice. Immediately after, he clenched his teeth and used the Akasha system's world's Akasha system to change the storyline of the other worlds. The world force earned from the development of the metalworking world was gathered together and transferred to the Akasha system. In an instant, the ball of light representing the Akashic system in the air lit up slightly, and a colorful light flickered within it. Following the changes in the Akashic system, the entire space and the entire Earth space began to tremble in an indiscernible and imperceptible manner. This caused many strange changes to occur on Earth, similar to the Bermuda Triangle. Chief, let's retreat. Our casualties are too great. At this time, a member of the Hermit Order came to the side of a man, wearing a black robe with golden edges, and whispered, "How many people do we have left?" The chief asked calmly. "We have about 1,200 people left. This is our last strength." That person hurriedly replied, "What about the Milky Way Federation?" The chief asked again. "Those guys, they said something about being pinned down by the Orion Empire's fleet. They can't send any extra combat personnel to support us." That person replied. Just as he finished speaking, another dark-skinned member of the Hermit Order angrily interrupted. "What a joke. Our compatriots on the ground have already seen it. The Orion Empire's fleet hasn't moved at all. Pinned down. I think they're just scared by the Orion Empire and don't dare to send reinforcements. Don't they know that if they lose Earth, the T3 and G1 worlds will become even weaker? Is there any news from the higher-ups?" The chief sighed softly and asked again. It was unknown what he was thinking. "They said, if things don't work out, we'll give up on Earth. The specific actions will be up to you." That person hesitated for a moment, then whispered as if he was afraid of being overheard. "Then we'll hold on a little longer. If it really doesn't work out, we'll bring our compatriots and leave Earth." The chief hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Both sides replied in unison. Boom, 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 boom. Even more intense explosions reverberated in this strange space that didn't seem loud, but even with 3,000 people fighting and killing inside, they still couldn't fill up a corner of this space. Just like that, the soldiers of the Orion Empire who didn't fear death, who didn't seem to have any sentience or emotions, who didn't know what fear was, continued their slaughter. However, Under the constant reinforcements from the Orion Empire, the number of Hermit Order members gradually decreased. After an unknown amount of time, there were only less than 500 of them left. Have Kirk and Han's people immediately establish a space transfer channel. We'll leave this place. At this time, the chief ordered in a low voice. Yes. Not long after he said that, a total of about 30 Hermit Order members quickly walked out under the command of a white-skinned and a yellow-skinned Hermit Order member. Using their spirit energy, they began to draw unique patterns on the ground. But because of that, the already precarious situation became even more difficult. Not long after, over a dozen members of the Hermit Order were blasted into a pile of particles by the energy weapons in the hands of the Orion Empire soldiers, disappearing into thin air without leaving even a trace of their remains. Fortunately, the 30 Hermit Order members also worked very hard. Finally, after the Hermit Order sacrificed another 100 people, the space transfer channel was completed. "All right, Chief." The yellow-skinned Hermit Order member called Han loudly called out. "Form a circular formation. Use the common power to create a defensive barrier. Everyone, enter the channel." The Chief ordered. The so-called common power was the mental web ability of a higher dimensional life form with 12 spirituality channels. Under the connection of the mental web, which was similar to a magic network, everyone's powers could be seamlessly linked together, allowing everyone's powers to be unleashed in an even more powerful manner. Unleash a powerful attack and a sturdy defense. Almost as soon as the Hermit Order's chief gave the order, a spirituality barrier instantly appeared in front of the Hermit Order members, protecting them as they moved towards the space transfer channel. Yen, percent. Seeing that, the Orion Empire military officer loudly ordered in Orion's language. In the blink of an eye, the Orion Empire soldiers' attacks intensified, causing the spirituality barrier created by the Hermit Order members' common power to tremble violently. It was as if it could break at any moment. "Quick!" the chief urged loudly. Under the threat of death, the Hermit Order members fully unleashed their spirituality and quickly rushed into the large space transfer channel. When the last Hermit Order member stepped into the channel, the entire formation suddenly released a blinding white light similar to the sun, illuminating the entire hall. About 10 seconds later, due to the lack of energy, the light slowly dissipated. However, at this moment, not a single member of the Hermit Order remained in the hall. #Yin, #%. The Orion Empire military officer who had regained his vision was shouting something as the blue mist around his body fluctuated nonstop. Although they couldn't understand what he was saying, judging from his current state and the emotions in his voice, they could tell that he was throwing a tantrum. Following that, the Orion Empire military officer's cursing stopped and said something else. After that, the Orion Empire soldiers moved at once. Over 100 of them walked out from their ranks and began to dismantle the weapons in their hands into various components. They also took out some items from their belongings and began to tinker with them. About 10 minutes later, a large weapon about 5 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh appeared in the middle of the hall, held in the hand of a burly Orion Empire soldier. After that, the others spread out and revealed the Stargate. The next moment, a blazing white light appeared in front of the muzzle of the strange weapon. It grew brighter and brighter, emitting a terrifying energy that could affect one's state of mind. About a minute later, the white light shot out, forming a blazing white beam of light that emitted a high heat energy and bombarded the Stargate's vortex. At first, the Stargate didn't react strangely after being bombarded by the white light, but about half a minute later, a large amount of lightning abruptly appeared on both sides of the Stargate and in the middle of the vortex, wreaking havoc like a thunderstorm, causing the light emitted by the Stargate to grow brighter and brighter. This continued for more than 2 minutes. Then, with a boom, the entire Stargate exploded, releasing a violent burst of particle energy that rapidly spread out in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of it were the Orion Empire soldiers who remained in the surroundings. However, the Orion Empire soldiers were obviously prepared for this. They spread out a pale yellow energy barrier that resembled an eggshell on their bodies, canceling out the incoming shockwave. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the entire hall calmed down again. Yin percent hashtag yin, hashtag yin. At this time, the Orion Empire officer issued another order. Then, the soldiers of the Orion Empire split into 20 to 30 people. Each of them held a strange instrument and ran to the periphery of the Akasha system's domain. They aimed the instrument in their hands forward and pressed the button on it. The next moment, a microwave ripple visible to the naked eye instantly spread out from the front of the instrument. Under the influence of the ripple, the void in front of the Orion Empire soldiers also trembled violently, and then a waterfall-like path gradually appeared from the split space. Seeing the appearance of this path, the Orion Empire officer didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and called a dozen soldiers who seemed to be his subordinates to set foot on the path and walk along the path to the depths. At the same time, Sei Ito, who was located below the Akasha system, immediately felt the changes outside. Troublesome, Sei Ito frowned. Then, with a thought, the figure of Shinya, dressed in a traditional kimono, appeared beside him. At this time, the feeling Shinya gave off was obviously different from the past. In the past, she simply gave off a beautiful and heroic feeling, but now she had a sacred and inviolable aura, making anyone who saw her involuntarily feel awe. Obviously, the current Shinya had begun to show her divine power. Shinya, I have something to do right now. Help me deal with those guys outside immediately. Sei Ito sent his words into Shinya's mind with his mind. Shinya nodded faintly, then turned to greet the Orion Empire soldiers. With the joint efforts of both sides, the two sides soon met. Yin hashtag percent hashtag. Seeing Shinya suddenly appear, the Orion Empire officer questioned loudly. At the same time, the soldiers next to him also aimed their weapons at Shinya's body. Shinya looked at the Orion Empire soldiers with an indifferent expression and did not say anything. With a wave of her hand, a blazing white flame exuding a blazing aura appeared in front of her. As Shinya's fingers turned, it turned into a fire dragon and flew toward the Orion Empire soldiers. The Orion Empire soldiers did not hesitate and immediately pulled the trigger, shooting out high-frequency pulse rays from the small energy guns in their hands. Puff, 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 puff. Under the impact of the high-frequency pulse beam, sparks quickly flew out from the fire dragon's body. But even so, the fire dragon's body was still intact. It rushed to the front of a soldier of the Orion Empire without slowing down. Whoosh! In an instant, a fire wrapped around the soldier, burning through the energy shield outside his body and descending on his body. Almost in the blink of an eye, the half-energy Orion Empire soldier was burned to ashes. Then, the flames rushed to the other Orion Empire soldiers without slowing down. Seeing this, the Orion Empire officer's expression changed. He quickly took an instrument from his waist and pressed it on the fire dragon. Chapter 1891. The moment the instrument lit up, a small black vortex immediately appeared at the front of the instrument, producing a huge suction force that pulled the sun fire, splashing toward the Orion Empire officer and several soldiers around him. Finally, the sun fire was swallowed into the black vortex. Zhenyi looked at the instrument in the Orion Empire officer's hand in surprise. The next moment, the black vortex at the front of the instrument in the Orion Empire officer's hand paused, and an extremely pure energy attack suddenly shot out of the instrument and blasted straight toward Zhenyi. From this, it was not difficult to infer that this instrument should be a weapon that could convert the absorbed external energy into pure energy and counterattack. The corners of Zheng Ye's mouth twitched slightly. She stretched out her right hand and grabbed the incoming energy. Then, as if something had absorbed it, the energy beam quickly shrank and disappeared completely from Zheng Ye's hand in a short while. This was Zheng Ye's foundation, the power of the Amaterasu Dragon Gate, which could neutralize all foreign energy. For Zheng Yi, who had the Amaterasu Dragon Gate, As long as the strength of the external force did not exceed her own strength, it was not a problem at all. In other words, with Zheng Ye's current strength at the level of a weak god, attacks below the level of a primary god could hardly hurt her. Then, she raised her hand and pointed forward again. A large mass of blazing white flames appeared in front of her again, and then turned into a woman with a vague face. She suddenly appeared among the soldiers of the Orion Empire like the wind, and used martial arts to attack the soldiers of the Orion Empire. The flames that made up the flaming figure itself were the sun fire that could burn almost everything, so it was easy to get close to it. It burned when touched, so even the simplest fist and foot attacks would cause great damage. For the Orion Empire soldiers, the energy damage was so terrifying that they had to dodge everywhere. But don't forget that Zheng Ye's background was none other than martial arts. Moreover, he was one of the best in martial arts. How could he let the Orion Empire's soldiers dodge his attack so easily? So, in just 10 seconds, all the soldiers except the Orion Empire's officers were burning with blazing white flames. Percent yin, hashtag. The Orion Empire soldiers who were burned by the flames let out miserable screams. Even so, they still clung tightly to the flaming figure released by Zheng Ye. They were buying time for the Orion Empire officers to escape. He didn't know if the soldiers of the Orion Empire were so loyal, or if some of the laws of the Orion Empire were so strict that they had no choice but to do so. Seeing this, Zheng Ye's heart skipped a beat. The Burning Man, who was being hugged by many Orion Empire soldiers, suddenly exploded into a sea of fire, enveloping all the Orion Empire soldiers. Then, Zheng Ye's figure flashed and turned into a blazing white line of fire. Like a streak of white light, it quickly caught up to the Orion Empire officer and wrapped around him like a snake. A pillar of fire rose into the sky and instantly enveloped the Orion Empire officer. Sparks flew, and Zheng Ye's figure appeared in front of the Hunter Empire's officer. Yin hashtag 635, the Hunter Empire officer who was surrounded by fire shouted. Although he didn't understand, it wasn't difficult to deduce that the words he said were not a threat. Begging for mercy. And judging from the performance of the Hunter Empire's soldiers, the former was obviously more reliable. Zheng Ye glanced at the Orion Empire officer with an indifferent expression. Then, his figure flashed and immediately disappeared from the officer's sight. Then, an even fiercer sunfire burned on the Orion Empire officer's body. Hashtag yin percent. At the same time, the air trembled slightly. Zheng Ye's figure appeared from it. Sei Ito smiled at Zheng Ye and once again focused on instilling the Akasha system with the power of the world. Time passed just like that, and no one knew how much time had passed. However, what surprised Sei Ito and Zheng Ye a little was that they didn't know if the Orion Empire's military hierarchy was too strict and no one would move without the orders of their superiors. Or like Sei Ito, when they seized control of other planets' Akasha systems in the past, it took a lot of time. So they were used to it. Sei Ito didn't see any follow-up personnel entering the system as Sei Ito had expected. This made Sei Ito feel a little relieved. Phew, finally, on this day, Sei Ito, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes. Then, a powerful aura suddenly bloomed from Sei Ito's body. Zheng Ye frowned slightly and immediately retreated from Ito Sei's side in a few flashes. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. In just over 10 minutes, Sei Ito's aura calmed down again, and he once again became as ordinary as before. Is this a feedback? Sei Ito looked at the ball, representing the Akasha system, suspended in the air above his head, and muttered in a low voice. Just like the last time he came here to use the power of the world to unlock the seal on the Akasha system, Sei Ito's strength was increased by 1 level with the help of the Akasha system. This time, the feedback power of the Akasha system and the various things from the universe's consciousness that could be regarded as the comprehension of the great Tao allowed his primordial spirit to be refined and improved. In an instant, he broke through the barrier between the celestial immortal realm and the true immortal realm, allowing Sei Ito to enter the true immortal realm. although he was only at the peak of the elementary level. Coupled with the ability to temporarily borrow the power of the worlds given by his authority here in the Akasha system, it was enough for him to deal with the various chain reactions caused by the opening of the world's limit caused by the upgrade of the Akasha system. What's more, although the infusion of the power of the world for such a long time had once again caused his body to be uncontrollably assimilated and corroded by the power of the world, as long as he recovered, it could be said that the body-strengthening effect was enough to raise the level of his divine body by 1 or 2 levels, allowing him to gain a certain advantage in terms of physical strength. Seeing that Sei Ito had recovered, Zhang Yi, who was in the distance, walked over again and asked faintly, "Are you done?" "Not yet, but my body has reached its limit for the time being, so I had to stop for a while." Feeling the strange feeling of not feeling like his body was his, Sei Ito shook his head slightly and said, "What are you going to do with those people outside?" Zheng Yi nodded and asked again. "Kill them," Sei Ito said coldly. "Earth is our home. We can't let them get their hands on it." Then Sei Ito sat cross-legged on the ground and began to familiarize himself with the power in his body and the distant revolving force to gradually recover the various effects caused by the erosion of the power of the world. After sitting for a few more days, the hunters outside vaguely felt that something might have happened. Only then did they open their eyes again and stand up from the ground. "Let's go," Sei Ito said softly as he clenched his fists slightly. In fact, at this time, his body still had not fully recovered, only to the extent that he could fight. This was not because he was impatient and did not want to recover, but because the erosion of the power of the world was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. So instead of wasting time here, it was better to get rid of the enemies outside and completely take over the Akasha system space. Jinyi did not speak and silently followed Sei Ito out of the Akasha system domain. After a while, the two arrived at the edge of the domain. "Be careful of their weapons," Sei Ito, who had summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds, said to Zheng Yi beside him. "Okay," Zheng Yi responded. Then, the two of them rushed out of the Akasha system domain at the same time. Yin 67%. In an instant, the Orion Empire soldier in charge of the domain issued an alarm in their unique language. However, at this moment, Sei Ito's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared among the Orion Empire soldiers. Before they could react at all, he waved his blade and slashed. Almost instantly, the ability of more than a dozen Orion Empire soldiers dissipated, leaving behind a large piece of equipment. Let's see the effect of the time domain displayed with the power of a true immortal, Sei Ito thought to himself. After thinking about it, Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately released his huge mental power and physical energy, forming an invisible domain that covered an area of a kilometer. "Time imprisonment," Sei Ito shouted in a low voice. In an instant, the movements of the surrounding Hunter Empire soldiers froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button on a screen, stopping them in their tracks. "Zhang Yi, kill." Sei Ito's eyes lit up when he found that it was much easier to use the power of time than before. He immediately used his mind to lift the time imprisonment that descended on Zhang Yi and shouted loudly. The latter was also very decisive when he heard this. He immediately waved his hand and created a blazing cloud of fire in the sky. Then, the cloud of fire exploded, forming a rain of fire that fell down from the sky. In an instant, the sea of fire in the sky burned violently in Sei Ito's time domain. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled slightly and wrapped his body with the power of space. Ignoring the surrounding flames, he quickly passed through the many Orion Empire soldiers and came to the center of the Orion Empire soldiers. He stood in front of the metal door that looked like a round door, then raised his blade and slashed at the space-time door. "Be destroyed." In an instant, a pitch-black blade slashed at the space-time door like a sharp blade that could split the sky. At first, the world was silent, and then there was a cracking sound. The space-time door, which had been frozen by the time imprisonment and had its energy circulation stagnated, shattered. Then, Sei Ito ignored the space-time door that had been destroyed. Like a farmer harvesting wheat, he harvested the remaining Orion Empire soldiers around him. Under the joint harvesting of Ito and Jinyi, all the Orion Empire soldiers in Hall were killed in less than 10 minutes. They were burned by the flames of Jun Ye's sun until not even a residue was left. Chapter 1892. Boom! The moment the time shackle was lifted, the dimensional portal that had been in perfect shape before suddenly exploded, forming a huge energy shock wave that spread in all directions. Finally, it's quiet, Ito-sei said softly in a relaxed manner as he looked at the spacious hall in front of him. There were no more stargates that connected to other star systems and dimensions. There were also no more portals used by the Orion Empire's army to teleport soldiers. It's only temporary. After learning that the Vanguard troops have been wiped out, the enemy will definitely send more infiltrators over, Shinya reminded him. I know, Seito said with a smile. That's why I've already thought of a countermeasure. After saying that, with a thought, a large number of humanoid creatures appeared in the empty hall. There were more than 100 humanoid creatures, more than 600 of them. There were men and women, and they all had different appearances. The only thing they had in common was that they were not real humans. Instead, they were the guardian knights and soldier spirits created by Ito according to the Guardian Knight system in the Book of Night Sky and the prosthetic spirit pill and prosthetic skeleton technology mastered by the Technology Development Bureau. Greetings, my lord. The newly appeared Guardian Knights and soldier spirits saluted and called out in unison. From now on, I'll leave this place to you. If you find any enemy that isn't on our side, kill them all. Ito ordered loudly. Yes, my lord. The Guardian Knights and soldier spirits responded in unison. The loud shout was like a clap of thunder, echoing in the quiet space. Disperse. Ito waved his hand. The Guardian Knights and soldier spirits bowed to each other and then dispersed. I'll send you back. Ito turned his head to look at Shinya beside him and said. The latter did not object to this. Shinya's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Phew, Ito, who had sent Shinya back to the Rubik's Cube world, exclaimed in a low voice. He stepped out of the special space where the Akasha system was located and returned to Mount Himalaya a moment later. Ito then turned off the space distortion device and put it away with his mind. He then used the stronger space manipulation power he had obtained after upgrading to the true immortal level to change the state of the nearby space and hide the entrance. Only then did he feel at ease to activate the Flying Thunder God technique and disappear from where he was, returning to the apartment he had not seen for a long time. I wonder how the Orion Empire's fleet will react, Ito thought as he turned around and sat down on the bed. Then he flipped his palm. He took out the small black ball that could be connected to the black ball network and threw it on the ground. In an instant, the small black ball flashed slightly, and several laser beams were shot out from the small black ball, weaving into a translucent virtual optical screen, appearing in front of Ito-sei. At this time, Ito-sei stretched out his hand and started operating on the screen. Soon, a scene of a universe appeared on the screen. On the screen, the Orion Empire's fleet, which had been suspended in Earth's orbit, moved in unison. With an oppressive aura, they flew toward Mars at a seemingly slow speed. At the same time, the Orion Empire's fleet near Jupiter also separated another 100 battleships from it and instantly appeared near Earth's orbit by means of space jump. Following the fleet in front, they flew toward Mars. Looking at their posture, it seemed that they were going to destroy the Milky Way Federation's fleet parked on Mars in one fell swoop. Did the people of the Orion Empire blame the Milky Way Federation for the destruction of the Vanguard? Ito thought as he looked at all this on the screen. Unfortunately, Ito's Black Sphere network could only monitor the situation on Earth, Earth's orbit, and part of the Moon. There was nothing he could do about Mars, which was farther away. Therefore, he did not know how the Milky Way Federation's fleet on Mars would react. They should be in a state of panic and anger, wanting a fight but not daring to. It's a pity that the Akasha system's authority has not been upgraded to the point where it can borrow the power of the universe to seal off the surroundings. Otherwise, the current situation would be a good opportunity to attack the Orion Empire's fleet. Seito muttered with some regret. Then, Seito's fingers moved slightly and changed the lake to the interior of Earth, especially the United Kingdom, which could already be regarded as a stronghold of the Orion Empire. At this time, more than a dozen crescent-shaped aircrafts the size of hydrogen airships flew out from the warships on the ground one after another. They flew out in all directions like streaks of silver light. Seeing this, Seito's expression changed slightly. He quickly widened the optical screen to the maximum, then displayed the images of the various regions with the black sphere as the center, forming a multi-pane global airspace surveillance map on the screen. In less than a minute, those crescent moon-shaped aircraft appeared one after another on the Aegean Sea coast, Peru, South America, Egypt, the Sahara Desert, a group of islands in the Pacific Ocean, Mongolia, and Central Asia. They launched a blanket attack on several special locations. These locations could it be the strongholds of the Hermit sect? Seito narrowed his eyes slightly and guessed with some uncertainty. That's right, just as Seito guessed, the locations where the aircraft were attacking were the secret strongholds of the 5 great Hermit sects. After knowing that the troops they sent to steal the Akasha system were annihilated, the Orion Empire became ruthless. They didn't care about the consequences of attacking the Hermit sect members and the Milky Way Federation's fleet. They directly attacked both sides with their army. It could be said that the Hermit sect and the Milky Way Federation that had been hiding on Earth for tens of thousands of years were innocent scapegoats for Seito. However, perhaps even the people of Orion Empire did not expect that the bunch of people from the Hidden Cultivators sect had already evacuated from Earth through special channels when they failed. Therefore, their attack only caused fear to the people of the Milky Way Federation on Mars, but did not harm a single hair of the remnants of the Hidden Cultivators sect at all. They only destroyed the buildings they left on Earth, and it was possible that the buildings were already almost completely destroyed. However, from the fact that the Orion Empire was able to find the secret strongholds of the Hermit sect so quickly, it also fully demonstrated the complicated relationships between these foreign life forces. This made Seito feel that these foreign life forces weren't good people. The arrogant actions of the Orion Empire also quickly provoked the retaliation of various ability users born in the local ancient language. For example, Egypt, not long after the Orion Empire's crescent-shaped spacecraft bombarded them, a huge sand wave that looked like the red water of the ancient era suddenly rose from the desert. Then, it gradually turned into an indomitable sand giant. It reached out a big hand full of sand and grabbed the crescent-shaped spacecraft. The latter dodged nimbly like a human and sideways. However, the next moment, the sand rushed towards the crescent-shaped spacecraft like rain. The crescent-shaped spacecraft activated its energy shield and quickly flew away. However, a huge eye of Horus abruptly appeared in the air. Golden light flashed from the eye of Horus and shone on the rapidly flying crescent-shaped aircraft, fixing it in place. No matter how hard the aircraft struggled, it could not break free from the golden light emitted by the eye of Horus. Then, the yellow sand that filled the sky came and wrapped tightly around the crescent-shaped aircraft with a buzzing sound. Boom! In less than half a minute, a violent explosion was heard from the sea of sand. The next moment, the eye of Horus and the sand giant slowly disappeared, allowing the yellow sand to fall back to the ground like rain. Boom! Dust and sand flew everywhere, turning the sky dark yellow. It looked like the end of the world. Just like that, under the explosive counterattack of the various inherited powers, only a few of the crescent-shaped spacecraft managed to escape back to the United Kingdom and were taken in by the battleship. Tisk, Horus, the desert god, the sea god, the beast god, the earth god. There are a lot of guys who want to do something. Looking at the various powers displayed on the screen, Seito, who could roughly trace their origins to find out who they belong to, smirked. But this is good too. With their presence, At least the people of the Orion Empire will be more honest. It'll buy me time to recover my body and maybe get more privileges. Say Ito's expression changed slightly and whispered to himself. Next, Say Ito watched the screen for a while. When he found that there were no more noteworthy changes, he waved his hand at the small black orb on the ground, took it into his hand, and put it away with a flip of his hand. Speaking of which world is not dangerous, suitable for me to recuperate, and easier to earn the world's energy, or even a world that can directly devour the entire world? After briefly collecting information about the actions of the Orion Empire, Sei Ito could not help but have ideas about other worlds. After all, for him who was a little short of time, the time difference between the dimensional worlds was undoubtedly the best way for him to recuperate and earn money. There was no reason not to make good use of it. Why don't I go to the worlds of the 4 great names, the 4 great forbidden books, and the 14 heavenly books of Old Man Jean? It seems that except for Journey to the West, they all meet the 3 criteria of being safe and easy to earn money. But what about the 3 criteria of devouring? Seito's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. The 4 great names were Journey to the West, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Water Margin, and Dream of the Red Chamber. Except for the power system in Journey to the West that was too high and golden immortals were everywhere, the level of inhuman power in the 3 Kingdoms, Water Margin, and Dream of the Red Chamber was very low. The highest level was only level 1, Celestial Immortal. For example, the Taoist and the monk in Dream of the Red Chamber, and the few old immortals in the 3 Kingdoms. As for Water Margin, other than a magical traveler Dai, Zong's Taoist cultivation, he really did not see any power that was more exaggerated. Therefore, even if he wanted to break the heavens, he should not be able to reach the power of an immortal. Chapter 1893. P.S. Thank you to XX Huaxia Empire for the tip. The 4 forbidden books were Jin Ping Mei, Legend of the Crazy Old Woman, Legend of Rui, and Jade Rush Cushion. Among them, Jin Ping Mei didn't have much to say. Although those who had read Water Margin couldn't fully understand it, they were familiar with Pan Jilian's story. The real Pan Jinlian and Wu Dalong were both from good families, while Pan Jinlian was a chaste woman. Legend of Rui was about Wu Zetian. Legend of the Crazy Old Woman and Jade Rush Cushion were folk stories, but the former was a made-up old woman's memories, and the latter was a purely obscene novel. All 4 of them were written in the Ming Dynasty and were banned in the Qing Dynasty. Of course, there was another version of the 4 forbidden books, which were Jin Ping Mei, Romance of the Western Chamber, Dream of the Red Chamber, and Jade Rush Cushion. However, no matter which version it was, the power system inside was extremely low, and it was very suitable for Sei Ito to enter and conquer the world. Then there were the 14 great books of Jin Ping Mei that people in his previous life were familiar with. Fei, Flying Fox; Shui, Snow Mountain Flying Fox; Lian, Lian Xingju, Tian, Demigods and Semi-Devils; Shoot, Legend of the Condor Heroes, by White Horse Roaring in the West Wind; Lu, Deer in the Cauldron; Xiao, Xiao Ao, Jianghu; Shu, Book of Gratitude and Hatred; Shun, Condor Heroes; Xia, Journey of the Chivalrous Man; Yi, Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, by Blood Jade Sword; and Mandarin Duck Sword. Now it's time to see which world earns more, and which world might have more useful things for me. Sei Ito thought to himself as he recalled the 4 famous books, the 4 forbidden books, and Jin Ping Mei's 14 great books. Then his mind jumped, and he tried hard to recall the contents of these books. After all, although conquering these worlds was easy, devouring worlds would take some time. So even if he could conquer all these worlds, he wouldn't have the time to devour all of them. Therefore, the right choice was to find a world where he could earn enough world energy and find something useful for him to conquer and devour. That was the right choice. First of all, Jin Ping Mei's 14 great books can be eliminated. Other than the world of the demigods and semi-devils, there might be something that caught his eye, but the other worlds were completely useless. Moreover, many worlds have simple plots. There are too few places where one can earn world energy. In the blink of an eye, Ito removed the world of the 14 great books from the list of strategies. Similarly, the worlds of the 4 great forbidden books can also be ruled out. Ito then ruled out the worlds of the 4 great forbidden books. And the reason was very simple. It was because the world energy that could be obtained from these 4 worlds was inferior to the world created by Old Man Jin's 14 great books. Yes, water margin can also be ruled out. Ito picked out water margin from the 4 great novels. After all, in terms of top-level power, the things reflected in water margin were too weak. It was completely unlike Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and Dream of the Red Chamber, which were full of divine immortals. A few old immortals in the 3 Kingdoms, a monk and a Tao in the Dream of the Red Chamber, and the fairies reflected in the Wind Moon's secret realm. Moreover, the era was the Song Dynasty. Although it could not be said that the more recent things were, the more they deviated from the orthodox Tao of immortals. For Ito, who had mastered all kinds of unique, authentic, and rare books from the Tang Dynasty, it was much less attractive. Forget about Dream of the Red Chamber. After muttering to himself for a while, Ito eliminated the world of Dream of the Red Chamber. Although he was very interested in the famous beauties and the psychic jade that accompanied Jia Baoyu, the things that the world could give him were too little. It was completely unlike the Han Dynasty and the 3 Kingdoms period, which could provide Ito with a large number of lost books. For example, a certain volume of the Yellow Emperor's external canon, Yellow Emperor's internal canon, and all kinds of precious pre-Qin books that were destroyed in the fire in Luoyang. Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Then let's go to the world of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Ito, who only had Romance of the 3 Kingdoms in his mind, decisively decided. It's a good opportunity to appreciate the beauties that were widely praised by later generations. Zhaoji Kaiyin, Luo Xinzhenmi, and the big and small Qiao sisters that followed Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu, and made Cao Cao's wife unable to stop thinking about them. Thinking to hear, Ito laughed and instantly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the empty space of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me to this world. Ito raised his head slightly. While recalling the contents and information of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms in his mind, he opened his mouth and ordered the Rubik's Cube. Information collection complete. Beginning to explore similar worlds. Almost at the instant Ito's voice fell, a special thought appeared in his mind. Exploration complete. Found similar worlds. Locked onto the world with the highest degree of similarity. Beginning transmission. The next moment, a twisted vortex suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the empty space. It rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge vertical wind tunnel with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Then, a suction force was generated, enveloping Ito, who was suspended below, and pulled him to the center of the vortex. Almost instantly, Ito's figure turned into a light and disappeared into the vortex. Then, after an unknown amount of time, accompanied by the familiar crackling sound of glass products breaking, Ito's figure appeared in a vast forest. His body was covered in clouds, and his face was blurred like a celestial being. This situation did not last long, about 5 or 6 minutes. The clouds and mist shook slightly, as if being absorbed by something, quickly disappeared into Ito's body, completely revealing his figure. After receiving the power of the world, Ito opened his eyes and took a deep breath. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Ito said loudly, "Awesome," as expected of the Han Dynasty when the path of immortality first appeared. The quality of the air and the concentration of spiritual energy contained in it were astonishing. It was at least 4 or 5 times better than the deep mountains and forests of the later generations. It was no wonder that the human generals of this era were all unparalleled in strength and battle prowess. Then, with a thought, Ito took out a green robe from the Tang Dynasty in the Rubik's Cube world and put it on with instant transmission. Then he stretched out his hand and took out a refined sword in a scabbard, hanging it on his waist. Then, with a smile on his face, he strode out of the forest. Because no one was paying attention, Seito walked in a carefree and relaxed manner. His steps were light, and he quickly passed through the forest like a mandrill or a forest spirit. With such exaggerated movement, Seito rushed out of the forest in less than 15 minutes and appeared on the dirt road. At this time, Seito had another thought. He took out a Jinchua horse from the Rubik's Cube world that had been tempered by primordial chi and patted the head of the horse that was very close to him. Then he sat on a horse and galloped on the road like a ranger. About half a day later, Seito arrived at a place that should be a county town. Seito did not stop the horse and directly galloped on. He passed through the gate officials and entered the county town. "Sir, why didn't you stop that madman?" One of the gate officials angrily asked. "We can't afford to offend that person." The older gate official glanced at the soldier beside him and shook his head. After that, the city gate officials no longer paid any attention to the previous episode. They continued to collect the entrance tax from the other commoners who wanted to enter the city in low spirits. At this time, Seito, who had entered the city, slowed down his horse and slowly moved to a building that looked like a restaurant. He got off the horse. At the right time, a clever waiter quickly ran to the door of the restaurant and took the reins from Ito-sei with a smile on his face. Take good care of it. Because Seito had not completely mastered the Han Dynasty language, he directly sent the words into the waiter's mind with his mental energy. "Yes, sir," the waiter replied and led the horse to the side. "Guest, please come in." When Seito entered the restaurant, another waiter came up and greeted him while leading him to an empty table. Because it was the Han Dynasty, the stools and tables that were used after the Tang Dynasty had not been introduced, so the table was still a short one. The place where he sat was also made of mud, like the Kong beds in the north. There were straw mats and praying mats on top of it. Because it was often used, it was very dirty and emitted a faint odor. It had to be known that in the Han Dynasty, when there was no toilet paper, people used a wooden stake that was as wide as a finger to go to the toilet. However, the filth could not be removed from the chrysanthemum. Therefore, even if the rich changed their clothes every time they went to the toilet, there would still be something left behind. Looking at the odor, Seito frowned. He said to the waiter beside him, "Take these things away for me." Okay." Hearing this, the waiter was stunned. Although there was no concept of customers being God in this era, there was still the idea of the rich being the boss. In addition, the material of Ito-sei's clothes was the best material that only high-ranking officials and nobles would use, and there was a sword hanging on his waist. Knowing that he couldn't afford to offend him, the waiter hurriedly stepped forward to pack up the things and left. "He's not afraid of diarrhea at night," the waiter cursed in his mind. After taking the things away, the waiter looked at Seito with a smile and asked, "Guest, what would you like to order?" "A pot of good wine and 2 side dishes," Seito casually ordered. In this era, the dishes in restaurants were also the same. Only mutton, dog meat, chicken, and some vegetables were available. As for pork, it was considered a food of the lower class. Other than farmers, no one ate it. As for beef, it was an important agricultural animal and was protected by laws. Unless the cow died of old age or illness, it was very difficult to eat it. In addition, most of the food in this era was cooked. Therefore, Seito did not expect to eat anything good here. The reason why he entered the restaurant for a meal was mainly to inquire about the news of this world. For example, what time it was, which realm he was in, what major events were happening at this stage, and so on. He also wanted to learn the ancient Chinese language of this era by listening to the conversations of the people around him. After all, although he had a general grasp of the pronunciation of the language of this era, it was obtained from books. It was not practical and could not be used. In addition, there were many dialects in China since ancient times. It was even more difficult to speak the language. Only by experiencing it would it be possible to speak it well. Then, Seito slightly restrained his spirit and released his spirit in a special form. It was like a Buddhist mind reading technique. He listened to the conversations of the people in the restaurant. Sigh, I wonder how my mother is doing at home. Should I believe that Taoist's words? I remember the girl from old Joan's family that the third boy likes. It seems like this matter will work out. Today, I must go to the Wang family and make them loyal followers of my Taiping Taoism. Hearing this, Sei Ito was stunned. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Xinu's voice. On another couch about 10 meters away from where he was, an old man wearing a gray Taoist robe and a crown sat cross-legged in front of a short table. He was sipping wine while looking at the traffic and pedestrians outside the shop in silence. Ito Sei really didn't expect that he would meet the followers of the Taekwondo sect here. Looking at the situation, that guy's surname Tang hasn't reported it to the authorities yet. The Taiping Taoism hasn't done anything yet. In other words, this is before 184 AD. Sei Ito thought to himself. At this time, the waiter came to Sei Ito's side with a wooden tray and said, "Sir, your food and drink." Then, he placed 2 dishes that looked like they were boiled vegetables and a bottle of wine on the table. "Sir, please enjoy." Then, he turned around and left. Sei Ito picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetable with interest, and threw it into his mouth. How should he describe it? It could only be described as very natural and very green. After the whole dish entered his mouth, there was only a faint bitter taste. That was because the salt used to cook the vegetables was not pure enough, so it was affected by the hidden impurities in the salt. The rest was the taste of the vegetables being boiled and the clear saltiness. Other than that, there was no other taste. Sei Ito felt that this way of eating was quite novel. He gently smirked, put down his chopsticks, took the wine bottle, and poured himself a cup of wine. Sure enough, it's muddy soup. Looking at the muddy wine in the cup, Sei Ito thought to himself. Then, he picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Sour. Then, a taste similar to the rice wine of the modern era filled his mouth. In terms of the strength of the alcohol, it seemed to be on par with beer. No wonder the amazing people of this era would drink as much as they wanted. The alcohol content was not high at all. Even if Sei Ito was familiar with the virtues of this era's wine and food, he did not care. He just treated it as a field trip to experience life. Then, he leisurely drank the wine and ate the side dishes while silently listening to the words of the people around him. He learned the pronunciation and language and inquired about the news of this world. Chapter 1894. A day later, Sei Ito appeared in the capital of the Great Han Dynasty, Luoyang. Through yesterday's investigation, Sei Ito already knew what time it was. It was the 7th year of Guanghe, which was 183 AD. It was now October, and there was less than half a year before the Yellow Turban Uprising in March of 1844. It was just that it was a long time ago, but for Ito Sei, it was a bit depressing. Why? Because in this era, the beauties that were widely praised by later generations were either just born 3, 4, or 5 years old, or they were still in their mother's womb, and there was no trace of them. Itoki was speechless. But even so, Sei Ito still knew his purpose for coming here. To recuperate, earn the power of the world, collect useful things, and finally devour the entire world. He would not give up this opportunity just because these women had not been born yet. After all, for conquering such an ancient world, even with all kinds of advanced weapons and powerful soldiers, it would still take a lot of time to make all the people accept his existence and rule to the extent that he could devour the world. Therefore, he had plenty of time to wait for these amazing women to be born. However, since ancient times, China had always been about being legitimate. Therefore, in order to make the world progress more smoothly, Sei Ito decided to come to Luoyang and ask Emperor Ling for an official position. Of course, this kind of thing was not urgent. So Sei Ito, who had just arrived in Luoyang, strolled around the capital of the Han Dynasty with interest. At this time, although Luoyang was also the largest city in the world, in terms of prosperity, there was still a gap between it and the Tang Dynasty. However, like the Tang Dynasty of the future, the women were extremely bold and open. They did not cover their faces and wore beautiful children's clothes as they strolled around the streets, telling interesting stories and gossip about various families. Shops lined both sides of the street, and the cries of the peddlers who wandered the streets rose and fell one after another. Along with the cries of the merchants, officials, soldiers, and servants, as well as the howls of the cows, horses, and animals, the street was bustling with noise. Benshu, run! At this moment, a loud shout could be faintly heard from the crowd. Benshu! Seito raised his eyebrows and turned to look in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a short and ugly young man wearing a black Han costume rushed out of the crowd. He had a beard under his chin and was short and ugly. Could this guy be Chow Chow? Seito muttered with a strange expression. Light gathered in his eyes, and he looked at the person who seemed to be Chow Chow. In an instant, a purplish black light rushed into Seito's eyes. It really is him. Seeing this, how could Seito not understand that this wretched and ugly-looking fellow was none other than Chow Chow, Chow Munda, who founded the Three Kingdoms and created the Great Way for his descendants? Since he is Chow Chow, that Benshu should also be Yuan Shao. Ito-sei thought to himself. Then, he turned to look at another person. That person was wearing a red Han costume. A black cloth belt with jade pieces embedded in it was tied around his waist, and a jade pendant hung from his waist. His face was round, and his complexion was rosy, but his expression was very flustered. He seemed to be around 20 years old. Then, according to the robe, he used his spiritual eye to look at that person's fate. Sure enough, in the next moment, a purple light appeared on that person's body. After confirming the identity of the two people, Seito smiled and unintentionally went to greet Chow Chow. At the next moment, Chow Chow fell to the ground with a muffled bang sound. "Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Brother, are you okay?" Chow Chow, who couldn't show his anger, said apologetically. Seito hurriedly bowed and stretched out his hand to greet Chow Chow. "I'm fine. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person." Moreover, Chow Chow was a shrewd person. With just a glance, he noticed that the person in front of him was dressed simply. However, the material used was very exquisite, and it was obvious that he came from a rich family. He might even be a descendant of some family. Chow Chow hurriedly put on a kind smile and said generously, "You two brats, stop." At this moment, a shout filled with anger came from the distance like thunder. "Not good. That person is caught up." Hearing this, Chow Chow's expression changed. He couldn't be bothered to make friends with Seito and hurriedly got up from the ground. After saying, "I've offended you. If there's a chance, I'll definitely treat you to a meal as an apology." He immediately passed by Seito and slipped into the crowd. Seeing Chow Chow disappear into the crowd, Seito's expression was somewhat evil as he lightly smiled. He turned around and looked at Yuan Benshu, who was running over. Yuan Benshu, who only cared about escaping, naturally didn't care about a stranger like Seito. He just casually glanced at him and quickly ran past him. However, without Yuan Benshu noticing, Seito waved his arm and lightly patted Yuan Shao's neck. Then, he walked away as if nothing had happened and disappeared into the crowd like a passerby who had nothing to see. I didn't expect to find two targets as soon as I arrived in Luoyang. What an unexpected gang. Feeling the two spiritual imprints in his mind that could be sensed at any time, Ito-sei whispered with a smile on his face. However, his elegant smile, which was like that of a young master in a chaotic world, directly stunned the surrounding young ladies and young wives. They all secretly glanced at him with blushing faces, wanting to remember his appearance in their hearts. Seito, who noticed the situation, wasn't shy. He nodded at the surrounding young ladies and young wives in a very friendly manner. The latter only felt their faces heat up. They hurriedly returned a female salute and ran away from Seito as if they were escaping. I love the Han dynasty." Seito, who took in everything, chuckled softly. Then, he resumed his footsteps and continued to stroll around Luoyang. This time, he didn't encounter any noteworthy people or things on the way. Therefore, after walking around Luoyang and understanding the specific location of the target he was looking for, he casually found a post house not far from the palace to stay. Then, time passed and it was midnight. At this time, Sei Ito, who felt that it was about time, grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and blew it with his mouth. Then, he disappeared from the post house with the Taoist earth escape technique and quickly flew to the palace. About a minute later, Sei Ito's figure appeared in the palace. Then, he released his mental strength and scanned the entire palace. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar that ordinary people couldn't hear suddenly exploded in Sei Ito's mind. Roar! Then, Ito Sei felt Zhou's line of sight. A red energy dragon appeared in front of his eyes, hanging high in the air, looking down at Ito Sei with its huge dragon eyes. Dragon Chi, Sei Ito whispered. Just like the situation he encountered when he entered Yang Guang's bedroom at night in the Great Tang world, this time he encountered a divine dragon formed by the Dragon Chi of the Han Dynasty. However, it was obvious that whether it was in terms of power or pressure, the Dragon Chi of the Han Dynasty, which had been condensed by the will of the people for 400 years, was many times stronger than the Dragon Chi that had only existed for 2 lifetimes. This made it difficult for Sei Ito to attack. It seems that I can only approach the Spirit Emperor by buying an official position and think of a way to obtain the official position I want, Sei Ito thought helplessly as he looked at the Dragon Chi in front of him. It wasn't that Sei Ito, who had reached the true immortal level, couldn't suppress this Dragon Chi formed by the fate of the Han Dynasty. However, he would have to bear all the consequences of the chain reaction and the possible curse of the people. This would have a very bad impact on his conquest of the world. In addition, his original goal was to earn worlds. He didn't want to spend a part of it in advance because of this. Therefore, he had to give up on forcefully entering the palace and obtaining an official position by hypnotizing the Spirit Emperor. Thinking of this, Sei Ito withdrew his gaze from the Dragon Chi and snuck out of the palace using martial arts and Qigong. Then, he used a Taoist technique to return his post house and rest. The next day, he asked around for Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong's residences. Unlike after the Ming Dynasty, the great eunuchs before the Ming Dynasty had the right to have residences outside the palace. Although the 2 of them were reviled by the world, there were still many people in Luoyang who knew about their residences. Therefore, it didn't take long for Sei Ito to find out where the 2 of them lived. Then, he took a glass craftsmanship ball, the kind of craftsmanship that was placed inside a glass house, and went to Zhang Rang's house and knocked on the door. Creak. A moment later, accompanied by the strange sound of a wooden shaft, a man who looked like a butler appeared in front of Sei Ito. "Who are you?" the man said with an arrogant expression. "This one is Chun Shiqing. I would like to see Lord Zhang Rang." Sei Ito narrowed his eyes slightly and shot a divine light that others couldn't detect into the butler's eyes as he spoke softly. At the same time, he handed a square wooden box to the butler. "This is my gift to Lord Zhang Rang. Please give it to him." "Of course." The butler's expression changed slightly, and he said with a smile, "Please follow me." Then, the door opened and Sei Ito was welcomed into the residence. "Little Wang, take this young master to the side hall," the butler said from the side door. "Yes," the door servant called Little Wang respectfully replied. Then, he looked at Sei Ito and extended his arms in invitation. "This way, young master." Sei Ito bowed slightly and followed Little Wang to the side hall. At the same time, the butler took the box and quickly walked into the depths of the residence. What followed was a long wait that would take an unknown amount of time. Fortunately, Sei Ito was patient enough and didn't feel anything. However, it was only after 2 hours that the butler returned to the side hall and told Sei Ito that Zhang Rang wanted to see him. Chapter 1895. P.S. Thanks to Bai Qilin, Crimson Moon Lily, Xing Zi, and Cute Girl for their precious monthly votes. P.S. Looking up information is really troublesome. A month later, Ito arrived at the intersection and went to the provincial governor's manor. Actually, given Ito's speed, no matter how slow he was, it wouldn't take him more than a month to reach the intersection. In fact, it would only take him half a day at most. However, that didn't make sense. The imperial edict of appointment had only been issued the previous night, so how could it appear before the provincial governor the next day? Even if provincial governor Zhang Jin could recognize the authenticity of the imperial edict, he would still think that it was an exaggeration. Not only would he not treat Ito appropriately, he would even order for him to be captured as a traitor. Even though Ito didn't possess the strength to do so, thus, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ito decided to go on a scenic tour and enjoy the scenery of ancient China. It took him more than a month to reach the intersection. Of course, Ito wasn't alone at this time. There was a man dressed like a servant beside him. Upon seeing Ito in Yu, the soldiers guarding the provincial governor's manor immediately shouted, "Halt! This is the provincial governor's manor. All unrelated personnel should leave at once. This soldier, my lord, is the newly appointed governor of Kangwu Prefecture. I hope that you can pass on a message to the provincial governor." Without needing Ito's instructions, the servant stepped forward and introduced them to the two soldiers with a smile on his face. The two soldiers were taken aback and couldn't help but exchange glances with one another. "Please wait here." One of them didn't dare to tarry. After greeting the servant, he turned and ran into the provincial governor's manor, leaving the other soldier to watch over Ito and Yu. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the soldier ran back. "My lord invites you in," the soldier said. "Thank you for your trouble." Ito Mori bowed to the man, then turned to the manservant beside him and said, "You wait here." "Yes, master." The servant bowed and replied. Ito ignored the servant and followed the soldier into the provincial governor's mansion. Although it was the provincial governor's mansion. However, because it was located in Lingnan, the area under its jurisdiction was mostly mountainous forests and mausoleums, and the people were mostly uncivilized mountain people. The construction of the provincial governor's mansion was not very luxurious. It was very simple and crude, but there were quite a few pavilions inside, one room after another. There were a total of 7 to 8 rooms. Young women in plain-colored children's clothes were shuttling through the rooms, carrying out ordinary tasks. Under the curious gazes of the maids, Ito followed the soldiers to a room. The room was not small, about 3 or 4 square meters. A platform about 10 centimeters high was built at the innermost part of the room. A short black table was placed on top of it. On one side of the table were dozens of bamboo slips as thick as an arm. There was a man in a red Han costume with a tall crown on his head. His hair was mixed with black and white, and his face was dignified. A red cloth was tied around his forehead. A hale and hearty Confucian scholar, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, was sitting behind the short table. He held a bamboo scroll in his hand and looked at it with interest. "My lord," the soldier saluted and called out. The old man raised his head and looked at Ito with a bright gaze that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Junior Chen Shiching pays his respects to provincial governor. Ito stretched out his arms and raised his thumbs high. His other 8 fingers were folded and pressed together. He first raised his hands high above his head. Then his head and arms moved together as he bowed and greeted. He was using one of the 9 rituals of the Han Dynasty, a ritual that was second only to the worship of the ancestors of the Yellow Heaven Hutu. "You say that you are the newly appointed governor of Kangwu. Do you have proof?" The provincial governor, Zhang Jin, placed the bamboo scroll in his hand back on the short table and looked straight at Ito as he asked calmly. Although it was just a normal question, the dignified aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time instantly spread out from his body and pressed down on Ito. The dignified aura of a mere mortal. Ito was naturally not afraid. Moreover, he had obtained his official position through the orthodox way, so he was not afraid of Zhang Jin's censure. Therefore, he calmly took out an imperial edict made of bright yellow silk cloth from his sleeve and held it in his hand. He said, I have the appointment letter personally issued by the emperor. After saying that, he stepped forward and respectfully handed the imperial edict over. Seeing the imperial edict, Zhang Jin quickly stood up from the cushion and took the imperial edict with both hands. He unfolded it in front of Seito. In an instant, the imperial edict, written in official language, recorded Seito's information and appointment letter, as well as the imperial seal, entered Zhang Jin's eyes. Ha 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 ha. With Yi's arrival, Kangwu will definitely be governed. After a while, Zhang Jin closed the imperial edict and walked down from the clay platform with a hearty laugh. He looked at Seito with admiration. Author's note: only now did I realize that during the Three Kingdoms period, people's names were all single characters. Therefore, Seito's name was Chun-Yi, and his courtesy name was Shiqing. Your Excellency is too kind. If Kangwu can be governed, it must be because of the provincial governor's contributions in the past. It is not Yi's strength, Seito said modestly. Ha ha ha. Shiqing is too humble, Zhang Jin said with a smile. As expected, regardless of one's status, one loved to hear flattery. Just a moment ago, they were still calling each other but in the blink of an eye, they were calling each other Shiqing. It seemed that their relationship had become much closer. Seito smiled and did not say anything. Men, Zhang Jin turned to look outside the room and shouted loudly, Your Excellency. A soldier hurriedly appeared and replied respectfully, Go and inform Registrar Chao and the others to come to my place. I want to set up a banquet, Zhang Jin ordered. Yes, the soldier replied and quickly retreated. After instructing the soldier, Zhang Jin turned to Seito and pointed to a praying mat beside him and said, Sit. However, at this time, Zhang Jin only felt that Ito-sei's eyes in front of him lit up and his consciousness became blurred. However, this feeling did not last long. In less than a few seconds, he woke up. Your Excellency, are you all right? At this moment, Seito's concerned voice sounded in Zhang Jin's ears. Oh, I'm fine. It's probably because I've been reading for too long that I suddenly feel a little dizzy. Zhang Jin shook his head and smiled at Seito. However, for some reason, he suddenly had a much better impression of this person from Yuzhou who had appeared out of nowhere. He felt that this person was someone he could trust and did not need to pay any special attention to or suppress. Your Excellency's health is very important. You should take care of your body. Seito pretended to be concerned and said. This old man understands, Zhang Jin said with a smile. Then, he turned around and sat down behind a short table and began to chat with Seito. After about 15 minutes, more and more people started to appear in the room. For example, the Garrison General XX, Registrar XX, Marquis XX, Sergeant XX, Official XX, etc. They included more than a dozen people from the upper echelons of the building. Then, under Zhang Jin's introduction, they became familiar with each other. Then, under Zhang Jin's lead, they moved to a larger room. They drank and ate and continued to deepen their relationship with each other through a banquet. A day later, Shiqing, if you encounter any difficulties in Kangwu, you can send someone to deliver a letter to me. If I can help, I will help Shiqing resolve it. Accompanied by several officials from the upper echelons of the building, the leader, Zhang Jin, looked at Seito with a kind gaze and promised, Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency. I will not disappoint Your Excellency. Seito bowed. Everyone, I will take my leave. Then, Seito bowed to the others. The others hurriedly bowed back. Then, Seito straightened up. After that, he leaped onto a sturdy horse and shook the reins, causing the horse to emit a clear crack before he led his servant towards Dark Parasol. Several days later, Seito and his servant arrived at Guangxin County, the capital of Kangwu County. Kangwu County was located to the south of Changsha County and to the north of Guilin County. Its territory was roughly equivalent to Guangxi's Dupongling and Great Jade Mountain. It was west of Zhaoqing and Luoding in Guangdong, south of Jianyong and Jianghua in Hunan, and north of Tung County in Guangxi and Sini in Guangdong. Compared to Lingling and Guiyang, It was surrounded by Yulin, Hapu, and Hainan counties. It governed 6 counties, namely Guangxin County, Xiamu County, Gaiyao County, Fengyang County, Duanqi County, and Hengping County, which was newly established in the 14th year of Emperor Ming's Yongping. In terms of location, it was nothing special. Most of its territory consisted of mountains and hills. The people of Yu County were overflowing. Often, they would leave the mountains and invade the borders. Moreover, when Cao Cao rose to power, it would be the front line of the war against Jingzhou. The vanguard of the army was there. Sei Ito and his servant rode straight to the county office. "Who goes there?" A man who appeared to be a soldier asked loudly. "Call your excellency out. Tell him that the new governor has arrived." The servant sat high on the horse and looked down at the soldier. The latter was alarmed. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he hurriedly ran into the office to call for his excellency. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a middle-aged man dressed in dark-colored Han clothing, with a thin figure, dark skin, and a small beard, walked out of the office. Beside him was the soldier who had just gone in to report. "My excellency, it's them." The soldier quickly said, "Sir, you say that you are the new governor. Do you have proof?" The man sized up Seito. When he saw that the clothes he was wearing, the horse he was riding, the weapon at his waist, and the shoes on his feet were all extraordinary items, he immediately believed him. He hurriedly stepped forward and spoke politely. Seito, who had just dismounted, smiled and said, "Of course I do." He then took out the imperial edict and handed it to the man. The latter respectfully took it and carefully unfolded the edict to read it. Sure enough, after a while, the man's expression changed. He saluted and said, "Your subordinate, Zhao Xin, the county officer of Guangxin County, greets my excellency." Seito nodded in acknowledgement of the salute. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he walked into the county office. "Quickly inform Excellency Zhou and Excellency Zhang to come to the county office." Zhao Xin did not dare to hesitate. He quickly whispered an order to the soldier beside him and quickly caught up with Seito to lead the way for this new officer. After a few turns, the group arrived at the back hall of the county office. "County Officer Zhao, are you a local?" Seito asked as he sat down on the main seat. "Yes." Zhao Xion's heart tightened when he heard this, and he quickly replied, "Then you must be very familiar with the situation in this county?" Seito raised his eyebrows. "I know a little." Zhao Xion's expression became even more cautious as he replied, "Good. I'll have to trouble County Officer Zhao to tell me about the situation in Kangwu County." Seito said calmly, "Yes." Zhao Xian respectfully replied, and then began to talk about the situation in Kangwu County. Through Zhao Xian's narration, Seito quickly gained a general understanding of the power distribution in Kangwu County. For example, Seito now knew that there were a few aristocratic families in Kangwu County and what kind of relationship these aristocratic families had with the government. Some of the officials were members of aristocratic families. The situation of the officials in each county, the state of the county, and the number of soldiers each county had allowed him to not be in the dark. After more than 10 minutes, there was a series of hurried footsteps. 2 men, one tall and one short, one fat and one skinny, dressed in official robes, quickly walked in from outside the door. Subordinate Zhou Chao, Zhang Li, pays his respects to Governor. When they saw Seito sitting on the main seat, the 2 men quickly stopped in their tracks and bowed. Zhou Chao's courtesy name was Fu Sun. According to Zhao Xian, he was from Jingzhou. He was 46 years old and was currently the county magistrate of Guangxin County. Zhang Li's courtesy name was Ren Chao Zhao. He was 38 years old and came from an aristocratic family. He was currently the county magistrate. "Rise," Seito said calmly. The 2 men hurriedly straightened their backs. However, before they could see Seito's face clearly, 2 dazzling rays of light instantly shot into their eyes, as well as Zhao Xian's, who was drinking beside them. "My lord." After a moment, the 3 men regained their senses and bowed respectfully to Seito. It was as though they were servants of this era meeting their master. "Zhao Xian, gather all the soldiers in the county," Seito who had hypnotized the three men, did not hesitate and immediately ordered. Yes. Zhao Xian accepted the order and left the back hall. Zhou Chao, Zhongli, go and invite all the family heads of the aristocratic families in the county here. Say Ito ordered again. Yes. The two men complied and quickly left the room. The road to glory and hegemony will start from this small Guangxin county. Say Ito muttered to himself as he watched the three men leave. My lord. At the same time, in Guangxin County Zhao clan, a man who looked like a servant hurriedly ran into the room and called out. The Zhao clan was the largest aristocratic family in Guangxin County. It was not because they were the strongest among all the aristocratic families, but because they had someone in the family serving in the government. That person was none other than the county magistrate, Zhao Exun, who was in charge of the county soldiers and law and order. He was the son of a Zhao clan's patriarch. What is it? The old man, sitting in the central room, frowned slightly and asked with a displeased expression. I heard from the county government that the new governor of Kangwu County has arrived. The man hurriedly replied. Is that true? The old man's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly asked. It should be true. It is said that the young master personally brought that person into the county government, the man replied. At this moment, another man quickly walked into the room. My lord, County Magistrate Zhou of the county government is here, the man respectfully reported. Chapter 1897. Under the personal invitation of Zhou Chao and Zhang Li, these two important officials of the county, the various aristocratic families of Guangxin County, gave them face and agreed to pay a visit to the county yamen later in the day to pay a visit to the new governor. Taking advantage of this time, Sei Ito followed Zhao Xian to the drill grounds and used his large-scale spiritual interference ability to plant his spiritual seed in the minds of nearly 1,000 soldiers. That night in the forest, Sei Ito used the same method to win their loyalty when all the patriarchs of the aristocratic families came to visit him. In this way, all of Guangxin, from the government to the aristocratic families, fell under Sei Ito's control, allowing him to take control of the first base. From the next day onwards, Sei Ito patrolled the 5 counties with imperial edicts in hand. Half a month later, all of Kangwu County fell into Sei Ito's hands. At this time, Sei Ito, who had returned to the governor's office in Guangxin, officially began his strategy and transformation of this world. The first step was to take out more than 100 elites from the Great Tang world, from the Rubik's Cube world, and send them to various parts of the Great Han Dynasty to establish the first intelligence and communication systems. The second step was to send out military personnel to train the soldiers in Kangwu County, and then use Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong's mouse to send out outstanding talents to various places in the name of filial piety. The Spring Rain silently infiltrated the official system of the Great Han Dynasty and used the method of disguising themselves as retainers to send out even more outstanding talents, helping them grasp power faster, establish their own forces, or obtain the appreciation of their superiors. Just like this, while Ito Sei was silently eroding the big man, time also unknowingly passed by quickly. On a certain day in the second month of 184, Tang Zhou, a disciple of the sage Zhang Jiao, suddenly appealed to the court, claiming that the Taiping Path was rebelling. Zhang Jiao had no choice but to start the rebellion a month earlier, using the slogan, "Heaven is dead. The yellow sky will rise, and in 60 years, the world will be blessed to spread to the famous Yellow Turban Rebellion in history." For a time, the flames of war were everywhere, and there was hardly any peace in the country. In the third month, Emperor Ling, who had learned of the severity of the situation, quickly appointed He Jin as the general and led the 5 camps of the imperial guards to the capital pavilion. He also stationed military officers at Hanga Pass, Taigu, Guangcheng, Yik, Heian, Xianmen, Mengjin, Xiaopingjin, and other key passes of the capital. He issued an imperial edict to the various regions to be on high alert, ordering the various prefectures and counties to prepare for battle, train the soldiers, assemble weapons, and gather the militia. At the same time, Huangfu Song, Lu Chang, and the others remonstrated, requesting the lifting of the ban on the clique, taking out the imperial palace's wealth and fine horses in the West Garden as gifts to the soldiers. Raise morale. Emperor Ling agreed and pardoned the traitors on the first day of the 9th lunar month. He returned the traitors and asked the ministers to donate their horses and crossbows. He also recommended the descendants of the generals and those who were knowledgeable in strategy to the Ministry of War for an interview. After that, he appointed Lu Ji to lead the 5 generals of the Northern Army to be in charge of the northern battlefront to deal with Zhang Jiao's main force. Huangfu Song and Zhu he each led an army to control the 5 generals, the 3 river cavalry, and the newly recruited elite soldiers, totaling more than 40,000 people. In order to suppress the Yellow Turban Army in the Yingchuan region, Zhu he also recruited Sun Jian from Xiapi to be the assistant commander-in-chief. He brought the youths from the same village, the recruited merchants, and the elite soldiers from the Huai River and Sisui River to join forces with Zhu Wan's army. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, Zhang Mansheng attacked Nanyang County Chief Chu Gong and responded to Zhang Jiao. In the 4th month, Zhu He's army was defeated by the Yellow Turban Army and retreated. Huangfu Song could only defend Changxi with him. Besieged by Baotsai's army, the Han army was few and morale was low. Runin's Yellow Turban Army defeated Governor Zhao Qian at Shaoling, and Guangyang's Yellow Turban Army killed Yozhou's Governor Guisun and Governor Liu Wei. The Yellow Turban Army did not show any signs of retreat because of the Han's actions. In the 5th month, the capital saw that Huangfu Song was surrounded and sent Cao Cao to help. However, before the reinforcements arrived, Huangfu Song had already thought of a plan. In the evening, a strong wind blew and Huangfu Song ordered his soldiers to secretly leave the city with torches and use the weeds around the Yellow Turban Army's camp. He used fire to destroy the enemy and shouted to attack. The city walls also raised torches in response. Huangfu Song used drums to support the battle and rushed into the enemy formation. The Yellow Turban Army was in chaos and ran around. They also encountered Cao Cao's reinforcements and were attacked by Huangfu Song, Zhu Wan, and Cao Cao from 3 sides. Tens of thousands of people were killed and the Han army won. In the 6th month, Nanyang's Governor Qin Jie fought with Zhang Mansheng and killed him. The Yellow Turban Army changed their commander to Zhao Hong and occupied Wansheng with more than 100,000 people. Huangfu Song and Zhu Wan's army continued to attack the Yellow Turban Army of Runan and Shun. They chased Bao Kai to Yangdi and finally defeated him at Xihua. The rest of the army wanted to escape to Wansheng, but Sun Jian entered first. They advanced like ants and defeated the enemy and successfully defeated the Yellow Turban Army in Yuzhou. On the other hand, Lu Ji defeated Zhang Jiao in several battles and killed more than 10,000 people. Zhang Jiao could only retreat to Guangzhou. Lu Ji built barricades, dug trenches, and made ladders to take the city. At this time, Spirit Emperor sends Wufeng to inspect the military situation. Someone advised Lu Ji to bribe Wufeng, but Lu Ji refused. Wufeng then falsely accused Lu Ji of incompetence. Spirit Emperor was furious and ordered Lu Ji to return to the capital. The capital had no choice but to rearrange the situation. Huangfu Song went north to Dong County. Zhu Wan attacked Zhao Hong in Nanyang. Dong Zhuo replaced Lu Ji. The Way of 5 Pecks of Rice rebelled in Ba County. Their leader, the Master of 5 Pecks of Rice, Zhang Xiu, attacked the county but was not taken seriously by the Han. From the 6th month to the 8th month, Zhu Wan, Jingzhou's Governor Su Ku, and Qin Jie besieged Zhao Hong with a total of 18,000 soldiers. There was a memorial in the capital asking Zhu Wan to return. Fortunately, Zhang Wen interceded and Spirit Emperor did not agree. However, Zhu Wan still attacked Zhao Hong and killed Zhao Hong. Han Zhong replaced him. Because Zhu Wan did not have enough soldiers, he expanded the defense and built formations. He piled up mountains to observe the city. Zhu Wan's army attacked the southwest, and the Yellow Turban Army was lured away. Zhu Wan led 5,000 elite soldiers to attack the northeast and sneaked into the city. Han Zhong could only retreat to protect the inner city. The Yellow Turban Army suffered a setback, and their morale was low. They surrendered to the Han army. Zhang Xiao, Su Ku, and Qin Jie thought that it was acceptable, but Zhu Wan thought that if they accepted it, it would give the people the wrong idea. He did not accept it and attacked the enemy. However, he could not conquer the city. Zhu Wan climbed up the mountain to observe the Yellow Turban Army. He knew that the Yellow Turban Army had no way to retreat and fought with all his might. Zhu Wan then broke the siege. Han Zhong joined the battle, but was defeated by Zhu Wan. Zhu Wan chased Han Zhong north for dozens of miles and killed more than 10,000 people. Han Zhong surrendered. Qin Jie had always been at odds with Han Zhong and killed him. This made the Yellow Turban Army uneasy, and they appointed Sun Xia as the commander to station troops in Wanzhong. Zhu Wan attacked again, and on the 11th day of the 11th month, Sun Xia was defeated. The Han army chased him to the mountains of Shiyi and was defeated again. Sun Xia and 10,000 people were killed. The Yellow Turban Army disbanded and settled down around Wanzhong. In 185, they returned to the capital. In the 8th month of the same year, Huang Fusong arrived at Songting and captured Buji, killing more than 7,000 people. Dongzhu's attack on Zhangjiao was unsuccessful, and he asked Huang Fusong to continue north. In the 10th month, Zhang Jiao died of illness. The Han army quickly attacked Zhongliang, but Zhang Liang's army was stubborn and could not be conquered in the first battle. The next day, Huang Fusong closed the camp and the soldiers to rest. On the other hand, he sent people to observe the enemy's actions. The Yellow Turban Army's morale was slightly lowered, and Huang Fusong led his troops to attack the enemy at dawn. They fought until the afternoon and successfully defeated the enemy, killing Zhang Liang and 30,000 people. When they escaped to the river bank, more than 50,000 people drowned and more than 30,000 carriages were burned. Zhang Jiao's coffin was broken and his body was killed. His head was sent back to the capital. In the 11th month, Huang Fusong and Julu Governor Wudian took down Cuyang and successfully killed Zhang Bao, capturing more than 100,000 people. The Yellow Turban chaos was settled. In 185, after 2 months of discussion, the rewards were given out to the various states, prefectures, counties, and people. During this period, Ito Seiji sent out various elite soldiers from various provinces, and all the survivors were promoted. They all received different titles and became the most important people in the region. In the 2nd month, a fire broke out in Luoyang, and the South Palace was destroyed. The eunuchs Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong persuaded Emperor Ling to pay taxes to build the palace and cast bronze men. Hence, Emperor Ling ordered the world to pay taxes of 10 coins per mu to help build the palace. He also ordered the provinces to send wood and stone to the capital. The eunuchs acted as traders, and the governor and governor increased the number of people. Apart from that, he also ordered that the governor, Maokai, and Shaolian all had to pay money to help build the palace. Those who were not given large prefectures had to pay 20 to 30 million. Before a new official took office, they had to go to the West Garden to discuss the amount of money. When the time came, there were people who could not pay and killed themselves. Hence, when a new official took office, they had to scam the people and gather wealth as compensation. As a result, the people started to complain. In the same month, the people could not bear the pressure and rose up from Izhou in the west to Jiaoji in the south. In the Central Plains, there were dozens of Shanshan, Huanglong, and other volunteer armies. The bigger ones had 20 to 30,000 soldiers, while the smaller ones had 6 to 7,000. The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army had over 1 million, and the Black Mountain Army had over 1 million. The volunteer army attacked the prefectures and counties, killing officials. Their momentum was huge, and they rose up one after another, forming a prairie fire. In the same year, after a series of operations, although on the surface Jiaoji still belonged to the Han dynasty, In the dark, from the provincial governors and provincial officials to the merchant aristocratic families, all belonged to the Kangwu dynasty. Other than the Gaoli camp banner, which was not openly held, the entire Jiaoji fell under Ito Sei's control. At this point, Sei Ito started to go from the dark to the light, pushing for the construction of society, military, and technology. In the second month of 186, Jiangxia Prefecture soldier Zhao Xi rebelled against the Han dynasty and killed Nanyang Prefecture Governor Qin Jie. In the spring, the Spirit Emperor ordered the restoration of the Nangong Palace, which was destroyed in a fire last year. He ordered Song Yan to repair the Nangong Yuhua Hall and ordered Bailan to rebuild the 4 bronze statues and 4 yellow bells. The bronze statues were placed outside the Nangong Tsanglong and Xuanwu Tower, while the yellow bells were placed in front of the Yuntai and Yuhua Hall. Tianlu and toads that could swallow and spit out water were also cast to transfer water into the palace. They were also made into overturned carriages and thirsty birds, which were used to sweep the roads. They were extremely exquisite, and the money used for the year was all forcefully gathered from all over the country. In the 10th month, Wuling Prefecture barbarians raised their troops to attack the Han dynasty. Han Tingling Prefecture governor led his troops to defeat them. In the second month of 187, the people of Xinjiang Prefecture revolted. The volunteer army attacked Zhongmo and killed Zhongmo governor Luahao and secretary Pan Yi. In the third month, Hunan he used his troops to suppress them, and the volunteer army failed. In the 8th month, Chapter 1898. In 187, 8th month, Yang Zhangchun and his fellow villager Zhang Ju rebelled against Han. Zhang Chun and the others formed an alliance with Wu Huan, Lord Qiu Liju, and raided Ji County, killing Wu Huan, Lieutenant Gongqi Chou, North Pingjun Governor Lu Zhong, Liaodan Governor Yang Zhong, etc. Hundreds of thousands of people were gathered in Fairu. Zhang Ju called himself the Son of Heaven, while Zhang Chun called himself the General of Heaven and Stability King. The two of them sent letters saying that Zhang Ju would replace Han as the emperor and asked the Han emperor to abdicate. Spirit Emperor ordered the South Xiongnu troops to follow Yuzhou magistrate Lu Yu to attack Zhang Chun. The South Xiongnu Chanyu Qiangxiu sent his left virtuous prince to lead the cavalry into Yuzhou. The people were afraid that the Chanyu would not be able to do anything, so they rebelled. In the same year, Liangzhou fell. Liangzhou provincial governor Geng Pai and Hanyang governor Fu Xie died in battle. In 188, the remaining yellow turban troops started to revolt. Guotai and the others, who had risen up in Shiha's White Wave Valley, attacked Taiyuan Commandery, Hedong Commandery, and other places. In the 3rd month, Taichung Lu Yin wrote a memorial to the Spirit Emperor, suggesting that he change the position of prefectural governor to prefecture overseer to strengthen his position. To suppress the peasant uprisings, Spirit Emperor followed Lu Yan's suggestion to change the provincial governor to provincial governor. He also chose ministers and ministers to take up the role. Hence, the provincial governor became the chief executive of the prefecture, holding the administrative power of a prefecture. From then on, the provincial governors each took up a region. Such a situation eventually led to the end of the Han dynasty being split up. Using this chance, Sei Ito sent provincial governor Zhang Jin to represent the people of Jiaoji to Spirit Emperor to make the place a prefecture. Under the persuasion of Zhang Rang and Zhao Zhong, Spirit Emperor followed the advice and changed Jiaoji to Jiaozhou. He appointed provincial governor Zhang Jin as the provincial governor. With that, Jiaozhou appeared in the history of the Han dynasty 10 years earlier. In the 4th month, the Yellow Turban Army rose up once more and took over the prefecture. In the 8th month, Han Ting set up a command center in Shiyuan and formed a new army. The new army command center had a total of 8 captains: Upper Military Officer Jian Shao, Middle Military Officer Yuan Shao, Lower Military Officer Bao Hong, General Officer Chao Chao, Assistant Left Officer Zhao Rong, Right Officer Feng Fong, Left Officer Xiao Mao, and Right Officer Chen Yuqiang. upper military officer He Jin also had to listen to Jian Shua. Wei Jian Shua, who was enrolled in the military academy, became the highest commander in the country. In the 10th month, the Yellow Turban army of Qingzhou and Shuzhou rose up again and attacked the counties. In the same month, for the sake of raising the morale of the army, Lu Hong held a military parade in Luo Yangping. He called himself the Supreme General, and he rode a horse and held a sword in his hand as he inspected the army. In November, Han Ting dispatched a military officer, Bao Hong, to deal with Gu Pai's Yellow Turban, who had the most influence. The two sides fought at Gabay. Bao Hong Jun was defeated. In the same month, Zhang Chun also ordered Wuhan Ling Wang to lead his cavalry into Qingzhou and Jizhou, breaking through Qinghe, Pingyuan, and other prefectures. Gong Sun Zan, the imperial cavalry commandant of the Han court, led his troops to attack. Gong Sun Zan, Zhang Chun, and the others fought at the Stone Gate and broke through it. Zhang Chun and the others abandoned their wives and children and fled to Willow City. Thus, Zhang Chun's rebellion was quelled. In the same year, the Ba County Yellow Turban Army rose up, and the Ba County bandit Shui Man rose up again, attacking the county and seizing the cities. Han Ting dispatched Sima Zhaojin of the West Garden's Upper Army to lead an army to suppress the barbarians. In February 189, Bao Hong died in prison due to his failure in battle. The Yellow Turban Army rose up one after another, and their influence rose again. In the same month, Huang Fusang defeated the rebel Liangzhou kingdom in Shinsong. In March, Liu Yu quelled Zhang Chun's rebellion. Zhang Chun died at the hands of his subordinate, Wang Zheng. On April 11th, Lu Hong died in Nangong Jiadahal at the age of 33. His posthumous title was Emperor Shaoling. His eldest son, Liu Bian, inherited the throne and became Emperor Han Shao. On June 17th, he was buried in Wenling. During this period, Jian Shua wanted to kill He Jin and make Liu Xie the emperor, but because He Jin sensed it, it did not work. Since He Jin was in charge of the court, Jian Shua was not at ease and plotted with the other eunuchs to kill He Jin. Zhao Xingsu was close to Madame He and handed Jian Shua's letter to He Jin. Thus, He Jin killed Jian Shua and took all the soldiers under his command, thus obtaining the command of the 8 lieutenants of West Garden. At this time, Emperor Ling's mother, Empress Dong, conspired to participate in the political affairs and hated Empress Dowager He. Empress Dowager He asked He Jin to move Empress Dong out of the capital and return to the country. She also asked He Jin to take Dong's brother, Dong Zhong, into prison. Dong Zhong committed suicide, and Empress Dong died of fear. Madame He got rid of her dissidents and took charge of the court, her power flourishing. In July, General He Jin summoned Dong Zhuo to the capital. When Dong Zhuo heard the summons, he immediately set off. In August, before Dong Zhuo's army reached Luoyang, He Jin was defeated and the palace was in chaos. The eunuch Zhang Rang kidnapped Emperor Han Shao and escaped. Dong Zhuo saw Luoyang on fire and led his troops forward. On the way, he heard that Emperor Han Shao was in Beimang and led his troops to welcome him. After Dong Zhuo entered the capital, he seized He Jin and his younger brother Che Ji, General He Miao's troops, and took them as his own. He also lured the commander of Jin Wu, Ding Yuan's troops, to be killed by Lu Bu. Thus, Dong Zhuo forced Han Ting to remove Sikong Lu Hong and make himself Sikong. During this period, Sei To used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Luoyang and took all the books that Dong Guan had collected during the 400 years of the Han Dynasty and placed them in the Rubik's Cube World Library. In September, Dong Zhuo forced Empress Dowager He to depose Emperor Han Shao and make Prince Chun Lu the emperor. On the day of the dethronement, all the officials were terrified, but no one dared to say anything. Dong Zhuo then killed Empress Dowager He and took control of the court. In the same month, Emperor Xian bestowed the position of Assistant Minister of the Yellow Gate to the position of Assistant Minister of the Imperial Household. During Emperor Ling's reign, the Imperial Household was made up of eunuchs. Since Yuan Shao executed all the eunuchs, the imperial household was made up of eunuchs. In October, Shihe County's Yellow Turban General Guotai led troops to attack Hedong County. Dongzhuo sent General Niu Fu to lead troops, but was defeated by the Yellow Turban Army. In November, Dongzhuo proclaimed himself as prime minister and praised him for not being famous. He entered the court with his sword and walked to the palace without the courtesy of an official. Dongzhuo used his troops to plunder property, women, and harm the common people. Everyone in the capital was in danger. He also recruited famous scholars, roping in talented people for his own use, in order to consolidate his position, but his perverse conduct greatly dissatisfied the scholars. In the same month, because of the Chong tribe's attack on the Sanfu, the Han court appointed Fufeng commandant and Henan protector general. At the end of the same year, Cao Cao didn't accept Dongzhuo's invitation and was hated by Dongzhuo. He fled to Qinlu and used his wealth in Qinlu and Wei Zi's financial support to form an army of 5,000 people to suppress Dongzhuo. At the same time, he sent out letters calling for the various lords to attack Dongzhuo. Sei To responded. However, because the distance was too far, he did not have the strength to do so. He could only ride light cavalry and lead 100 soldiers to the Guangdong region. In the first month of 190, various lords gathered in Qinlu. Report. My lord, there's someone outside who calls himself Governor Kanwu. He's here to renew the alliance. On this day, when Cao Cao was sitting alone in his tent and thinking about what to do next, a soldier quickly ran into the tent. Abruptly, he knelt on one knee, folded his hands, and said in a clear voice, "Oh, quickly bring me there." Cao Cao was stunned. He quickly got up from his seat and walked out of the tent as he spoke to the soldier. The soldier did not dare to hesitate. He quickly agreed and led Cao Cao out of the tent. Soon, they arrived at the front of the tent. In an instant, more than 100 burly and well-built soldiers with shiny weapons in their hands came into Cao Cao's sight. They were all wearing shiny armor, riding on tall horses, and holding shiny weapons in their hands. Under the illumination of the sun, they shone with an awe-inspiring might. Cao Cao was shocked and could not help but praise in a low voice, "What an elite army!" Cao Cao then looked around, searching for the leader of these soldiers. Not long after, a very familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. At the same time, that figure also looked at Cao Cao. It's actually brother. Sei Ito pretended to be surprised and said, "I didn't expect brother to be Cao Cao. Cao Mengda. I'm sorry for not recognizing you." As he spoke, Sei Ito made a gesture of greeting. Seeing this, Cao Cao quickly stepped forward and grabbed Sei Ito's arm. He pretended to be flustered and said, "Brother, you're too kind. However, I feel that brother looks very familiar. Forgive me for forgetting, but have we met before?" Cao Cao then voiced out the question in his heart. "Noble Mengda is forgetful. It's only natural that you don't remember me." Sei Ito mocked himself. Then, without waiting for Cao Cao to explain, he continued, "Mengda, have you forgotten the streets of Luoyang?" Streets of Luoyang? Cao Cao was confused. However, with this reminder, a memory that was almost buried by him quickly surfaced in his mind. "It's you." Cao Cao was shocked. Mengda remembers, Sei Ito smiled. "I didn't expect that after so many years, we would meet again. Fate is truly not shallow." Cao Cao sighed. Cao Cao sighed. Then, he turned around and grabbed Ito Sei's arm. As he pulled him into the tent, he laughed and said, "Let's go. I said that I would treat you to a feast when I see you again. Let's do it today." "Haha, then I'll accept your invitation," Sei Ito said with a smile. The soldier at the side was tactful. He quickly led the 100 or so soldiers, who looked even more powerful than their general, into the tent and gave them a separate room to stay in. After a while, Sei Ito and Cao Cao sat down in the tent. "All right, I still don't know brother's name." Cao Cao asked for Sei Ito's name while waiting for his subordinates to serve the food and wine. "My surname is Chun and my name is Yi. My courtesy name is Shiqing. I am from Yuzhou. It is all thanks to the governor of Beiping, Lu Zheng, that I was chosen to be the governor of Kangwu. Today, I heard about Mengda's righteous act. Although the road is unstable and it is difficult for soldiers to come, my heart can be seen in the morning. Therefore, I personally led 100 guards to come and help you. I hope Mangda will not mind. Itose introduced himself with a serious face. Lord coming is a loyal and righteous act. How can Chow Chow laugh at you? Could it be that in Lord's eyes, Chow Chow is someone of Chow Chow's faction? Chow Chow shrugged and pretended to be angry. I misspoke. I hope Minda will not blame me, say Ito said. At this moment, several soldiers carrying trays entered the tent. They placed the wine vessels and cooked beef on the table in front of Chow Chow and say Ito. It is truly fortunate to be able to meet Shiching today. I will use this cup of wine to express my gratitude. Chow Chow said to say Ito with a serious expression. Then he raised his head and drank all the wine in the cup. Chapter 1899. P.S. Thank you to Holy Night for your precious monthly votes. A few days after the drinking session, the Guangdong Dukes all arrived and set up camp, stretching for 200 miles. As the host, Chow Chow slaughtered cows and horses, cooked sheep and chicken, and met with the Dukes to discuss the strategy. At this time, the governor of Henei County, the king of Taishan County, Quang Wang, said, "Today we are righteous and must appoint an alliance leader. Everyone listen to the rules and then advance." Hearing this, the Dukes looked at each other, their eyes flashing and their minds spinning. Chow Chow saw the opportunity and immediately said, "Yuan Benshu is a descendant of the Han Dynasty's famous prime minister. He could be the alliance leader." Yuan Shao showed a proud expression and pretended to be modest. "Everyone here is a hero. How can I order the Dukes around? It's better if you choose wisely." Those who knew what was going on quickly tried to persuade him. The other Dukes also knew that this was the best choice and tried to persuade him. "It has to be Benshu." After 3 times, Yuan Shao agreed. However, no one noticed that Yuan Shu, who was sitting on the left of the tent, had a gloomy expression and was full of jealousy. Why do you think? The reason was because of their birth. Yuan Shao was born of a concubine and was adopted by Yuan Chang's family. Yuan Shu was the son of a legitimate wife. In ancient times, there was a clear distinction between legitimate wife and concubine. However, Yuan Shao was deeply loved by Yuan Feng and Yuan Ku, especially Yuan Shu. Therefore, Yuan Shu secretly hated him and was separated from him since childhood. Now that he saw that everyone would rather promote a concubine's son than talk about him, he secretly hated him even more. It was because of this that all kinds of things happened later. Let's not talk about these things for now. On the second day, the Dukes ordered the soldiers to build a 3-tiered altar and put up 5 flags around it. On top of the altar, there was a white banner and a yellow battle axe. Yuan Shao was forced to go on the altar and worship the heavens. Yuan Shao tidied his clothes and sword and went up, burning incense and worshiping again. He said, "The Han Dynasty is unfortunate. The imperial principles are lost." The traitorous minister Dong Zhuo took advantage of the provocation and caused trouble to the emperor, oppressing the common people. Yuan Shao and others feared the fall of the country and gathered the volunteers to help the country. Everyone in our alliance is of one heart and strength. As a result, I will have no second thoughts. With such an alliance, we will lose our lives and have no descendants. The Empress of Heaven, Empress of Earth, and the bright spirits of the ancestors are all examples. After saying that, Yuan Shao grabbed the brush and cut his palm. He smeared the blood into the wine and drank it. Hearing his generous words, the surrounding vassals all shed tears and mucus. At this time, they're still loyal subjects. Seito glanced at the vassals around him and thought to himself, "It's a pity that some of them won't be loyal for long." Forget it after a year. After spitting the blood, Yuan Shao stepped down from the altar and returned to the big tent with the other Dukes. They sat down on both sides of the tent according to their nobility and age and drank to their heart's content. After a few rounds, Chow Chow suddenly said, since we have decided on an alliance leader today, everyone should listen to orders and help the country together. Don't fuss over who is stronger or weaker. Yuan Shao immediately said, Shao may not be talented, but since I've been elected as the leader of the alliance, I'll be rewarded for my contributions and punished for my crimes. The country has constant punishments, and the army has discipline. Everyone should abide by it and not violate it. Everyone agreed solemnly. Next, Yuan Shaofu continued, my younger brother Yuan Shu is in charge of the army provisions, so he is able to deal with all the military camps without any shortage. Moreover, one person must be the vanguard to challenge Sishui Pass. The rest of the people occupied important positions. Let's wait for them. As he said that, Changsha Governor Sun Jian stood up and cupped his fists. I am willing to be the vanguard. Yuan Shao was delighted and praised. When Tai is brave, you can take up this position. Immediately Sun Jian withdrew from the banquet. He ordered the troops to pull out the stronghold and led his troops and horses to charge towards Sishui Pass. Sei Ito, who watched Sun Jian leave, smiled and retracted his gaze. Shiqing, why are you smiling? At the same time, Cao Cao saw Sei Ito smile and asked softly, this person doesn't have long to live. Sei Ito replied mysteriously, following which, he didn't bother about Cao Cao, whose eyes were shining, and left the tent together with the other dukes. That afternoon, each division led their troops and charged toward the various important positions, amongst which Yuan Shao, Hanoi Governor Wang Quang, and Han Fu stayed in Yi to provide the army provisions. Yuzhou Governor Kong Qiong was stationed in Yingchuan, Yinzhou Governor Liu Dai, Chenlu Governor Zhang Miao, Guangling Governor Zhang Chao, Dong Prefecture Governor Qiao Mao, Shanyang Governor Yuan, Jibei Minister Bao Exine, and Cao Cao were stationed in Suanzhou, while Rear General Yuan Shu was stationed in Liang. As a branch with fewer people, Ito Sei naturally followed his acquaintance Cao Cao to the Sour Jujube. Suanzhou, known as Suanzhou County, was 15 miles north of Hunan Yanjin County. At the same time, Dong Zhuo, who was in Luoyang, found out about the situation outside the pass through his spies. He was shocked and quickly summoned his troops to the hall for a meeting. At that moment, Lu Bu walked up and said, Father, don't worry. The dukes outside the pass are like grass. I'm willing to behead all of them and hang them at the gate. Dongzhuo was delighted when he heard that. With Feng Xian, I have nothing to worry about. However, before his words disappeared, someone behind Lu Bu walked up and said, Why use a butcher's knife to cut a chicken? There's no need for one hoe to head over. I behead all of you as easily as taking something out of my pocket. Dongzhuo turned to look at the person who spoke. This person was 9 feet tall, with a tiger's body and a wolf's waist. He had the head of a leopard and the arms of an ape. It was none other than Hua Xiong from Guanxi. Dongzhuo was delighted and conferred Hua Xiong the title of Valiant Cavalry Commandant. He led 50,000 soldiers to meet the enemy at the pass with Li Su, Hu Zhen, and Zhao Xin. At this moment, in Sei Ito's tent, Hua Xiong Sei Ito, who had smashed a holographic screen that didn't belong to this era, muttered to himself. Then he shouted, Men, this general is here. At this moment, several burly men wearing bright armor entered the tent, cupping their fists and saluting. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Shan Xiongxin. Sei Ito's gaze swept across the generals and stopped on 3 of them. This general is here. The 3 stepped forward and replied. The 3 of you immediately pick 50 men and horses and rush to Sishui Pass. Seize the opportunity and capture that Hua Xiong for me. Ito Sei ordered. Yes. The 3 obeyed. In addition, there's no need to hide. Use whatever moves you have, Sei Ito ordered after a pause. Yes. The 3 were delighted and hurriedly replied. I, Old Cheng, have long wanted to meet these famous people of the 3 kingdoms. Now, I finally have the chance. After getting down to business, the bearded Cheng Yaojin, who looked more like a gigolo than the rumors said, chuckled strangely. His words clearly represented the thoughts of the others. Quickly go. Sei Ito smiled and waved his hand. The three cupped their fists and immediately left the tent. They led their men and left Xuan Zhao in the night. And just like them, there was also Bao Zhong, who was the first to be killed in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Before long, Bao Zhong and his 3,000 infantry soldiers arrived at the pass. I am Bao Zhong of the Northern Plains. Who dares to come and fight me? Bao Zhong shouted from the Juma Pass. A nameless brute dares to challenge me? Watch me kill you. A person on the pass shouted. A moment later, the door was opened and 500 elite cavalrymen rushed out and arrived at the gate. Bao Zhong, come and die. A person rode out. He shouted from the middle of the field. This person was 9 feet tall, with a tiger's body and a wolf's waist. He had the head of a leopard and the arms of an ape. He wore a set of bright armor and held a long blade. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. It was none other than Hua Xiong who had rushed to the pass in the night. Seeing this person, Bao Zhong's heart sank. His momentum was taken away, and he retreated towards the army formation behind him. Thief General, don't run. Hua Xiong shouted and chased after Bao Zhong. Behind him, the horses galloped and the 500 elite cavalry followed. Not long after, they met Bao Zhong's troops. Then, with a blood-curdling scream, Bao Zhong's headless body immediately fell to the ground and was trampled into meat paste by the horses. Seeing Bao Zhong die, the morale of the remaining soldiers dissipated. They did not have the strength to resist and were quickly killed by the 500 elite cavalry. Coward! Cheng Yaojin, who was watching the battle from Yuan Lin's side, spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed. As expected from Hua Xiong. Very heroic. Shan Xiong Xian praised. Brothers, get on your horses. However, despite his praise, Shan Xiongxin did not forget his mission. He immediately waved his hand and called out, carrying the Wolf Fong sledgehammer as he mounted his horse. Brothers, charge! When everyone was on their horses, Shan Xiong Xian immediately shouted and charged towards Hua Xiong's troops who were slowly letting down their guard. In an instant, the sound of horse hooves echoed in the night sky. Enemy attack. Hua Xiong heard the sound of the horse hooves and shouted. As for the Shiliang cavalry, they were worthy of being the famous cavalry of the Han dynasty. Almost immediately, their momentum changed. Their horses galloped in a large arc towards the cavalry led by Shan Xiongxin, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Xiong. Open the armor, Qin Xiong shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of bright light instantly bloomed from the armor of the 50 cavalrymen. They merged with each other and formed a huge sun-like light that enveloped all the cavalrymen. This was the defensive technique of the Great Huan nation's military armor that was gradually being transformed into the Celestial Dynasty. Seeing this, Hua Xiong's expression changed slightly. His heart was heavy. Could it be another demon army? However, at this time, it was too late even if Hua Xiong wanted to retreat. This was because the two armies had already collided with each other. In an instant, there was a loud boom. The Shiliang cavalry looked like they were hit by a speeding truck. They were thrown to the side, along with their horses, creating a path for the enemy to pass through. Hua Xiong's heart sank. He did not dare to hesitate, and immediately turned his horse around and galloped back into the pass. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Shan Xiong Xian shouted and urged his horse to rush out of the formation. His body was surrounded by clouds, and the horse looked like it was galloping through the clouds. It chased after Hua Xiong at an extraordinary speed. The warhorse's buff technique, acceleration. With the buff of the formation on the 4 hooves, Shan Xiong Xian rushed to Hua Xiong's side in a short while. At this time, Hua Xiong, who knew that he could not run away, made up his mind. He turned around and swung his sword at Shan Xiong Xian with a blazing red light. Good timing. Shan Xiongxin had already learned from Ito say that the generals of the 3 kingdoms of this era had amazing karma and could erupt with exaggerated force for a long time. Therefore, he was not surprised. He shouted excitedly and waved his hammer to meet the broadsword. Clang! Sparks flew, and a thunderous sound of metal clashing rang in their ears. Nice! Shan Xiong Xian shouted happily. He raised his hand and knocked Hua Xiong's sword away. He then swung his hammer at Hua Xiong's back again. Hua Xiong lowered his body and dodged Shan Xiong Xian's wolf fang hammer by a hair's breadth. Then, Hua Xiong stood up and swung his hand at Shan Xiong Xian. Shan Xiong Xian raised his hand and blocked the blade. Clang! Hua Xiong put more strength into his arm and forced the blade towards Shan Xiong Xian's neck. Shan Xiong Xian raised his hand and did not let the blade fall. As a result, the two of them were competing in strength. But soon, Shan Xiongxin rolled his eyes and suddenly withdrew his hand, letting the blade fall. Then, just as the blade was about to cut into his body, he abruptly used his strength again and knocked away Hua Xiong's blade, who was unable to defend himself in time. Then, the long hammer fell to the ground, and he kicked Hua Xiong's chest. Immediately, there was a muffled bang. Hua Xiong's chest felt tight, and he immediately fell off his horse. Shan Xiong Xian jumped off his warhorse and strode to the pale-faced Hua Xiong and kicked his head. Bang! As expected, a bloody tooth was spat out from Hua Xiong's mouth. Then, Shan Xiong Xian kicked Hua Xiong's body and bent down to catch Hua Xiong. He pulled out the leather rope from his waist and tied Hua Xiong up. Only then did Shan Xiong Xian stand up and look at the pass. The soldiers of Sisui Pass all revealed looks of panic. They raised their longbows and pointed downwards, afraid that this unknown army would attack the pass. Shan Xiong Xian chuckled and threw Hua Xiong onto his horse. Then, he mounted his horse and turned it around to look at the rest of the army. During the short period of time when he captured Shan Xiongxin, the nearly invulnerable cavalry had already smashed the 500 Shiliang cavalrymen into pieces. Every single one of them was lying on the ground with their hands covering their stomachs, letting out painful cries. Brothers, retreat. Shan Xiong Xian urged his horse back to the army and loudly said. Then, the horse hooves flew into the air, and the entire group of horses disappeared from Sisui Pass just like how they came. Not long after they left, Sun Jian led his 4 generals, Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, Han Dang, and Zhu Mao, to Sisui Pass. Left with no choice, Hua Xiong's deputy general Hu Zhen went down the pass to fight. However, he was stabbed in the throat by Cheng Pu and died on the spot. Sun Jian was overjoyed and led his army to attack the pass. In the end, he was hit by flying stones and arrows. Only then did he lead his army back to Liangdong. He ordered his men to report the victory to Yuan Shu and bring him provisions. However, Yuan Shu was afraid that he would lead the wolf to the tiger, so he refused to give him provisions. This led to a rebellion in Sun Jian's army. Spies spread the news to the pass, causing Li Su and Zhao Tsun to attack in the night. Unfortunately, without Hua Xiong and the other brave generals, their plan became a mess. In the end, not only did they fail to defeat Sun Jian's army, they even lost Li Su's life. Zhao Tsun escaped back to the pass with heavy injuries. In this way, the first portion of the power of the world produced by the change in history, due to the loss of Hua Xiong, smoothly fell into Seito's hands. After absorbing the power of the world, Seito looked at the starry sky and muttered to himself, Sun Jian, you must quickly enter Luoyang. I am still waiting for you to help me break the fate of the Han Dynasty. Reporting, General Shan has returned. Not long after, the news of Shan Xiong Xian's return came from the tent. Chapter 1900. Oh, have Shan Xiongxin come over immediately, Seito said, raising an eyebrow. Yes, sir. The soldier obeyed and left the tent. Not long after, the robust and heroic Shan Xiong Xian pushed a big man who was not inferior to him in the slightest. Moreover, his appearance was even more intimidating as they walked into the tent. My lord, Shan Xiongxin greeted. Then, he raised his leg and kicked Hua Xiong's knee. At the same time, he pushed Hua Xiong down to his knees. What a muscular man, Seito praised as he looked at Hua Xiong. Hua Xiong straightened his back and looked up at Seito, who was sitting on a main seat, and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? I am the prefect of Kangwu, Say Ito said calmly. The prefect of Kangwu? I've never heard of you, Hua Xiong said disdainfully. Impudent. As soon as this remark came out, before Ito Say could speak, Shan Xiongxin on the side took the lead to shout and curse. Oomph. I'm already a prisoner. You can kill me or torture me as you wish, Hua Xiong said with a cold snort. Then are you willing to surrender? Say Ito asked with raised eyebrows. Minister Dong has treated me so well. How can I be an ungrateful person? Don't even think about it, Hua Xiong said disdainfully. Aren't you afraid of death? Say Ito asked. I'm a valiant man. How can I be afraid of death? Hua Xiong said proudly. Since that's the case, I'll make my move later, Say Ito said softly. Then his eyes lit up. He immediately released a vast amount of psychic energy, which turned into sharp blades that pierced into Hua Xiong's eyes. He used his powerful cultivation to modify Hua Xiong's consciousness. Hua Xiong lived up to his reputation as a famous general of the Three Kingdoms, a killing genius who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Not only was his willpower extremely firm, but there was also a towering aura of blood and resentment lingering around him. If not for Seito's incredible mental cultivation and strange methods, he might not have been able to break through Hua Xiong's mental defenses and modify his consciousness. A moment later, Seito withdrew his spiritual power. He looked at Hua Xiong in front of him. Hua Xiong was stunned at first, then immediately bowed his head and said, Hua Xiong greets the Lord. At the same time, at Sun Jianjun's place in Liangdong. This time, Sun Jian no longer secretly reported the victory to Yuan Shu. Instead, he directly reported it to Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao, who received the news of victory, was overjoyed. He immediately dispatched troops to deliver rations to Sun Jian, to support Sun Jian. At the same time, on the morning of the second day, he led the vassal alliance army towards Sun Jian. On the other hand, Dong Zhuo, who heard that Hua Xiong was captured by the demon soldiers and that Hu Zhen and Li Su were killed in battle, was greatly alarmed. He hastily summoned his son-in-law Li Ru, various generals, and Lu Bu to discuss countermeasures. We lost General Hua Xiong today. The bandits are powerful. Yuan Shao is the alliance master. Uncle Yuan Kuang is now the grand tutor. If there are collusion from the inside and outside, it will be inconvenient. We can eliminate them first. After thinking for a moment, Li Ru advised, Minister, please lead the army to capture them separately. Dong Zhuo agreed. Quickly summoned generals Li Chui and Guisi to lead 500 soldiers to surround Grand Tutor Yuan Kuang's house. Kill them all and send Yuan Kuang's head to the pass as a deterrent. After that, Dong Zhuo led 200,000 soldiers and divided them into two groups. One group ordered Li Chui and Guisi to lead 50,000 soldiers to guard Si Shui Pass and not kill. The other group was led by Dong Zhuo himself. Together with Li Ru, Lu Bu, Fan Chou, and Zhang Ji, they guarded Hulao Pass. This pass was only 50 li away from Luoyang. They arrived in less than half a day. Then, Dong Zhuo ordered Lu Bu to lead 30,000 soldiers to station in front of the pass while he led the rest to station in the pass. Not long after Dong Zhuo entered Hulao Pass, Yuan Shao received the news and summoned everyone to discuss the news. Dong Zhuo stationed troops at Hulao to intercept our vassal's path. Today, we can lead half of the troops to meet the enemy. Cao Cao suggested. Yuan Shao thought about it for a moment. After agreeing to Cao Cao's suggestion, he ordered Wang Kuang, Qiao Mao, Bao Exin, Yuan Yi, Sun Rong, Zhang Yang, Tao Qian, Gong Sun Zan, and the other vassals to head to Hulao Pass to meet the enemy. Cao Cao and Sei Ito traveled alone to support the troops. After the discussion, everyone spread out. They each led their troops out. During this time, Hanoi Governor Wang Kuang led his troops over first. Lu Bu led 3,000 cavalry to welcome them. Wang Kuang's troops stopped their horses and got into formation. They rode forward and looked forward. Almost at the same time, a valiant-looking man walked out of the formation. He had a three-pronged purple golden crown on his head, a Sichuan red brocade robe embroidered with 100 flowers, a beast face armor, and an exquisite lion belt on his waist. He had a bow and arrow with him, and a sky-piercer halberd in his hand. He was riding a hissing wind red hare. This person is none other than the Marquis of One, Lu Bu, who has the title of Lu Bu among men and Red Rabbit among horses. Who dares to fight? Wang Kuang turned his head and asked, following which a general charged out toward Lu Bu with his spear. Not long later, he clashed with Lu Bu. However, although this person was brave, his martial arts were much weaker than Lu Bu's. In just 5 rounds, he was defeated by Lu Bu's halberd, following which Lu Bu led his troops to kill Wang Kuang. He charged east and west as if he was in an unstoppable state. Luckily, Xiao Mao and Yuan rushed over and forced the Lu army to retreat, saving Wang Kuang. Following which, the 3 groups retreated 30 miles to camp and wait for the others to arrive. Not long after, the 5 groups of troops along with Cao Cao's reinforcements arrived at the camp. They gathered together to discuss how to force Lu Bu to retreat. Seeing that everyone was worried about Lu Bu's strength, Seito couldn't help but laugh and say, "Everyone, if Lu Bu challenges us again, let me deal with him." "Xiqing, are you confident?" Cao Cao asked. "It's a piece of cake." Ito Sei laughed. Everyone else's eyes flashed with disbelief. "Qin Kangwu, please do not speak nonsense in front of the army." Wang Kuang, who had just been defeated, said unhappily. He, Wang Kuang, led thousands of troops to fight Ma Lai and still couldn't defeat Lu Bu alone. How could a mere governor of the southern desolate land with only 100 reinforcements say it would be easy? Was he laughing at Wang Kuang's incompetence? Whether it is nonsense or not, Wang Hiniai will know soon, Seito said calmly. Wang Kuang's face was filled with anger as he stared at Seito. "Xiqing is confident." Cao Cao hurriedly said a few words to appease Wang Kuang's temper. Then he looked at Ito Sei and asked again. Seito, who pretended not to see Cao Cao's signal, looked around the tent and laughed. "I can make a military pledge." Seeing that there was an opportunity, Wang Kuang quickly said, "I will make a promise." Seito snorted coldly. "You can't go back on your word." At this moment, a soldier ran into the tent and knelt on one knee. He cupped his fist and reported, "Reporting. Lu Bu challenges us to a battle." In the blink of an eye, all the generals in the tent looked at Ito Sei. Seito didn't reply. He calmly straightened his robe and stood up from his couch. He casually took a spear from a soldier and strode out of the tent. He didn't even put on his armor. Instead, he mounted his warhorse and rode out of the tent to meet Lu Bu. All the generals and dukes quickly walked out of the tent and went to the gate. They climbed up the platform and looked out of the tent. "Who goes there? My spear doesn't kill nameless ghosts." Lu Bu, who was sitting on his red hare, looked disdainfully at Seito, who was slowly walking out of the tent. "Governor of Kangwu, Chen Yi." Seito smiled. "Governor?" Lu Bu didn't expect that the person who came was actually a governor. However, he didn't take it to heart. He said indifferently, "Why aren't you wearing armor? Are you looking down on me?" "I never wear armor when killing enemies," Seito said indifferently. "Heh, wouldn't never wear armor when killing enemies. I like to see what you have to rely on to say such arrogant words." Lu Bu sneered. Then he spurred his red hair and charged towards Seito like the wind. Seito stood quietly on his horse, holding his spear at an angle. He looked at Lu Bu with a smile that wasn't a smile. As a famous steed, the red hare was extremely fast. It didn't take long for it to arrive in front of Seito. Then Lu Bu thrust his halberd towards Seito. Seito raised his spear and blocked the halberd. Then he exerted a bit of strength and knocked Lu Bu's halberd away. Then he held the spear with both hands and thrust it toward Lu Bu's body like a viper. Lu Bu's body was in pain. He barely managed to turn his body to the side and let the spear pass through his chest. Even so, he could still feel a burning sensation coming from the armor. From the outside, It looked like a ball of flame had suddenly appeared in Sei Ito's hand. Obviously, because the thrust was too fast, the friction between the spear and the air had ignited. Shi Cheng is truly a celestial being, Cao Cao exclaimed from afar. The others looked at each other in dismay, their expressions full of disbelief, but not all of them. The eyes of the red-faced man behind Gong Sunzan and a white-faced man who looked like a scholar were shining, their bodies unconsciously exuding a raging fighting spirit. Second brother, can you do it in this situation? The white-faced man asked. I can't. The red-faced man shook his head and said in a low voice. Yin Chang Ida, I didn't expect there to be such powerful people in this world. Beside the two, a middle-aged man with arms that reached his knees sighed. These three were none other than Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, who followed Gong Sunzan everywhere to look for opportunities. As for why Zhang Fei looked like a pretty boy instead of having a black beard, it was because in history, Zhang Fei was born into a scholarly family and was very handsome. Otherwise, how could his two daughters become the empress of the kingdom of Shu one after another? Other than having a strong relationship, it was also because he was beautiful and had a good upbringing. At this moment, Lu Bu, who was resisting the burning sensation in his chest, tightened his arms. He swung his halberd and used a crescent blade to chop Sei Ito's head. However, Sei Ito still didn't dodge. He only shook the spear that was next to Lu Bu and struck Lu Bu's chest again. In an instant, there was a muffled bang. Lu Bu's body flew out from the back of the red hair like a cannonball. Immediately after, Sei Ito jumped up and charged toward Lu Bu. Chapter 1901. In the next moment, Sei Ito quickly appeared behind Lu Bu. He grabbed Lu Bu by the collar of his armor and smashed him to the ground. Bang! A huge crater appeared on the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust. After receiving such a blow, even someone as strong as Lu Bu felt dizzy. Good. Then, loud cheers could be heard from the Allied army's tent. But before the cheers dissipated, a strong vibration came from the ground. Then, the 3,000 Bing province cavalry charged towards Sei Ito like a stream of steel. My lord! Shan Xiongxin and the others shouted. Then, without waiting for Cao Cao's order, they gathered their own cavalry and activated their energy shield. Then, like a moving pearl, they rushed straight toward Ito Seiji's direction. What is that? Seeing the strange phenomenon of the 100 cavalry, the allied warlords could not help but be dumbstruck. It's the remnants of the demonic path, Wang Kuang said with a sinister gaze. Remnants of the demonic path? The other warlords looked at each other and somewhat agreed with Wang Kuang's guess. Seeing this, Cao Cao opened his mouth, but in the end, he fell silent. It cannot be helped. The behavior of Sei Ito's army was too strange. It reminded Cao Cao of the Daoist soldiers that he encountered during the crusade against the yellow turban Zhang Jiao. They were not afraid of weapons, fire, and had boundless strength and endurance. If not for the fact that the army was small enough and was later destroyed by General Huangfu, who knew where, and Zhang Jiao, who knew how to be a Daoist soldier, had died early, it was hard to say who would have won the crusade against the Yellow Turban. So at this time, even if he, who is still loyal to the Han Dynasty, wanted to ask the warlords to send reinforcements, some kind of emotion in his heart made him unable to open his mouth. He could only look at Ito, say, grabbing Lu Bu and jumping on his warhorse. Then, under the protection of those 100 cavalry generals, he used his witchcraft to break through the Bing province army's steel torrent. He broke out of the encirclement and disappeared into the distance. Mother Asterisk Kerr, this group of dukes is really a good-for-nothing, actually leaving us in the lurch. Cheng Yaojin cursed with a face full of displeasure as he relied on the acceleration ability of his warhorse's iron hooves to escape from the line of sight of the Bing province cavalry at a speed that was even faster than red hair. Your Majesty had wasted so much effort to capture Lu Bu, that thief brat. Ji Jia, shut up. Qin Xiong frowned and shouted. Cheng Yaojin was not afraid of anything. He was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of his wife Chuishi and Qin Xiong, as well as Sei Ito, who was the emperor of Dehua. Thus, when Qin Xiong shouted, Cheng Yaojin immediately shut his mouth. "Your Majesty, we've already been exposed." Shan Xiongxin urged his horse to Sei Ito's side and asked softly, "MHM?" Sei Ito nodded gently in response. "That's great." Cheng Yaojin immediately exclaimed excitedly. But very quickly, under Qin Xiong's big eyes, he withered. "Then what about Luoyang? Are we not going to participate?" Hua Xiong asked. "Now that Lu Bu is gone and Hua Xiong has become our companion, Dongzhuo only has Li Chui and Guixi who can be used. They can no longer stop the Alliance army. I believe that before long, Dongzhuo will be forced to burn Luoyang and move the capital to Chang'an. What we need to do is to set up an ambush on the road between Chang and in Luoyang and wait for Dongzhuo to walk into the trap." Sei Ito looked at the clouds in the sky and said calmly, "How about this? You guys lead the troops to Hongnong and wait for me there." Sei Ito turned to look at Shan Xiongxin, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Hua Xiong. "Yes." The four received the order. "Your Majesty, how should we deal with Lu Bu?" Shan Xiongxin turned to look at the unconscious Lu Bu, who was placed behind the horse like a piece of merchandise. "Leave it to me," Sei Ito said. Saying this, he stretched out his hand and sucked Lu Bu into his hand. "You guys go." "Your Majesty, take care." The four cupped their fists together. He then raised his horsewhip and led the 100 or so cavalrymen behind him to gallop toward Hongnong. Not long after, he disappeared from Sei Ito's sight. "Marquis of Wen, Lu Bu, do you think I should kill you or keep you?" Sei Ito looked at the unconscious Lu Bu in his hand and muttered to himself in an indescribable tone. As a person with a name and a surname, Lu Bu was blessed by the heavens. Lu Bu had the world's favor on him. Because he was the #1 cavalry warrior in the world, he was not inferior to Cao Cao, who later established the Great Way. His favor had reached a purplish-black level. Based on a one-time benefit, killing him was the most appropriate choice. However, if he really did this, Sei Ito felt that it would be a waste of Lu Bu's martial strength. If he used hypnotism to control him, train him well, and then use him to lead the troops to open up new territory, he might be able to earn even more. In addition, he had Gao Shun and Zhang Liao who were loyal to him. Sei Ito could not help but tilt the scales in his heart towards keeping him. "Forget it, I'll keep him. After all, he is still Lu Bu, isn't he?" Thinking of this, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately retracted his horse and brought Lu Bu into the dense forest. Stopping in an open space, he pressed one hand on Lu Bu's head and used his mental power to invade his mind. However, at this moment, a dragon-like aura rose from Lu Bu's mind and welcomed Sei Ito's mental power. What is this? The manifestation of heroic spirit and the protection of luck? Or is there really an expert behind Lu Bu? His martial arts are not self-taught like in history, but rather taught by someone? Or is it the legendary overlord martial arts? Sei Ito could not help but frown as he felt the aura of the dragon-like aura. In fact, when Lu Bu was born, the rumors were very strange. First, when his mother was pregnant, she dreamed of a fierce tiger by her side. Then, she was pregnant for 12 months without being born. Then, a rainbow fell from the sky. The mountains of Wian collapsed, and the earth shook before he was born. Finally, when he was born, his umbilical cord broke, his fists clenched, and he stood on the ground like a baby. Moreover, this was not the end. When he was young, he was born with divine strength and had a photographic memory. He did not like to play with naughty children, but liked to be with adults, imitating and learning other people's skills. He liked to ride horses and was willing to play with weapons. Only when he was with girls would he be unusually docile. Why do I always feel that Lu Bu was born a pervert? Anyway, Lu Bu was not an ordinary person. He should be a god sent by the heavens. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. He directly released the power of his level 1 true immortal spirit. After a short while, The chi of man and dragon was dispersed again. His mental strength invaded Lu Bu's mind and began to transform his consciousness. At the same time, because he was really curious about where Lu Bu's martial arts came from, he also took the opportunity to read Lu Bu's memories. In an instant, a large number of images of people appeared in Sei Ito's mind. However, even after Sei Ito finished modifying Lu Bu's consciousness, he was still unable to browse through Lu Bu's memories to find any special fortuitous encounters. It was very ordinary, learning, growing up, playing, fighting the Xiongnu, joining the army, all the way until he became the current Lu Bu. It seems that only Lu Bu is a god sent by the heavens can be explained. After a while, Ito Sei retracted his mental power and burned all the memories that belonged to Lu Bu with the flame of spirit. He thought to himself, "Who greets the Lord?" At this time, Lu Bu woke up from his coma. When he saw Sei Ito in front of him, he immediately knelt on one knee and saluted with his fists clasped. On the other side, when the warlord saw that Lu Bu was gone, they felt that the Dong army was no longer a threat. At this time, the Bing province cavalry lost their will to fight due to the loss of Lu Bu. In just a short moment, they were defeated and retreated to the pass. The Warlord Alliance army gave chase, charging into Hulao Pass and fighting with Dong Zhuo's army. Only when the sky turned dark did they sound the gong to retreat. That night, the Warlord Alliance army was naturally very happy, slaughtering cows and horses and feasting without end. However, Dong Zhuo's side was anxious, thinking of a way out. The army has just been defeated, and the soldiers have no will to fight. Why don't we lead the troops back to Luoyang and move the capital to Chang, and to answer the nursery rhyme? After a moment of silence, Li Ru said, "Recently, the nursery rhyme on the streets goes, the first Han in the west, the first Han in the east. Only when the deer enters Chang, and will there be no difficulties." Chen Si said, "The first Han in the west should be Gaozu's prosperity in Chang, and spread to the 12 emperors. The first Han in the east should be Guang Wu's prosperity in Luoyang, and spread to the 12 emperors. The heavenly fate will merge. Prime Minister, move back to Chang, and you will have no worries." Dong Zhuo was delighted when he heard this and said, "If it wasn't for your words, I wouldn't have understood." He led a portion of the generals back to Luoyang and gathered the civil and military officials in the imperial court to discuss the matter of moving the capital. The Eastern Han capital Luoyang has been in decline for more than 200 years. I see that the prosperity is in Chang, and I wish to offer you my blessing. You should all dress appropriately," Dong Zhuo said. "Guanzhong is broken and scattered. Today, we will sacrifice the ancestral temple and abandon the imperial mausoleum for fear that the people will be alarmed. It is easy to move the world, but difficult to settle it. Prime Minister, please supervise," Situ Yang Biao objected. "You are obstructing the country's plans?" Dong Zhuo stood up and said angrily, his aura suppressing Yang Biao. "Situ Yang Biao is right. In the past, Wang Mang usurped the throne and burned Chang into rubble. Moreover, the people were displaced, and there were no exceptions. It is not appropriate to abandon the palace and become a wasteland," Grand Commandant Huang Wan said. "Guangdong thieves rise, and the world is in chaos. Chang is in danger of being attacked, and it is closer to Longyu. The construction of the palace will not take more than a month. Cease your nonsense," Dong Zhuo said decisively. "Prime Minister, if you wish to move the capital, the people will be restless," Situ Sun advised. "For the sake of the world, how can I pity the small people?" Dong Zhuo said angrily. He then dismissed Yang Biao, Huang Wan, and Sun Shuang as commoners, then ignored the crowd and left the palace to board the carriage. However, at this moment, two people bowed toward Dong Zhuo from afar. Dong Zhuo, who felt something was off, looked over and found that it was Minister Zhou Bai and City Gate Commandant Wu Qiong. "What is it?" Dong Zhuo asked. Chapter 1902. P.S. Thank you to Cute Girl for your tip. Thank you to only know how to bully I'm honest for your precious monthly votes. I heard that Prime Minister wants to move the capital to Chang'an, so I came to advise you, Zhoubai said. I listened to the two of you and supported Yuan Shao. Now that he has rebelled, he is on your side. Dong Zhuo was furious when he heard that someone had come to advise him again. He yelled at the two men, drag them away, and behead them. The warriors on both sides did not dare to hesitate. They quickly went forward and dragged the two away from Dong Zhuo. Pass down the order. We will move the capital tomorrow, Dong Zhuo said loudly, still feeling unsatisfied. We are short of money and grain. There are many rich families in Luoyang, but none of them are officials. However, if we kill Yuan Shao's faction and plunder their wealth, we will definitely get a lot of money, Li Ru suggested after Dong Zhuo calmed down. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo immediately gathered 5,000 soldiers and searched the rich families in Luoyang. There were thousands of them, and they had banners on their backs with the words rebels written on them. Regardless of the reason, they were pushed out of the city to be beheaded and their wealth confiscated. Li Ju and Guisi then drove the million people of Luoyang to Chang'an. Every commoner was in a group, and the soldiers were in a group. They dragged and detained each other. Countless people died in the ravines. At the same time, they ordered the soldiers to rape people's wives and daughters and steal their food. The cries shook the heavens and earth. Those who were late were chased by 3,000 soldiers with white blades and killed on the way. In order to cut off the path of retreat for the officials, Dong Zhuo ordered the various factions to set fire to the houses of the people and burn down the temples and palaces. The flames of the north and south palaces connected. The Changle Palace was completely scorched. He also committed evil deeds. He dug up the tombs of the late emperor and concubines and took their treasures. The soldiers took advantage of the situation to dig up the tombs of the officials and commoners. After that, Dong Zhuo loaded thousands of carriages with gold, pearls, satin, and other treasures. He then headed for Chang'an. The fire has finally started, Sei Ito said in a low voice as he jumped into the red and yellow sky of Luoyang. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the burning city of Luoyang. He looked around and locked onto the south of the destroyed palace. He moved over in a flash. It should be here, Sei Ito muttered to himself as he reappeared and looked at the stone well that was spewing out multicolored light. Then he walked to the edge of the well and looked down. Not long after, a female corpse appeared in front of his eyes. Sei Ito, who knew that this woman must be the treasure trove girl, did not hesitate. He immediately changed his mind and pulled the woman's corpse out of the well. Although it had been soaked in water for a long time, the corpse did not float or rot. Under the illumination of the fire, the female corpse floated in front of Sei Ito, wearing an undamaged palace dress and a brocade pouch. Sei Ito stretched out his hand and grabbed the embroidered pouch hanging on the female corpse's neck. He opened it, revealing a small scarlet box locked with a golden lock. For Sei Ito, this small lock was not a problem. With a flick of his finger, the entire golden lock suddenly shattered and lost its function. Then Sei Ito opened the lid of the box, revealing the item inside. It was a square imperial jade seal with a golden horn. It was 4 inches in diameter and was engraved with 5 intertwining dragons. At the bottom of the seal was engraved with 8 characters, "By the mandate of heaven, eternal prosperity." This item was none other than the imperial jade seal of the kingdom, the jade seal of He clan. Sei Ito looked at it with his spiritual eye. The surface of the seal was steaming with clouds, faintly forming the image of a soaring dragon. It circled around the seal and emitted waves of dragon roars that shook the heavens. Done. Sei Ito chuckled and put the imperial jade seal back into the box. Then Sei Ito waved his hand and collected the female corpse, burying it deep in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he used the teleportation technique again and left. He moved in the direction of Xingyang. A moment later, Sei Ito appeared in the sky above Xingyang. Then, with a thought, a huge ironclad airship, similar to the hydrogen airships of later generations, appeared in the air. Hundreds of elite warriors stood neatly inside the airship. "Your Majesty," the soldiers saluted in unison. "Rise," Saito said indifferently. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The soldiers stood up straight with a whoosh. "Activate the illusion array and hide," Saito ordered again. The next moment, the space outside the airship trembled slightly, and the whole airship quickly disappeared in the air like a mirage. The starry sky was connected, but not the slightest trace was left behind. Then about 6 or 8 hours later, it was late at night. A group of civilians and soldiers mixed together. Inside, cries and shouts rang out incessantly. In the middle, a mighty convoy of carriages connected to various colors appeared on the official road from Luoyang to Xinjiang. It was Dongzhuo's convoy. At the same time, a group of people left Xinjiang City and took the initiative to meet Dongzhuo's army. According to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the current governor of Xinjiang was the general Su Rong, who defeated Cao Cao and Sun Jian in the history of the Three Kingdoms. Su Rong came to Dongzhuo's carriage, dismounted, and bowed. Rong greets the prime minister. Seeing Su Rong, Li Ru rolled his eyes and said, "The prime minister has just abandoned Luoyang to guard against pursuers. Su Rong can ambush the troops at the edge of the mountain outside Xinjiang City. If there are pursuers, he can let them go. After defeating them, he can intercept and kill them. That way, they won't dare to pursue." Dongzhuo, who had always trusted Li Ru, did not hesitate to act according to the plan. He called for General Niuji and ordered him to lead the Xiliang army to the rear. According to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Lu Bu should have taken on this task, but now that Lu Bu was gone, the Bing province army was temporarily leaderless and could not be used. Dongzhuo, who was good at military affairs, knew it would be inappropriate to give this important task to the Bing province cavalry, so he had to find his trusted General Niuji to take over the task. Niuji accepted the order and led the troops to the rear. Just as they were moving, Cao Cao's army caught up. Just as Li Ru expected, Niuji, who was wearing shining armor and a pointed helmet and holding a flowery axe, laughed. He then ordered his troops to spread out and block in front of Cao Cao. "Traitor, kidnapping the emperor and exiling the people. Where are you going?" Seeing the army formation, Cao Cao immediately stopped the infantry and scolded angrily. "Traitor coward, how dare you speak nonsense?" Niuji scolded. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Dongzhuo thought highly of Cao Cao and gave him an official position. Cao Cao, on the other hand, killed Dongzhuo in the name of offering a blade. Thus, Niuji's scolding of him being a traitor coward was not wrong. Seeing his brother being insulted, how could the hot-tempered Xiahou Dun let it go? He immediately charged toward Niuji. However, although Niuji was not famous in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, his martial arts were not bad in the Xiliang army. He was only below Lu Bu and Hua Xiong. He was even better than Li Ju and Guisi. Compared to Xiahou Dun, he was not someone Xiahou Dun could take down easily. Hence, Niuji tangled up with him and started a battle with him. However, after a few rounds, Li Ju led another army over from the left. Cao Cao panicked. He quickly ordered Xiahou Yuan to lead the troops over. However, at this very moment, shouts rose up from the right. It was Guisi. Cao Cao did not dare to be slow and ordered Cao Run to head up. The three-pronged army was unstoppable. Not long later, only to see Xiahou Dun, who was fighting with Niuji, lose due to carelessness. When Niuji saw the situation, he immediately led the Xiliang cavalry to charge at Cao Cao's troops. The Cao troops were mostly infantry, so how could they be a match for the charging cavalry? Pretty much instantly, they were defeated. The army was in a mess, and the soldiers panicked as they ran all over the place. Cao Cao, who knew that he had lost this battle, did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately ordered Xiahou Yuan and Cao Run to return to the formation and left Xinjiang. When they arrived at a desolate mountain, they were ready to gather the remaining soldiers and cook. Shouts and killing shouts rose up from all around. It was Su Rong's ambush. The soldiers roared as they charged at the Chao army. Cao Cao panicked when he saw the situation. He did not care where he was going and immediately rode his horse to escape. Unfortunately, it was not the right time to meet Su Rong, who was charging over. Cao Cao was shocked. He did not dare to hesitate and turned his horse to escape. Su Rong laughed coldly as he took out his bow and arrow. He stretched out his arm and pulled the bow into a full moon. Then, with a xiao sound, an arrow accurately pierced into the arm of Cao Cao, who was running away in a panic. Cao Cao couldn't bear the pain and cried out. However, Cao Cao knew that he could not stay any longer. Cao Cao then rode his horse out. Not long after, when he passed by a hill, two Shiliang soldiers who were hiding in the grass jumped out and stabbed Cao Cao's horse with their spears. The horse whined as Cao Cao fell to the ground. The two soldiers then stepped forward and took Cao Cao down. However, at this moment, a thunderous sound was heard. Two lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck the two soldiers, burning them into charred corpses. The heavens did not kill me, Cao Cao said happily. Wrong. It should be me who did not kill you. However, before he could finish his sentence, a very familiar voice rang in Cao Cao's ears. Cao Cao's expression changed slightly as he looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, Sei Ito, who was floating in the air like an immortal, appeared in Cao Cao's eyes. Then, the light in the sky changed, and a strange-looking ship that the humans of this era could not understand suddenly appeared in the sky. A door opened on the ship, and from it, armored soldiers wrapped in a pale white light flew out. Are you a human or a ghost? Although Cao Cao had the heart of a hero, his knowledge was limited by the era. Therefore, when he saw this strange equipment that was far beyond the era, he was filled with fear. I prefer you to call me God or immortal, Sei Ito said calmly. Then, he turned his head and looked at the battlefield not far away. All of a sudden, the battlefield fell silent. All of the officers stared at the giant warship that appeared in the sky with their mouths agape. There were even some devout people who directly knelt down and begged for mercy. Then, without any resistance, they were knocked to the ground and captured by the hundreds of armored soldiers descending from the sky. Of course, there were also some reckless people who did not believe in heresy, such as the simple-minded Chao Hong, the bad-tempered Xiahou Dun, the shrewd Chao Run and Xiahou Yuan, and the strong-willed Su Rong. But they were in the minority after all. How could they be a match for the large number of soldiers of the Dahua dynasty who were well-trained and equipped with exquisite armor? After a few rounds, they were all captured on the ground and became prisoners. Immortal? Are there really immortals in this world? Cao Cao smiled bitterly. Of course. Sei Ito stepped on the void as if he was stepping on invisible stairs. He looked at Cao Cao and said calmly, Sir, how do you plan to deal with me? In the end, Cao Cao was someone who had seen the world. His heart was extremely firm. After the initial shock, he understood his position. His tone was respectful, but not humble at all as he asked, I want to change the world. Mengda, are you willing to help me? Sei Ito looked straight into Cao Cao's eyes and asked, I'm a Han official. In this life, I should be loyal to the Han. Forgive me for not being able to comply, Cao Cao replied sternly. At this time, Cao Cao was not a traitor. He was just a young man who wanted to save the country, serve the country, and strive to be a bandit general in the future. Therefore, his answer was very straightforward. Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said, Where the Tao is, even if there are thousands of people, I will go, Cao Cao said calmly. Very well, I will fulfill your wish, Sei Ito said. Cao Cao's expression changed slightly. However, he did not beg for mercy. He closed his eyes and raised his head, looking like he was waiting for death. In the next moment, Cao Cao felt pain in his neck and lost consciousness. Am I dead? I am really unwilling, Cao Cao said in his heart before he lost consciousness. My lord, a man? At the same time, Chao Run, Chao Hong, Xiahou Dun, and Xiahou Yuan angrily shouted with anxious faces. Take him away, Sei Ito ordered the soldiers. Yes, the soldiers replied. Immediately, Two people came to Sei Ito's side, grabbed Chow Chow, and dragged him to the side. Are you willing to surrender? At this moment, Sei Ito turned his head to look at Su Rong, Chow Run, Chow Hong, Xiahou Dun, and Xiahou Yuan. Su Rong turned his head to the side and didn't say a word. He didn't seem to want to cooperate. Chow Run harumphed hatefully as a reply. Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun looked at each other and did not say anything. Only Chow Hong boldly cursed. Thief, you want your grandpa Chow to surrender? In your dreams. After saying this, he spat at Sei Ito as if he was still angry. Oomph. Seeing this, Sei Ito could not be bothered to say anything more. With a cold harumph, he released his psychic energy. Like a tidal wave, it surged toward all of the Shiliang and Chao soldiers present, using his powerful psychic energy to forcefully change their minds. These people were already shocked by the godlike means displayed by Ito Sei's army, and their hearts were already shaken. Therefore, it was easy for Ito Sei to plant a seed of loyalty in their hearts, making these Shiliang elites and Gunjo militia his subordinates. A moment later, Sei Ito withdrew his psychic energy. Greetings, my lord. The soldiers who had awoken from their hypnosis prostrated on the ground and called out in unison. The voices of tens of thousands of people were as heavy as thunder, echoing in the night sky, their voices spreading far and wide. Su Rong, Chow Run, Chow Hong, Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan. Sei Ito called out again. This general is here. The five replied in unison. Take all the soldiers and follow me in pursuit of Dong Zhuo's army, Sei Ito ordered. Yes, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.